You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. So this is number one. I'm gonna give that to Wayne. He's going to open it up.
Put it on the plate to look at it?
Sure.
Or are we just gonna?
Sure, put it on the plate to take a look at it, and then just pass it around.
I guess you gotta.
No, bad
You got scissors? There's no tear tab.
Is there no tear tabs?
No.
Yeah, no, there isn't. But some of them aren't sealed.
I'll go get a pair of scissors.
I have a few. Lately, I've had a couple. But
Yeah, that one's not sealed.
I think it's
Yeah. No, just this one I think is sealed up.
Had good sleep. Woke up and I was dehydrated. I was because I haven't had the cold shot since I was in the hospital. Yeah, and I felt
Admit it.
great.
Yeah.
In the hospital. When I got home, there was 4 packages.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of the other ones have open tops, but this one
in the
doesn't.
fridge with
I
one-
found a few of them did not.
We'll find out as we go along.
3 of them, and I was in the hospital. I probably drank the whole thing. It was 2 days before I noticed I didn't have my glasses in the hospital.
It's frustrating though, because you go and you get ready to go and all that, and it's like sitting down for a poop and having no toilet paper.
That would suck. Yeah.
Sorry for the comparison, Sarah.
So what do you could your
Yeah.
Did you smell
Oh
it?
no, it's just a visual thing right now.
just
Oh,
visually,
but yeah,
what do you think, Bob?
I can't help but smell it.
Visually, does it look good? Between
Yes.
1 and 10 looks good. 10 would be super good. 1 is bad.
1 and 9, actually.
You write down 7 on your paper there beside the I.
I definitely
Well,
like
yeah.
the purple in it. But
Number 7 here or here?
Yeah, at the top. Put a 7 on number 1. Correct.
We got her.
Okay, coming around.
Am I supposed to smell?
no,
Well, that's
this
the
is
next question.
No,
You
okay.
should just
well, the next
copy
question
me.
is
wouldn't
moisture
you?
and then aroma.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Right.
overall visual appealing. Unappealing to very appealing.
Yeah.
Is the option.
Look at it.
1
Yeah,
through
how
1.
does it look?
Squish it.
No, not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a further question.
Okay. See,
We can't memorize 15 questions to do everything at one time.
Which one am I
Besides
going
that,
in?
once Wayne smoked it, we wouldn't be able to test it, right? It did smell good, even though we're not to that point yet.
It's got a bit of purple in it. I like
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can see the trichomes on it too,
that.
right?
Yeah.
All right, so I will enter my answer.
I got that one already.
So now moisture is next. So that'll be a feel, I guess.
Feel, that would be feel. Is it too wet, too dry?
Come on, feel it, Wayne. Feel it.
Dense and dry.
Squeeze it like it's your Charmin.
Too dry or too wet? Give it a low number, I would
Yeah,
say.
if it was too dry, it'd be crumbling apart.
Yeah,
I think as soon as you
yeah.
squeeze it, it's not.
Just the outside
Now,
dry.
just so you know, don't maul it because we gotta probably maybe see how sticky it is later.
Oh, I didn't think you'd seen that.
That's the only thing I don't like about this, because now I haven't seen any of the other ones, so I don't know if I'm comparing to the other ones
Well,
evenly.
you don't
right?
compare
We're
it to
gonna know
anything.
when we're all done here.
Yeah, but it's the first one kind of can be an unfair.
Yeah.
Be honest.
I'd like to smell of that.
Yeah, oh, I know. It actually does smell good when I
Yeah.
can smell it before it even got to me.
But you're glad I thought of it?
Yeah. Oh, it's solid, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
nice and dense.
Not too wet.
You don't go
Not
through the
too
road stop
spongy.
with that in your shirt pocket.
So what would you say what would you do as if it's just perfect? Would you
Well,
yeah.
I was gonna go 9, but then I decided
Yeah.
8 because I don't know what to compare
Right,
it
right,
to.
right.
This is the baser.
Moisture. Yeah. No, that was good. Actually, I'm gonna
Let's go on number 2.
change mine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, you'll go.
Number
It's
2,
still,
how do you think it was?
it's still number 1 though. It's just.
Well, it's question 2.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hang on. Yeah. Yes, you're gonna have to do 7 rows down. Sorry, buddy.
Not a problem.
Okay.
I think.
So question 2, yeah, you'll have
I got one on the back here. Oh,
yeah,
indica.
that's the other.
Okay, what do you want me to do here? Here?
Okay, on number 2, rate it between 1 and 9. 1 that it was too moist and dry, and then higher numbers is that I would say
Yeah.
is good, is excellent type thing.
1 to 9.
Yeah, 1 to 9.
I'll go 8 on that one.
Okay, now can you put a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 across the top?
1, 2.
Yeah.
What do you do here again?
No, I just need you,
Here, do you want me to do it?
Wayne. can
Yeah,
you
I'll do it
for
for
me,
you.
please?
Yeah.
All righty. Done that one. My phone closes too often. Okay. Aroma strength. And by the sounds of it, Al, there's been a lot of good smells comments, right?
Yeah. Oh, it definitely has a good smell.
But they're all in their noses are working good.
Yeah, exactly. Now can you do that on the
So-
other side?
Yeah. So this is going to be all this one, and then the 2 will be bag 2, and
Yeah.
then 3 will be.
Oh,
these are the questions, and these are the bags.
See why I'm having everybody enter their own number, so I don't have to do this afterwards all on a piece of paper. Could you just imagine? Just me.
I'm already imagining me doing.
Physical contaminants you can't see.
Like
Oh,
this,
yeah. It doesn't say anything about ground, does it? Eh?
We get our own bags. Do we get our own-
There you go, Bob.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah.
All right. So we're on aroma strength here.
Aroma strength.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll all take another smell of that happily.
Take another smell.
Yeah. I don't think anybody's complaining about that smell.
Okay, well, there's a strength, and the next question is pleasantness. So, the strength is a very strong, and think of pleasantness while you're at it.
What's the number on that one?
1 to 9.
1 to 9 again.
Yeah.
They're all 1 to 9.
We haven't
Que-
stopped anything
question-
else yet.
Question 3 is the aroma strength, and question 4 is aroma pleasantness.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I
9.
can see-
Yeah,
I
I'm
can see where you're
gonna
coming
have
at
to give
with
it top
regarding
points
the-
on both that.
Yeah.
Only one person can grind it. Strength and pleasantness.
Touch.
Yeah,
Okay.
so you're sticking this-
Wait, what are we doing now?
Ground up.
That's not at all.
I know,
What are we doing?
yeah,
Stickiness to touch.
Oh, stickiness.
Yeah, I didn't find it sticky.
We're gonna get to that point. We're gonna find it.
If there's hash brown there, we'll know.
That number 5.
That is question 5, yes. 1 is not sticky at all, and 9 is very sticky.
How about you, Al? When we're doing this, your sample number 1, how did you find with your overall peel, stickiness, and stuff like that? Questions 1 through 4. I don't hear them.
I try that. Was I supposed to follow along?
No, he's plugged in. He was just there. Are you muted, buddy?
No.
Hang on.
Oh, here. He was there.
I'm here.
Yeah. I can't hear you.
I
Over there.
pulled out number
Oh,
5.
oh, there he is.
Yeah.
There he is.
I go.
What'd you do? Mute?
I don't know.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know.
So what on your sativa end of things? On your first
I just
sample.
did number 5. I didn't realize we were supposed to all do the same.
Well, yeah, it's part of the problem is that there's we need separate kits to be able to do all the same.
Yeah.
Okay, so where are we here?
I
So I just finished doing number 5 and I voted and stuff.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
So what are some of your results?
Well, I mean, this one made me panicky.
You told.
No.
We lost
Right?
him again.
Like I feel a little,
Right, I remember.
like
Volume's
yeah, which sometimes sativas do to me.
Can you just unplug that? No, that right there, the small wire.
This
Yeah,
one?
just unplug that.
Uh-oh. Did your battery die?
No, it was still on. I checked that. I checked that when I got up.
I don't know what's up. Anyways, this one particularly, it made me feel a little bit of panicky. That's probably why I chose this one to start with, to get that out of the way.
Yeah.
Okay. I tried some of this before,
Yeah.
and it made me really moody. But right now, I'm just kind of, I'm good.
Okay. Do you see any physical contaminants? Do you see any things such as hairs?
Battery milk.
In this one, I found
Break
nothing like
it
that
up
at all.
a bit there, Wayne. See if you see any. We see any seeds.
See any
I
white
think
hair on
I
it.
think the judges need some microphone or magnifying glasses.
Oh, I didn't bring one.
I could have brought loops for us all. Yeah, no.
Do you want a drink?
I've got some.
Yes, please.
Okay, well I got a cooler over there. It's got water,
It's a pretty looking bud. I don't have much to complain about with that.
iced tea.
Yes, I found the quality from the ones that I've tried already better than last year's.
Yeah.
Yeah, just everything was firm, nice tasting. There were no bad ash things,
You see anything, Bob?
So I'm comparing as I try to
No
now.
physical contaminants is
Yeah.
mold, insects, seeds, hairs, none. There's no 1 through 9 in this
No.
question.
So what do we do there?
Oh,
So-
okay. Just write the word in.
So if I didn't see any mold, I didn't see any insects,
No.
I didn't see any seeds,
No.
and I didn't see any.
So
Now hairs, I'm assuming unwanted hairs, like
crap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I would just
not
write none.
cannabis hairs. Cannabis hairs are good.
Yeah. There's not specific though.
So Bob, you just write none.
I find
Just contaminant, yeah.
That's
I
good.
kind of don't
No.
feel like I'm getting the full experience unless
I know
there's
what
a
you
dog
mean.
or cat hair in my bud.
Yeah, I'm used to that
Okay.
too.
I don't see any contaminants.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's time to grind it up because the next question is does aroma translate to taste? They've got smoking experience, ash, and structures, effects, right? So it's time to grind it.
Yeah.
Do you want to grind it? Let us know.
You want me to grind it?
Yeah, let us know if it's.
You're the man for the job.
You got a grinder? Okay. Let us know if it is really moist.
Moist.
It's definitely not, but I might change my sticky up a little bit.
I know,
Yeah.
but weeds can't grind it, right?
Yeah, it's not. I think I did a 1 on sticky. I think I'm going to bump that up to about a 3.
Once you break it up.
Anybody else want to feel the sticky while
Well,
it's
feel the sticky while it's apart?
Feel the sticky.
No?
there is a little more there, eh?
Okay.
Once you fluff it up.
Yeah. All right. He's grinding her up. Oh, I guess we can see that on the screen too.
Right at your name, I think.
Yeah, right out. Al's grinding it. Deb's looking into the cooler. I know what she's hunting for. She wants some of that cherry.
I know it's
Black cherry.
Black cherry soda.
I know it's not a question, but as
Like
for how it
red
fluffs
tea.
out when you grind it, it's certainly sometimes you grind weed and it's like it seems like there's nothing when it's ground
Right.
up.
Yeah.
So this ground up and fluffed out very nice. So
Okay, all
I
right.
know it's not a question, but I thought that was important to say.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, it is.
actually, it is a question in there.
I think that's
And it would have been presented as where are we here? Where
This is red.
physical? No.
No,
Not-
no,
You know those free
There really isn't.
there isn't. No, there isn't.
Overall enjoyment
Right.
is the closest really to that question.
Okay, so it's ground up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. Can the camera see that?
We, yep, camera can see it. Here is some papers.
Oh yeah.
Some papers supplied to us by Camelford Lifestyle Shop.
Shameless plugging.
You don't get any.
I do get what?
Agassiz. Just so you know, the soda beverages, they are from Legacy 420. They had a super sale going on.
And they're good.
Deb just took a drink of the
Should I
first
shove
one.
that all in one paper, make a big huge fatty, or what should I do?
Sure. Yeah.
We're good too.
You know, I gotta
Yeah,
say,
roll
All in
two.
one joint
Yeah,
anyway.
roll two.
Roll
I-
two?
I hope in the future that we're able to experience something like this in the mushroom variety of an event.
Yeah, that would be neat, eh? To do a mushroom testing.
Yeah. That would be a much longer
It
show.
would be a much longer podcast.
Wouldn't it?
It sure would.
Giving 10 hits actually for-
I miss the concentrates. I thought that from our conversations with Sarah last year, she was hoping to do some concentrates this year, but I guess it just didn't happen.
Well, I think that there's a way. I know. So in my mind, I believe there is a way to do it.
Body's-
There's so many regulations. I'm surprised she got this far with it. I mean, I'm glad she did, but
Cheered them all.
there's so many regulations around not being able to promote it and advertise it and this and that and the other thing that it would be a nightmare to navigate that.
No,
Well,
yeah,
she
no,
she
it's-
felt that as far as advertising and stuff like that, we're well within our legal rights
Yeah,
to be doing this. And I'll
Yeah,
tell
because
you,
we aren't really advertising companies. We're just
that's right. And Jack Lloyd has also said that
The car.
you know that there is a little bit of an issue thing there that somebody
Yeah.
could say something about, but
Or they're
what's
trying
the
to.
point?
What's the point?
We're
All
not
right, we
really
got-
in the business.
you got
We're
two
the other
Debbys.
end of the business.
Pass one to the right and one to the left.
One,
And
two,
they'll
three.
cross paths.
Have you guys even lit one yet?
I don't know. He said pass one right,
We
pass one
push
left,
it.
so I
Oh.
did.
Okay,
And you light that up,
does
then
aroma
we'll push it down
translate
this
to
way.
taste?
Yeah,
No, me.
there's a number of questions throughout this, so yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Is this your first one, Al?
7 of 15. Does aroma translate to taste?
Does
Is
aroma
this the
translate
first
to
one
taste?
that you're doing?
Yeah, we're still in the first one. This could take a while, Al.
Jesus, I've already gone through my one. I'm ready to hit my vaporizer.
Look at the color of it. That's nice.
We're going to be here a while, folks. Enjoy.
Well, that's what I said. It's going to be here a while.
Yeah, I would getting a nice taste out of that. Not quite as strong as the aroma, but it is nice.
It is. Yeah, it is.
But again, I don't want to score too high because it's our first
I
one.
didn't wake you up when I went in there, did I?
Okay, now while you're doing this, take a look at the ash because you need to know about the ash color and the ash structure.
Yeah. Question 8 is
All right.
smoking experience. Hard.
Experience.
So did anybody take pictures?
There's the first coffer.
No, we didn't take
Do we have a meter for the sound of that coughing?
Yeah. Yep. Just cross pass there, Deb. Deb, look at that. Deb's got both joints. She's double fisted.
She planned it that way.
It's all the same stuff, but it allows you to keep, maybe reevaluate.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, can you go back through one?
Last year's test, I was here with my friend Kent, who is coming today.
Okay.
And we just did it together. And I just rolled one joint
Yeah.
right? So I had extra from each pack.
Well, I remember pre-legalization, one of the kits we bought, me and Shalom bought, it was like, we had it for over a year.
Yeah,
Yes.
you know, Wayne, when I moved, I still
The
had
original ones, yeah. I got the
100
710 kit and it was awesome.
Yeah, 125 cents.
I had Karma Cup stuff sitting in my fridge when I moved up here.
Holy fuck, there's more than one joint. Come on here.
Okay, the app. Yeah, look at the app.
So smoking experience. I'm not finding it overly harsh, but it's not super smooth either. So
Correct. Yeah, don't forget your taste. Aroma to taste.
yeah, I did that one. Yeah,
Ash the color. You know, has it been looking pretty?
ash color structure,
pretty
heavy,
white.
chunky, dark to light, airy, and wispy.
It's moving pretty good down that paper.
Yeah, I say it's burning really good.
It's an awfully nice light grayish.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
It's definitely airy. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's a nice.
You know, it's got a bit of a
How many of these we're gonna do?
7, and then we got 7 more joints.
I won't make it.
Lightweight.
You know, Bob.
You have a green oak mattress?
Bob is has been consuming cannabis for years, and this.
Oh, yeah,
this,
did you
this, I
mean-
think this is his first probably opportunity to
Well,
really.
then I was supposed to send that to you. No, I'm going to take a photo.
They
Oh,
crisscross.
as far as consuming cannabis in the legal world, I don't. So Bob has always been an attendee, as well as everybody else is here, has participated in a grow off. And now that I've done this, I think we should have a grow off tournament here.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That would be great. Oh yeah. I've got 3 tables
Yeah.
to accommodate people. Got
Cool.
lots of parking.
Wait, you're not going to make me clean my house?
No, we'll just do it here.
It's been a while.
Okay, so how are you making out on your reviews, everybody? Ash color, you've got that experience. Okay. The effects experience, not pleasant or very pleasant.
This 8 or 7?
10.
Okay,
You
so
can-
where are you? You're at 7?
Yeah.
All right, so 7. Does the aroma translate to the taste?
Does it taste like it smelled?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, you give it a 1 to 9.
8.
And then the next question, number 8, is
Huh?
harsh to smooth.
Oh, okay.
1 to 9.
We're just gonna switch joints.
And then
This
question
one-
9, ash color and structure. Is it
Yeah.
heavy, chunky, and dark for like the low end,
Yeah.
or light, airy, and wispy for the higher end?
4. Color.
Ash color.
Oh,
and
yeah.
structure.
Yeah, okay.
There's a bit of a bite to it, everybody. So you're
9, it should be about 7 on that one.
That's what that is. as well. And then question 10 is the effects experience. So is it pleasant or not pleasant as far as the effect you're feeling?
Yeah.
Oh, we're doing good.
Yeah.
You're doing good.
Just
Yeah.
go forward and
Okay,
answer,
guess the-
answer
I'm
some
going
of
to
the other
put a
questions.
9 down. I give me room for 10. 10 next
Answer
time, if I
9,
remember.
right? What did you say?
I said, guess the brand that produces.
Oh, I haven't got to that. Okay, so you got
So you think
effects,
about-
experience,
Yeah, we're at effects and experience.
pleasant or not very pleasant.
You want 11?
Yeah, 11. There is no 11. 1 to 9.
Uh,
Question 11. Yeah.
question 11,
Overall enjoyment.
I
Um,
enjoyed it, yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, it's. I hear some people coughing, so
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
did.
deduct 1 point for that.
Yes, I cough. I'm the same way. I'm always cough on everything.
With 12, we haven't hit that yet, eh?
We're on our way to it. Would you buy this product?
Would I?
Yes or no?
I'm gonna-
Yes.
I
Just
can
a yes
see
or
how
no
this
on
is
there,
gonna
eh?
go.
It's yes
I
or
don't
no.
want
yeah.
any more. Oh, here.
My answer to that question, Wayne, would be how much is it?
What's that?
I said my answer to that question would be how much.
Yeah, how
Okay.
much is it? Yeah.
Well, talking by
Yeah, it should. They should have a question. What price category does this product fall into?
Okay. Now, would you buy this? This is one of the questions. Would you buy this?
in a heartbeat.
Well, there was no maybe, so
12?
I had
Put a
to-
Y
Yeah,
or an
12. Yeah.
put a Y
I didn't
or an
refuse
N
this.
on your spot, Bob.
If I had to buy it,
Yes.
I'm looking at that.
Okay.
That's question 12. Would you buy it?
Yeah.
You got any comments? Enter any comments. That's one of the questions.
Not till payday.
If you want, there's a spot there to guess the brand. Just leave yours.
Yeah, no idea.
I have completely no idea.
Or
They,
Good thing
they
I can
do
go
have
back
a,
and fill
I
these out
only know
again.
one company.
they do have the
And
list
it's
of
not on the
companies.
list.
I don't pay much attention to names.
yeah.
and-
Okay. Now, guess the strain of this product.
Yeah, no. Don't even
No,
ask.
yeah.
Sorry.
I don't.
They changed the names of all the strains. I could
Well,
guess,
that's
but
the
it'll be
thing.
an old school name.
I
Yeah.
bypassed those two questions right there.
And you
Okay.
can.
It'll be purple something.
We can go back and edit our test results. You know, if we wanted to change something,
Yeah.
we can edit it afterwards as well.
Okay. I wasn't sure if once you saved it, if you could go back.
Yes, yeah, you can do that.
At the very end, when everything's been answered, if it's like last year, they let you go through and as many times as you want, and then when you're done, you just hit send and it's done.
Right.
So you can
Once
alter it
it's-
when you're super
Okay.
fried and questioning your existence.
That's right. But once you hit send, it's done.
Okay.
I believe. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
I
save
just-
and
I
finish
just said
later.
Save and finish later, or continue assessment.
We didn't
Yeah.
do 13,
Hit
did
the
we?
continue assessment. Okay, because
Stage,
that's
you
what we're
were-
doing.
Yeah. Oops.
So I have a question, Al.
Oh, hang on.
All right.
It's not taking me. If I
How do we get back to the? Okay, there we go. I got back to dominant. I got back to the listing again.
Okay, so can I ask my question?
Pause as soon as you guys start talking about it.
Yeah.
oh.
So
Continue.
Okay. So I'm going to indica dominant too.
Did you find it?
I ended up accidentally logging out.
Yeah.
But I did-
Yeah, I
Save.
showed him where it was.
Yeah. Bob's got me covered.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. I got the same number.
How long are we waiting in between
Save and
strains?
Finish later.
Oh, I see it deleted everything on me.
Did it?
It's not there.
Oh, because you signed out and came back in.
I hit save before I did that.
Yeah.
And then
Uh-oh.
when I hit back, it took me out.
Save and finish later.
I got it.
Did you?
I tried
Okay.
that and it said the page wasn't available.
Yeah.
Okay, just
Okay.
Well,
give me a second here to put this all back.
Correct. Well, it's
Because
still
last night to see that,
well, it's
where
still
did it
fresh
go?
in your mind. Let's go through
Yeah,
those questions
submit
because I'm in the same boat. Aroma and pleasant foods. Physical, yeah.
Hey, Al,
Yo.
how long are we waiting in between strains? Because I'm ready to smoke my next doobie.
Yeah. See, you need to have like 6 or 7 people there. Then you would understand where we're coming from.
I can still smell that pot.
I don't have any smoking buddies here.
Okay, done.
Well, you could probably
Save.
find one and on
Save
any
and finish
street
later.
corner.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just put an ad out on AOL or something.
So did everybody get through that? You saved and finished later.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so we go-
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to VAC Roundtable number 74. Yes, we're up there already, and we're dealing with a unique situation that's happening. I'm originally from Louisiana. I have a special place in my heart for the South, and of course, we know the South has been struggling specifically with cannabis and cannabis access. And we now see that there is an initiative that is happening in the state of Arkansas, taking it forward by the people because they're not happy with what they have currently there in Arkansas. So because of that, we've invited Melissa Foltz from the Arkansans for patient access to come state her case and what's going on in Arkansas, because it's is a special place in the South. My brother went through Living Skills Center there in Little Rock, Arkansas, so I've always had a very special place in my heart for Arkansas. But of course, they have not had the best laws regarding medical cannabis. So we see that the people want to change that. So we thank you, Melissa, for showing up today. And I'm going to basically kind of jump in and go right into our first question. This is a multi-tier question. How did you originally come to cannabis in the sense, and, how did you first hear about it? When did you realize that this is your calling that you wanted to get involved in? So again, thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for letting me be here. This is something that's very close to my heart. I'm very passionate about it. We began this journey in 2011. My son had been in a car accident at age 16, and immediately the doctors put him on opioids. He had been on them for 14 years. He was basically a zombie, and the doctors started telling him, "We're killing you. You have no lining left in your stomach will rupture, and you'll bleed out before you get to the hospital, and you'll die." And one of his doctors told him that if he would get rid of all the drugs that they had him on and go to marijuana, that he had a chance to live. So needless to say, my husband and I decided that we were going to find a way for him to be able to legally use marijuana. So we got involved with 3 college kids that had basically cut and pasted an amendment together. And we started working with them. 2012 election, we missed it by 1.75%. So we were really close. Then we came back in 14 and started another amendment, but we had no money. We didn't have enough volunteers, and we fell short on signatures. So immediately turned around, rewrote, and started back in for 2016. There were 2 amendments for 2016. The other amendment had a couple of $1 million. We had 5,000. So needless to say, we got sued, they won, and we got thrown off the ballot. So what we got stuck with was a very limited, non-inclusive amendment. And we have been working ever since to try to change that. And so this amendment, I think, is going to fix the medical program. It opens it up. There are so many patients that got left in the shadows. And we need to be inclusive. We need to bring everybody in that needs this. And it covers PTSD, but it doesn't cover anxiety, depression, autism, irritable bowel syndrome. I mean, so many things that people are still suffering from. They're still having to go to the black market and get whatever they can get off of the street and still take the chance of being arrested because they're breaking the law because they don't have a medical marijuana card. So it's been a long journey, but we're still here.
Well, persistence is key, especially in the world of activism, and then to add into that, working specifically in the South is a its own challenge, specifically around its own significant challenges, specifically around drug policy. One of our council members has a follow-up question. Council member Laughter.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. And Melissa, thank you for joining us this evening in your time zone. I'll leave it to you whether you want to answer my question, but as a patient myself, I can't help but ask, were you able to find, was your son able to kick opioids, and is he able to enjoy the benefits of marijuana today?
You would not even recognize, if you had known my son before, you would not even recognize him now. He not only was able to get off of all the opioids, the day he threw everything away, he was on 90 milligrams of oxycodone, 75 milligrams of Valium. Of course, Phenagrin, he had to take 5 times a day because of what it was doing to his stomach. The strongest muscle relaxers they make, an antidepressant, and a sleeping pill. That was his daily prescription. Plus, it wasn't ever enough because it got worse and worse and worse. And then he added alcohol onto it. And y'all know the drill. It's just a roller coaster of up and down and up and down and up and down. And so when he threw all of his pills away, I was freaking out because we were trying to, take him down a little bit at a time so he didn't have the issues. And he finally just said, I can't do this anymore. And he had all of his bottles opened up and he called me into the bathroom and he just dumped them. And I was freaking out. And it was probably the worst 3 weeks of my life. He lost 30 pounds in those 3 weeks. It was horrible. But now he went back to school because he never even graduated because, as I said, he had the accident in 16. He went back to night school, got his high school diploma. He was valedictorian in his night class. He went on to go to college. He got his bachelor's in psychology, and next month he will graduate with a master's in social work, and with the intentions of working with veterans with PTSD to help them. He doesn't touch anything anymore. He doesn't even use marijuana anymore. The strongest thing he takes right now is an ibuprofen. But he says, Mom, I'm one pill away from being right back where I was. And he's a father now. He has 2 children, and he's an amazing father. And he just got a job starting in the end of May at UAMS. He's going to work there for a while to get the experience before he can go to work at the VA. But that's his ultimate goal, is to go to work for the VA and work with veterans with PTSD. And he doesn't look like your typical social worker. He's a big old brawny guy with a big full beard and tattoos all over him. It was really weird. The social work classes, the professors really tried to kick him out of the classes because they said he didn't look the part. And he said, I look the part for the people I want to help. So that's his ultimate goal, and he's doing amazing.
Thank you for that, Melissa. That's a great story.
It really is. I mean, he's a miracle.
Wow, that is quite a journey. I'm sorry you had to endure that to arrive here. But it sounds like it was a journey for him worth exploring, and one that I'm glad that he has benefited from.
He really has. And even though everything he went through was horrible, I think it's made him a better person and made it where he can understand what so many people are going through that have been through the trauma, are trying to put their lives back together, have gone through the roller coaster of alcoholism and drug addiction. And I think it's made him a better person. And I think it'll make him a better therapist.
As well as a better father.
Yes.
All right. Next up will be Leslie with our next question.
Yes. What does the cannabis landscape currently look like in Arkansas? And what are the key sticking points at this time?
Right now, medical cannabis has only 17 qualifying conditions. Thank goodness PTSD is one of those, but if a veteran can't get diagnosed with PTSD, then he's out in the cold. You can only get a certification from a medical doctor or a doctor of an osteopathic doctor. There is no home grow. We only have 40 dispensaries, and some of our patients have to drive as much as 2 hours to get to their medicine. And it's really an issue to me. And plus, you have to renew your card every single year. And if you're on disability and you're on a fixed income of say $1,100, $1,200 a month, by the time you pay your rent, your food, your utilities, and all of that, you don't have any money left. And the state expects you to get a new certification every year, which you're looking at $100 to $300 to a doctor, depending on the doctor. And then you have to pay the state $50 for your card. And we want to stop that. We want to make it a 3-year card. And the state is not allowed to charge you that $50 charge. Plus, you will now be able to get a card from an APRN, a physician's assistant, or even a pharmacist, which will make a huge difference. And your caregiver can give you a certification for any condition that they feel will be beneficial to you. So anxiety, depression, all of these other things can now be brought into the fold. You can now be legal. You can now have a card that protects you. And you, once this passes, you will be able to grow 7 mature plants and 7 seedlings. So people will even be able to grow their own medicine.
And that's something we support greatly, is the ability to home grow. The option is there. That growth therapy is something we have found to be, as veterans, quite beneficial, especially when you're going through an illness or struggling. Bringing something to life and sustaining it is something quite beneficial for not only the human, but also the plant. I think the plant also benefits and understands and listens. Next up will be Councilmember Michael Growitz.
Thanks, Etienne. Thanks, Melissa, so much for joining us. It's really fascinating to hear, what's going on the inside in Arkansas. I'm very much supportive. I'm in southwestern Virginia, so we're not all that far apart, both in distance and in sort of medical marijuana struggle. Cannabis has gotten a little easier relatively over the last couple of years here, but it was an uphill battle, straight uphill for forever. And going back forever, it's interesting. Back in 1996, when we were working on medical cannabis, sort of the pioneering effort of Dennis Perone, military veteran out there in San Francisco with his Prop 215, campaign that was successful. One of the biggest opponent sort of, I don't know, statements or talking points was that, well, this is all just to legalize marijuana. And I find that really ironic given the history, because since 1996, and especially since 2013, I guess it was, when we first started setting up adult regulated access programs, the adult regulated access programs have done more to dismantle the medical marijuana programs than help them. So, given that background, this question, how has your work and the fight in medicinal cannabis in Arkansas been affected by efforts to create adult regulated access to cannabis in Arkansas and around the country?
Well, to me, and from other people that I've spoken to in other states, if you don't have a strong medical program and then you bring rec in, it destroys the medical program. And contrary to what many people believe, which y'all understand, the highest THC is not always the best answer. I know that I have anxiety and I have a lot of depression, and I know if I get the wrong strain and it's too strong, it just sends me, off the ledge. And so my biggest fear, if they brought in recreational without protecting the medical, was that they would move to only the highest THC strains and not protect the patients and not give the strains that patients need the most. Because as you know, you have to find the right strain, and it's especially good to find one that's a balance of THC and CBD, especially if you have anxiety or depression. And so bringing recreational in before the medical was really protected was my biggest fear. And I see what you're talking about, because I have watched these other states that brought in recreational and didn't protect the medical program, and it hurt patients. And that has been my fight all along, is to make sure the patients are protected before anybody else has access.
Thank you for that. Next up will be Council Member Laughter.
Yes. Sort of feels like you already answered this question, Alyssa, with your.
Oh, I have more answers for that.
One. But I'll give you another shot at telling us why it's a problem. Why did you fight so hard against the recreational amendment of 2022? Then, where to go?
Well, I actually had a recreational medical improvement in 2020, and then when COVID hit, we were set to make our goal and to be on the ballot, and then COVID hit and we had to pull it. I didn't feel it was right for me to ask people to be out trying to gather signatures and taking a chance of risking their lives. It's not that I had a problem with recreational as such, but the recreational that was in 2022 was horrible. I don't know if y'all read it, but it created a terrible monopoly. There was no home grow. There were really no protections for patients. Big whoop, they made it where patients didn't have to pay taxes. And that was the only protection they had for patients. They did not increase the patients as far as their qualifying conditions. They didn't they didn't do anything to help patients in it. As a matter of fact, everything in it would have destroyed the medical program. So as hard as I had fought for marijuana legalization, I had to be against it. And of course, everybody was shocked because, that's all I've preached is marijuana legalization. But I just felt like it was the wrong thing for everybody, even for recreational. So I didn't have a choice but to stand up and fight against it.
Well, thank you for that earnest and honest explanation. That is, we were not intimately involved in that process, and so these are things we watch from afar, and your clarification helps bring us to a greater understanding. I did read it, so I understood why the fight. And when there was, just the simple fact that there is no home grow is enough for many of us to say, all right, that doesn't work. As long as it's got homegrown access, and we know only a small percentage will do so, but that freedom and having that access to do so is still so key and important. It was worth doing so, and I know you had to accept your own slings and arrows of outrageous fortune by actually, taking that stand to do so. But having principles is, part of how we grew up in the South is you have to stand up for them once you're back up against the wall, and your back was against the wall. So
I
it led
wasn't
you.
very popular with the people who wanted recreational. I promise you that.
Well, yeah, it's not a popularity contest. It's about
No,
what's
it's
right and
not.
what's wrong. And
It's
so
not.
you did the right thing and you stood up, and now it's led to this change that's happening now. So, which leads us into our next question. So, our friend from Arkansas, Councilmember Peggy Jones. Councilmember.
Peggy.
Thank you, Melissa, for joining us. It's great to meet you finally. My question is, considering all the other bills that have been attempted to pass in state Congress here, how is the bill that you're supporting different involving the public, and what rights does this bill provide that the other bills in the past neglected? Which you've covered some of this, but for clarification.
This bill to me is, it kind of makes it kind of makes it wreck light, I guess you could say. But to me, it made such a difference because it addresses what none of the others addressed. Now ours did in the past, but like I said, we didn't get on the ballot and we got kicked off the ballot. But this bill covers all the truly important things to make sure that patients, if they want to grow, and you're right, if not a lot of people are going to grow, but if they want to, they should have the right to do that. And especially our veterans, you know, Les and I have talked about this so many times. And, you know, they fought for us to have rights, and yet they don't have the rights. And so this covers everything. It doesn't cover expungement and it doesn't cover full legal, but it does protect just about anybody who has a medical condition that they want to use cannabis to treat. They also, like I said, they get to grow if they choose to grow. They don't have to pay for this card every year. They only have to do it every 3 years. And another thing that this bill does is the law that we have now, if you come to visit in Arkansas, you have to get a temporary card. And Peggy, if you've had to deal with the health department getting your medical card, some people are lucky and it's slower and they get their card within a week. But we have some people that have waited 2 months to get their card. And so you have someone coming from out of state, especially someone who cannot go without their medication. They come in and apply for a temporary card. They're long gone before they get their temporary card. So they have, the whole time they're in Arkansas, they either have to use their medicine illegally, or they just have to do without. And that to me is unacceptable. So now if you come from out of state and you have a card, you can go to any dispensary and use it just like you were in your own state. And so I think that was really huge. Another thing that it does, that it fixes this program, is right now the legislature has it set up that if you're a caregiver, you have to have a federal background check. We have, I believe, 385 minors that have medical cannabis cards here, and their parents are their caregivers. Those parents have to have a federal background check to treat their child. There is no other medication anywhere where you have to have a federal background check to treat your child. So that's been taken away. You know, once this passes, you can be your child's caregiver and you don't have to do a federal background check, because, you know, it may be somebody that made a mistake and they have a record, and that could keep them from treating their own child. And I just felt that was one thing that we absolutely had to fix.
Peggy, you have a follow-up?
Yes. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Melissa. I actually do have a question. I've spoken to holistic doctors in the state, those that do acupuncture medicine or chiropractic medicine. They still have to get degrees and they still can prescribe holistic medicine. Will this change in the bill allow them to also be prescribers of it?
Unfortunately, no. The industry financed it, so they made the final decisions. My choice and what I tried to do was to make it that any caregiver who could write a prescription should be allowed to write a certification for cannabis. They decided that it was too open and people would not be happy with it. So they cut that out. They did give me APRNs and PAs and pharmacists, but as hard as I fought, and we fought for over a year over it, and that was one thing they did not relent. Now, and I'll tell you now, there will be a recreational written once this passes. Well, it's already written. That will be filed, and that will be the case. Any caregiver who can write a prescription will be allowed to write a medical cannabis card. But as hard as I fought, that was one of the few things I didn't get. I know.
Leslie?
Yeah, Melissa, that's so sad to hear. I mean, that's so much like they're putting holistic and herbal medicine in the concept of recreation and not treating it as medicine. It's sad. I mean, that kind of emphasizes your fact that you have to have a strong medical program before a rec program, or the rec program's just going to wipe it out. I mean, I discovered that in North Carolina as I expanded my company into North Carolina from Colorado, is that North Carolina didn't have a chance to establish the in my eyes, the medical side of it, of educating consumers about all these non-psychoactive cannabinoids. And, you know, all of a sudden the market got flooded with the synthetic THCs and the THCA flower. And it just took all the attention away for the opportunity to educate people about the medicine side of it. It's a shame.
I tell you, I have banged my head against the wall these last 13 years till it's just, you want to grab people, and especially the legislators, and just shake them. Just wake up. But it's, you know, we're not going to give up. We're not going to give up until there's a strong medical program, till we do get a recreational that keeps the medical program strong and offers expungement, because no one should have a criminal record because they used a plant, especially when they're trying to heal their bodies.
And we completely agree with that assessment fully. Leslie, then you actually have our next question.
Oh, good deal. So, Melissa, how do you see this bill helping veterans in the state of Arkansas?
For one thing, so many veterans that I talk to, just they want to grow their medicine so badly. You know, they want to be able to watch their plants grow, harvest their plants. And I mean, it's like Les and I talk about, and he said, Melissa, you just don't understand how therapeutic that is. And I said, well, that's why I'm fighting for you to be able to do that. But being able to grow, some veterans have had a difficult time finding someone to write their certification. They can't get it at the VA, and a lot of doctors will not write a certification. This way, they will have a better chance to find someone to write a certification. Most APRNs that I've talked to are so excited about this being on the ballot and hoping it passes, because they are so supportive of medical marijuana. And I think it'll make it easier for veterans to be able to get their card.
Leslie has another follow-up.
So with all of this in mind, what do you think the next steps are?
Well, once we get our signatures and get this passed in November, as I said, there's already a recreational written. It's the one that I wrote for 2022. I will make a few changes on it. Number one, I'll increase the number of plants, and I'll increase the amount of plants and product for expungement. But that is my next goal. I know that if I don't do it, or if people that I trust don't do it, the industry will do it, and they will do whatever is best for them, not best for people in Arkansas. So I will work to change that, work to get expungement done, open it up, but at the same time, in that amendment, it protected patients and it protected the medical program. And that is my biggest concern. Recreational is not so much my ultimate goal as far as that's the most important thing. The most important thing to me is to make sure that patients that need it, whether it be PTSD or pain, and because I know so many of you come home with extreme pain, with injuries, that taking opioids and taking opioids and taking opioids makes you such a zombie, you can't enjoy life. And if you can use cannabis instead of all those things, you actually have a life. You can function. You can interact with your family. You can be happy. So to me, the recreational is not so much a priority for me, except for the fact that if I write it, I know that the patients will be protected first. There will be an expungement, and it will be a better program for everybody concerned, not just the industry.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Leslie?
Yeah, Melissa, do you think there's an importance between, or differentiation between natural cannabis and synthetic cannabis?
Oh, absolutely. You know, when we first started this in 2011, all these doctors came up, well, you don't need marijuana. We have Marinol. Well, Marinol is a synthetic. There is nothing in it that has healing properties. There are no cannabinoids. There is nothing in it natural, so it's not going to do the same thing as cannabis does. You know, our bodies are made up of cannabinoids. Cannabis is made up of cannabinoids. When you take that into your body, it connects with your cannabinoids and helps heal your body. Marinol does nothing but help your pain. And that's not what so many patients use it for. So many patients use it to heal their body. So there's no comparison between the synthetic and the actual natural plant.
Peggy had kind of a question. I think I can formulate this. We have in California, I own and operate a medical cannabis dispensary, and we're able to do charitable giving, which is something we have been able to do, and one that is part of our state law. So please do consider in the future the availability to allow for Arkansas and Arkansas businesses to donate product for either low income or for free, so that they can donate it to veterans and other patients who are in need. Because you spoke earlier specifically to the cost. That's one of the things as a patient I understand, as well as I know that as a 100% disabled veteran, I have a certain amount of money I am given each month, and that has to meet all my expenses. And the cost of cannabis is very high, and people cannot afford it. So please, if you can, keep in mind in the future to find a way to write into Arkansas law, so that those people who, as you're talking to, not only need it medically, they also need the financial relief in the time. As we know, congratulations, you got stage 4 cancer. Now you have to deal with all the other realities that come with it. Having access to free or low income access cannabis is really helps out people at a greater need, because currently they're already having to decide between my pills or my food or my rent, and that on top of that. So we are kind of unique in the United States that do that. I would love to see that happen potentially in Arkansas, so that those that can't afford, that are meet the criteria of low income by these standards within the state, then can then meet access. Here in California, we have veterans groups that get together, like Compassionate Cannabis, Weed for Warriors, Veterans Cannabis Coalition. They all have areas where they actually go to different businesses and get donated cannabis, and then go to a dispensary and then distribute it out of the dispensaries to the patients directly. So just wanted you to keep that in mind.
We actually, with the one that I wrote that I will resubmit, I've moved all the taxes. The taxes will go to pre-K and to public schools, and a big portion of it will go to pay for veterans medicine, to pay for their cards, and for low income and veterans to be able to get their cannabis. That tax dollars will pay for their medicine for low income and for veterans. That was very important to me, because there are so many low income people and so many veterans. Y'all served our country. You've come home broken, hurt, and trying to put your lives back together. And then, like you said, then you walk into a dispensary and they're asking $200 for medicine. So that was one thing. I think I put like 30% of the sales tax would go to veterans and low income. So that is already, once I get that done and we can get that done, that will be in there to protect you.
Outstanding. We appreciate that greatly. Next up will be Councilmember Laughter.
Yeah, Melissa, you're a great example of a mom who's fighting for her child, and you've set a wonderful example. I'm wondering, would you be willing to talk about what the folks who might view this, particularly in Arkansas, but in other states as well, to do to prevent influencers from outside your state funding and preventing the kind of laws that you would like to see? What can all of us do, not just you, a hero, but all of us. Help us out.
That's a good question. And this time around, I don't think we'll have as much opposition. Now I know when I do the next one, which is going to be recreational and of stronger medical, they're going to come at us from every direction. The only thing I know is what we've done so far. I mean, they have fought us tooth and nail from the very get-go. You know, this was the devil's drug, and nobody needed it, and it wasn't really for medicine. It was just to get high. So we have fought this time and time again. And even though back in 2011, we had so much opposition, the benefit for being here in Arkansas is we have the most amazing volunteers that you will ever want to meet. They have been right with us ever since 2011. And even though people put a lot of money in it, you would be surprised at how much influence the average person has. You know, we brought veterans in to talk to the legislators and to interview and to do big rallies where we brought veterans in. We brought parents with children with seizure disorders. We brought in people that stayed in constant extreme pain, that have known that medical cannabis will help their pain levels much better than all the opioids. They're able to be better citizens, better parents, better spouses, you know, and so I think that is a huge way that you counterattack these groups that come in, this what is it, STOP, I think it is, that come in, START, what are they? START, whatever they're called, that come in and they're so anti-cannabis. And of course they came in against us, but we overpowered them. You know, the voice of people sometimes is much, much stronger than money. You know, the recreational last time spent $20 million. We spent $400. Not 400 million, $400. And we were able to kill a bill that would have been horrible for Arkansas. So the way that we counteract it and fight it is we, the people, get out there and fight it.
All right. Peggy has a follow-up, which is one which is quite important.
If you know this, you may not know this, Melissa, but do you perchance know why our governor has formed a group in opposition of the cannabis?
She's against anything. I mean, she's against everything. She is probably the most horrible governor we have ever had as far as the people. I mean, even the Republicans are getting really fed up with her. You know, the things that she's doing and the things that she's trying to do are horrible. I think she's afraid of all of us, to be very frank. You know, not only do we have the marijuana this time around, but we have the FOIA bill, the abortion bill, the period project, the school bill, and all of those things she's terrified of. She doesn't want people to be able to question why she spent $19,000 for a lectern. She doesn't want anybody to question how she got to go to the Super Bowl and stay in these nice fancy hotels and have box seats and all of this. She didn't want any of that. She didn't want the cannabis to be better. But you know what? She didn't like us using marijuana, but she sure likes our money. And they took the tax dollars that they were using was going to UAMS. Now it's supposed to go to school luncheons for children, for low-income kids to be able to eat lunch for free, because so many of them get 2 slices of bread and a little thin piece of cheese. And that's just wrong on so many levels. Well, they did this and it sounded really good, But the schools apparently have to jump through so many hoops to get that money. And if they don't get through the hoops in time, well, that money all goes back to the general fund, which gives her the ability to cut taxes for the rich and screw us poor people. And I think that's her biggest thing. As a matter of fact, we're trying to join together all of the initiatives right now, and all of us work together to get everybody on the ballot. It's kind of like no man left behind. We all make it, or none of us will make it. And it's, excuse my word, well, I'm not going to say it because this is going to be in public, but we had a real nice name for what we were going to call our group in the background on what we're saying to her and what we're sending her. A great big finger. But I think that's it. I think she doesn't have control of it, and her far, far, far right wing, ultra super religious thing, she just thinks marijuana is horrible, and she just doesn't know. She's ignorant.
Well, she also knows, she's quite wise in the ways of how things work. She knows that cannabis on the ballot is going to bring a lot of people to the ballot box. Already was going to, with the, is already going to be with, women's health issues already going to be dominating, the issue. And as you stated, there's quite a few others, but it's also a testament to your success, as well as that, your enemies are, already preparing against you, which is a compliment to your hard work. So I don't think you have the truth on your side, and, you just stick to that. You'll be just fine.
We're actually bringing more and more legislators to our way of thinking. When we first started this, oh my gosh, back in 2011, the legislators they were just in arms, the fact that we were trying to get medical marijuana passed. And once we passed it in 2016, when we went to the legislature to fight for the rules and regulations in 2017, I would walk in the room and it was like, they would get their, make their crosses that is coming in. But believe it or not, I get more and more calls every day with legislators, and thank y'all, because the veterans have made the difference. The veterans call their legislators and they ask them hard questions about medical marijuana and why things aren't this way and why things aren't that way. And more of those legislators are calling me and saying, okay, I have these veterans. How can I help them with this? Which is huge, because they were the very people that would stand up and testify against me in the legislative committees on me trying to get rules and regulations to protect this program. So we're making progress. It's slow. It's not nearly as much as I would like, but we are making progress. And I think the more we're out there in their faces, the more they're going to realize that this is what Arkansas needs. And like I said, we're not going to give up until we have what we want.
And that's how it should be. Councilmember Crowitz, he has a question.
Yeah, thanks, Etienne. I had sort of a follow-up just based on your, basically everything, your life experiences and how you got to where you are and what you're doing. It raises a question for me. Sort of think about it like mental engineering for a second. But a lot of the work that we've been doing as veterans in the cannabis space has been geared towards the day when the pharmacy at the VA will eventually handle cannabis. And, wouldn't it suck if that's the day that the doctors at the VA decide to start learning about cannabis, sort of driving our agenda. But thinking about that, the cannabis products that are going to show up and are showing up in the pharmacy are a trickle, if you want to call it a trickle. In all this time, there's only one and potentially another and maybe another, so let's say 3 products in the pipeline realistically that are going to be available in the next foreseeable future, just as a off the cuff estimate. That's not enough. That's if you look at the cannabis products that are available in a good dispensary, maybe there's 150, 200 products. A lot of that's just duplication or different varieties of the same thing. But let's say there's 50, really individually different, substantially different products that may give a patient different results. How do you see us sort of navigating this? Because of cannabis being illegal for so long, we can't just do what we should do with it, which is treat it like any other herbal medicine. It doesn't quite fit in the FDA model, but then it doesn't quite just fit in the no model FDA model either. So we're struggling a little bit, frankly, to try to figure out how to handle cannabis medicine in the future for veterans in the big picture, millions of veterans, especially in our VA system. So anyway, just with that big setup for such a short question, what do you kind of see for how this might evolve?
That's it. It's kind of excuse me, it's kind of a double-edged sword. My biggest fear is once the pharmaceutical companies get a hold of it, they will destroy it. I mean, to be real honest, they will. Now, I know there was a company, GW Pharmaceuticals, that did some wonderful work. And I actually, when I retired, I took all of my 401k and rolled it into stock. And I invested everything in GW Pharmaceuticals because they were creating medications made from the plant. Everything was natural in it. They spun it down, they put it in spray bottles and made a true medical cannabis product. Unfortunately, they got bought out. I don't know I've never have been able to find out what happened to them. I don't know if their product is still on the market. But my biggest fear about the pharmaceutical companies doing it is that they will do more in the line of Marinol rather than true natural cannabis. My hope is that it will become federally legal and the VA will be able to offer a dispensary, for veterans where they can get their medication for free through the VA. That is my hope. My hope is that the federal government will finally quit fighting. And, the Republicans have a great bill. The Democrats won't support it. The Democrats have a great bill. The Republicans won't support it. And then when they get a bipartisan bill, the outliers get all bent out of shape and won't support it. So my hope is that the federal government will finally open their eyes, legalize it, where the VA can actually say, we're going to create a dispensary for our patients. And they'll be able to come and get their medicine just like they get any other of their medications. As a veteran, without all the hassles and all the extra expense and the legalities of it. That's my hope, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the pharmaceutical company will be wonderful and create a great product, but I don't trust the pharmaceutical companies very much. Did that answer it?
Michael says yes. Yeah. You can just also imagine the funny names they're going to come out with it. It already has funny names, but they'll just come up with just abhorrent, just names alone. All right, Councilmember Jones, you've got to follow up.
Yes, my follow-up is, I don't know if our current laws allow for this, but I've always found it kind of odd how the cannabis that they confiscate, they burn, or they did in the 80s and 90s, and I don't know if they still do it, but that seems like a waste of man-hours and a waste of a natural plant that will decompose and turn back into soil if taken into the wild. My question to you is, are there any contingency plans to see that if they do bring in cannabis or natural plants from this point on, if perchance, since we have all these national parks and we have chronic wasting diseases and other diseases in mammals, since cannabis works for all animals, mammals across the board, can we see if there's a way to dump the cannabis back out in the wild so maybe it'll start helping our wildlife rehabilitate as well?
That's a good question. Now, in the amendment that I've been trying to write for later for the next cycle, one thing I put in there is Gary and I have been touring a lot of the cultivation facilities. We wanted to see how they were processing it, what they were doing to make sure it was safe and all that. And in every one of them, we would see these huge bags of trim and leaves and stuff being thrown out. And I was like, what do y'all do with that? And they said, we have to destroy it. And I was like, that's ridiculous. I have a dairy goat farm. I'm a little farmer, and I have goats, I have horses, I have donkey, all of those things. And I was like, why can't we take that waste and turn it into feed pellets to feed our livestock? I think it was Oklahoma. There was a group that did some research where they did just that and said the animals had a higher protein level. They didn't have all of the chemicals in their system from the food. The animals were healthier. Everything about it was positive. And when I first started talking to them, when we were getting this amendment done, one thing I was trying to get to do is for them to allow to do it. And they were like, oh, no, our government doesn't want you to do that. And I was like, well, our government doesn't want us to have marijuana, period. That's why we're doing a ballot initiative. So, if we're going to make them mad, let's just make them a little madder. But they wouldn't go for that. But the next amendment will have that in there, because I want to see that waste, like you said, instead of being put in the dumps and just create more waste, take that. I mean, look at the businesses that would create. You would have a whole new industry creating these feed pellets for animals from the waste from the products that the cannabis creates. And it's a win-win for everybody.
I have a Michael Krautz. I think you can tell this story. We had a friend of ours who actually raised livestock and actually chickens with hemp, and then entered them into a. Go ahead, Michael. Tell the story.
Yeah, this was one. I wish Al Byrne was here because he's a little bit closer to it, our fellow council member. But evidently, they fed these chickens exclusively cannabis seeds. It wasn't just that it was a portion of their food. They were hemp-fed chickens, and they brought them to not just any chicken, barbecue taste test contest, but law enforcement oriented taste test contest. And it didn't just win, it blew everybody's minds how much better this chicken was than everybody else's chicken. So, it's probably not that hard to come up with really, really good tasting chicken by feeding them really good food. But the fact that it's hemp seed and that it was remarkably good chicken, I think makes the story that much better. And there is a video somewhere of this. Evidently, the entire experiment is captured in a video somewhere. So hopefully our council will find that eventually and put it up.
If you find it, send it to me. I would love to watch it and show it to a few legislators. But, I mean, it does make sense. Yeah. It makes sense to use that product to have healthier animals. When I have to go buy feed, there are so many byproducts in it, and I hate it. But I don't have the room to grow, my own food for them.
Well, you also raise goats, correct?
Yes.
So they eat a protein feed, correct?
Well, it's mostly alfalfa. What I feed them is mostly alfalfa, corn, and different grains.
So, but if you were able to, hemp seed, once it's pressed down and made into cakes, that is very high protein. It also has the omega-3, 6, and 9. So all those in combination also make because some states are also lobbying to use its hemp seeds as a feed for animals. And of course, that was, if you go back to the 1930s and the 1937 act, when they were trying to actually make cannabis illegal, they actually used the birds singing as an excuse to keep hemp seeds legal. That if they stopped, it's quote they actually quoted saying if they took hemp seeds out of the bird seeds, the birds would stop singing. And out of that, they kept bird seeds fully exempted, and they're imported and steam sterilized until we had a U.S. hemp industry, and we imported them from China for the most part. So it is something that it could be very beneficial to farmers like yourself, because you're able to raise a lean, happy goat on a very simple plant seed feed. I use here I'm not even pretending. I use sheep milk and goat yogurt because I find it better for me than necessarily others. So anything that you can do that's more natural that we can absorb as humans, the better. Right, you try to do that with your goat. So this is the same thing that by having just another actual resource, because when you're growing hemp, on average, if you're growing hemp properly, one plant can have anywhere from 1 to 3 cups of seed per plant when grown in the industrial methodologies where you're not separating the males from the females. So that's one reason why they've not been able to eradicate cannabis, is because they would come and spray it with all this weed killer, and all the seeds would, a ton of seeds would fall into the dirt, and it's not affected by the weed killer by that next summer when it comes around, and it's already 30 feet high and all along the seed banks from Ohio all the way out to Oregon, still to this day. So it's a real thing that
Yeah.
do not forget that when legalization happens, is the farmers can greatly benefit from the access to the seed feed. And that is actually, by seeing what this other particular state is doing, seems to be a new frontier and something, since you are a farmer, and that's part of something to keep your eye on in the future. So
Well, it's really funny. I was telling you about my son, and he started a equine therapy program at home. And I had gotten a horse. I'd saved a horse from a kill pen. And so he got the idea that he could save some of these horses and start an equine program for disabled kids and also troubled kids. And so he got several horses, and when he got them, I don't know if you've ever seen some of them that come from a kill pen, but if they've been there for a while, they're in horrible shape. They're skin and bones, they're sores on them, they're awful. And he would get one and he would bring it to me to fatten up and to get healthy. And we had worked on the hemp bill here in Arkansas, which the legislature completely destroyed. But we had made friends with some hemp farmers, and I was getting the pure concentrated hemp oil from just big jars of it from some of these hemp farmers. And I was taking like 1/4 of a cup of this pure hemp oil, mixing it with another oil and putting it on their food. It was unbelievable how quickly they healed, how quickly they started putting on weight. Their coats got gorgeous and healthy. They got healthy. It was unbelievable. And the only thing I was doing different from what my son was doing and what a few other people that had gotten horses from there were doing is the hemp, the concentrated hemp oil. And it was unbelievable how much better these animals got and how much quicker they got so much healthier by using the hemp oil. So I'm right there with you, and that will be part of the next bill.
all right, well, thank you very much. And I can't thank you enough for coming out tonight, Melissa. That's Melissa Foltz with the Arkansas for Patient Access.
Thank you so much for letting me come.
Hey, this has been an absolutely fascinating conversation. We appreciate what you're doing. and we hope that you'll come back and check with us in the future. Let us know how it goes and how things went, and hopefully we'll be celebrating. I would like to thank our council members, Peggy Jones, Michael Crowitz, Leslie Fries, and Wade Laughter, and of course, Melissa Foltz. I'm Etienne Fontaine. I am your moderator for this evening once again. And this has been roundtable number 74 for the Veterans Action Council with Melissa Foltz and the Arkansas for Patient Access. So thank you very much, Melissa.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Melissa.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
All right. Well, Caramel Cup 2024, 11th annual. We're going to get into pre-rolls now.
Not bother me.
Pre-roll judge kits.
And he doesn't smoke much.
Yeah.
Got bad breath.
Open it up.
I have a question for everybody at the table.
Okay, question.
On a regular day, how many doobies do you smoke? You can not answer if you want.
Oh, I don't know. 6, 8. Here, Tessa.
I'd say a dozen.
10.
I don't know. That's the first thing I do when I wake up.
Yeah, I'm somewhere around 10 to 12.
Yeah.
There are days where it's fewer.
Yeah, and more, I'm sure.
Correct.
Some days.
Like today?
Like today. I'm already at my limit. And it's only 2:30. So
we have here, they are tubes with the number
on.
on.
Cool. Uh-oh.
And
two down.
The buds, they all look the same.
We wait until after we eat.
Oh. Did you want to do that? I don't know how long until it's ready.
There's one behind you.
It could be, yeah.
Well, you come and see because I'm not one for barbecuing.
So she's not. I do the barbecue.
I turned it up a bit.
Deb's coming over to help you.
Oh, thanks, Al.
Oh, I thought that's what you were doing getting up.
Come on, but can I?
We don't eat hamburgers.
So with this, with the pre-rolls, the testing includes overall visual appeal. So what does the pre-roll look like?
Oh, okay, I get you.
And it's width on one end, right? So like that last bud. Sorry, you missed that.
I'm on rolls, not pre-rolls.
For comment.
There are 14 questions in total.
Wow. Same questions.
Yeah. Overall visual appeal, quality of
Better hurry up.
roll.
Right, hamburger. We're gonna have them ate pretty soon.
Selection of rolling paper.
You put it back in the
Yeah, I was reading those questions. There's going to be some.
The depth, you put it back in the
Yeah. Well, it comes down to what the producer uses, right?
I'm going to fill it up, Bob.
Not everybody uses the same stuff.
The one thing I hate about some of the
Closer
pre-rolls.
to the mic, Al. We can barely hear you.
Well, yeah, I see that. Yeah, the longer filters than the actual canvas. Selection of rolling paper. Selection of filter. So everything's probably going to have a filter on it. You know, people don't like non-filters because they get cannabis in the mouth. Well, what are you doing when you make some butter and you put it in your?
Yeah, I don't know.
You know, some people leave the cannabis buds in their butter, and then they make their product.
I definitely don't care about filters at all.
I don't use
Yeah, me either. I don't like filters at
I
all.
don't use one. I've been making them.
I don't even like pre-rolls, to be honest.
So we got
just tear it off the side of a cigarette pack or rolling paper pack.
Yeah. Can you do that with your gazette?
That's my second favorite thing about these packs is
They're pretty strong. Yeah. That's why I asked. Can you do it with the gazette?
If I cut it and then split the gazette sheet in half, and then it can roll.
Yeah. You gotta take scissors to it, so it's stiff. Yeah.
It's a bit of charge.
Now, as far as there's a selection of filters. Dry inhale taste. Okay, so that means it's gotta go around to everybody, and everybody takes a dry inhale before we light it. Right? Okay. And then similar question: does the aroma translate to taste? The smoking experience, harsh to smooth, ash color. This isn't the second half. It's similar to the second half.
Yeah.
Tamara asked a question out.
Who?
Tamara.
Hi, Tamara. 6 strains of flour, 2 different packages, right?
7.
No, there's 7 strains of flour, and there's actually 8. Oh, sorry. There are 3 cannabis bud judging kits that are flour. In each kit is 7 strains, and they're individually wrapped. Right here. Today we are testing one. We're testing a bud strain. We tested the bud flour, 7 strains with 15 questions.
Those are indica, right?
Those were indica. Al's been letting us know about the sativas, and then now we're on to the pre-rolls. And these are submitted by licensed producers. I have no clue whether they're a sativa or an indica or a hybrid. It's just
really? Okay.
Just one category. I see smoke at the barbecue, so I thought I'd better just check
Oh,
it.
jeez.
Better check it out.
I thought Deb was right there.
Okay. And it's good to see, like, they're in the tube, so they should be well protected. Now, there's no reason for them to be squished or anything along that line.
I'm curious if they got those mini Bovitas in there. A lot of times they have those mini moisture packs in the tubes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I like the Bovitas.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Cannabis Coffee with me. How's everybody doing today? So I'm I made it today. Honestly, last week I probably gapped and forgot, and I apologize for that. But I just my brain, I've been having some real issues with my attention deficit, to be fair, and I needed to up my medication apparently, and I did. So things are getting a little better right at the moment, but that's that for my lousy excuse for not showing up last week. I have Alexa set. Like, honestly, even today I was sitting in my bed watching the news, and she went off at 11:30 saying, "Shooty!" And I went, "Oh, fuck." Right? Oh, yeah, I remember now. So, that's my life. And I used to call it Alzheimer's, but I don't call it Alzheimer's anymore. I honestly believe that it's got a lot to do with the attention deficit for so many years and not having a lot of clarity or organizational skills. Figured that I was a multitasker, which was great, but nothing ever got done. And I would chalk it up to, I would call it Alzheimer's. I'd say, oh, maybe I smoked so much, too much today or whatever, my mind, right? But what it boils down to is a lot of it has to do hand in hand with attention deficit. And not that makes me feel any better, but it makes me feel a little more less thinking that it was all about, the memory loss due to this, right? Because that's not necessarily always the case. So they're also finding that, cannabis can help with removing the plaque on the plaque that builds up for Alzheimer's. So those are some studies that are being done right now that I, am made aware of. But that being said, let's add to my memory loss. I wouldn't say it's memory loss. I call it squirrel brain, I guess, more than anything. But again, like, it's just a matter of me bouncing all over the place all the time, and it's frustrating for me. I can't imagine it being frustrating to anybody else that has to work with me or be around me, because it's frustrating enough for me. So even with doing the show too, bouncing from topic to topic and not really finishing off and interrupting, right? That was a big thing when I first started doing podcasting, was the interrupting Al and not really realizing what I was doing. But now it's a little more clear as to the behavioral, and I'm hoping to get better at that. I don't know. You have to ask Al. This is another Al, because I've worked with both Als, right? And we're all in the same network again, because it's 420 pace, right? And we've got some new clips and stuff that Al's been working on. I asked him if he would put them in my feed. And it doesn't look like they've been added, but that's okay. We've got commercials and all kinds of other stuff that's been added. He's a busy guy. Like, he does a lot of behind the scenes stuff, right? Never mind, he travels around to those events and stuff and does live stuff in Ontario that I can't participate in, unfortunately, because I'm not here. And I wish I could. I wish I had the means and no responsibility, so I could just hop on a plane and go to Toronto and help and do some events with them. But I got too many responsibilities here with 4 legs, unfortunately, and nobody really to watch him. Taven's not quite old enough to be just left home alone for 4 days with a bunch of dogs. And he's just not. He's 14. He's just not. It's just not a thing yet. Maybe when he's 18 or 17, and hopefully by then he's made a decision to go on to school and do other things. I don't expect him to stay home so I can go do stuff and he can watch dogs. It's not in the plan. Not for him anyway. But there we go. So today my topic is cannabis revenue. And the reason why I'm talking about it is because a lot of people are seeming to have some misinformation being fed, and the fact that they think that the cannabis money is not we don't even know where it's going, right? We do. We absolutely know where it's going and how much is being revenued or generated, sorry. But most of it's going back into law enforcement, unfortunately, into these community safety standards task force and stuff that we necessarily don't really need. And I don't see here how they've hired any more agents to go around and inspect the stores. In fact, we have tobacco in my store, so we're under the same cannabis, alcohol, tobacco regulatory system as cannabis is. And my store had not been even looked at or what's the word, I guess, not rated, but inspected. That's it. Sorry, my brain. Hadn't been inspected in 5 years. Okay. So I was at work, I don't know, I think it was probably 3 weeks ago now. I walk into work and there's these people ripping through the store, through all the, like, underneath the counters and, through the cabinets and stuff in the back. And I'm like, what in the fuck is going on here? And they were doing a tobacco inspection. And honestly, the way they acted, you think that they were raiding the place. It was ridiculous. There's two of them in there, just ripping through shit, counting fucking this, tearing stuff off, out of the thing. Well, this one's this, and that. And then they found some like large cabana cigars that had been there for. My boss didn't even know they were there. Like, let's put it this way: they were probably there from the previous owner. They were stuffed in the back of a fucking drawer, and nothing like yeah. So they were giving her like, a rundown on not being able to sell these anymore. They weren't available anymore, blah, 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 and they shouldn't be. They weren't out in public view, okay? They were in a cabinet in the back room, fucking stuffed in a corner. Like, they were not out for public view. But they physically, like, took pictures of her throwing them in the garbage. Anyways, I could not imagine, if you were having a cannabis store, what kind of fucking bullshit they pull on you, to come in there and start fucking going through all your shit, and counting packages and count boxes. Like, I get it. I get they have to, keep under the regulation, but who are they hiring to do this stuff? Like, you know what I mean? Like Gestapo people? Like, what kind of, mentality do these people have? Yeah, hi, Peace Frog. Yes, I agree. Maybe, if your grandma, a lot of the older generation still believe in it's the devil's medicine or devil's lettuce. They don't think it's medicine, and unfortunately they're taking the opioids and taking all the pills and could possibly not say remove them all, because I'm not going to say stop taking your insulin and start smoking cannabis. I would never ever, and always check with your doctor first. I'm not a medical anything. I'm a medical patient. I've used cannabis for medical use, but I am not in any way, shape, or form involved in medicine. I couldn't stomach the medical field, right? But I have used cannabis for, I've had a pretty booming headache and still had to take an Advil. But there have been other headaches that I've had that this worked completely fine. So I think it depends too on you, the strain that you're using, yeah, and depending on the ailment as well, and what strain. And now that we have legalization, I guess, not in a perfect form in any way, shape, or form, but it's better than not having any access at all. But I'm also like, checking out the news and stuff and seeing that there was a place in, a cannabis store in the States that was raided and charged with, selling laced cannabis with fentanyl. So not everybody's ethical, even if they've gotten themselves into the legal regime, Canada or the States or somewhere, not everybody's ethical. And that's the unfortunate thing. And sure, background checks and all those fancy things were being done, but I found out the other day that, no record checks are being done at the stores where I was told I couldn't be hired because I had a criminal record. And meanwhile, I was told by one of the workers at one of the stores that they weren't even asked if they had a criminal record. So I guess it just, again, depends on the store and whether they want to actually give you the time of day. And apparently, I guess, this guy just figured he was not going to give me the time of day. I made the excuse that he couldn't hire me because I had a criminal record, which I'm now finding out is a whole pile of shit. They don't care. They don't even fucking ask, right? So why I'm working at a grocery store and not working at a cannabis retail store is probably the money. Because the cannabis stores literally pay minimum wage, and I'm being paid higher than minimum wage. So, and I don't have any drama, right? I don't have to deal with any other employees, which I like. So that's why I'm working at a grocery store, not a cannabis store. It comes down to money, because they're not paying these people what they should be paid. Like, they're paying them like 18. Well, minimum wage in British Columbia now is, I think, $18 an hour, 17.85 or something. They just raised it again. But again, I'm being paid more than that and have been for the last 2 years. Like, why would I sure, I love it, but I love the job that I've got too right now, right? So I don't know. It's a good job. It's a good job. I'm not upset with it. Sorry, my phone, and it's Harris. It's Harris. I'm just gonna tell him I'm on podcast, so he won't bother me anymore. It's not that he bothers me. All right. So we were gonna we were going to talk about cannabis revenue. So I have brought up a website here, or not a website, but I Googled. Well, Google's free. And honestly, I wish we would have had Google when I was a kid. But we also when the internet first came out, it was Ask Jeeves. Any of you guys remember that? Ask Jeeves. You see, you'd Google Ask, you'd not Google, but you'd punch in your question to Ask Jeeves, and he would come up with kind of like Google, but it was called Ask Jeeves. Okay, so we're gonna add this up here, and then I'm gonna go back over here. So it says here the revenue of the cannabis market in Canada is projected to reach U.S. cash. By the way, this is not in Canadian funds. This is in U.S. funds. 5.63 billion in 2024. It's expected to show an annual growth rate at CAGR 2024 to 2029 of 3.17%, resulting in a market value of 6.58 billion by 2029. All right, folks. So that being said, when you're asking where, all the tax money that, the feds are sending to the provinces that they're not using, because the fucking provincial governments are getting 75% of that, right? Right. I'll show you. Hang on. We'll go tax breakdown on cannabis in Canada. All right, here we go. Under the terms, okay, but I'll share this so you can see it, so you don't think that I'm just talking out my ass. It says right here, the combined rate of federal, provincial, and territorial cannabis, specifically duties and taxes, does not exceed the higher one. No, okay, that's not what I was looking for. I better go back here. I want to see the breakdown. You can claim the amount of cannabis oil, plants, seeds, or products purchased for medical purposes from a licensed producer on your CRA. That says that right there. That's not what I was looking for either. I wanted to see because I know it's a 75% breakdown. Federal excise duty tax, GST, HST, GST, PCO. Okay. Maybe I have to word it differently. How much is it? What percentage? That's what I'll ask. I'll ask Google. There we are. Right, black and white, just like I said. So again, you can see 75% right there. Okay, so you have to ask yourself. I know I asked myself, why? Why are the fucking provinces crying and whining for fucking money from the feds for housing, for anything? Really? Like, I mean, I know with our income tax rate, we have all these things that we have to pay for. But the cannabis, 75% of the taxes are going to the province. Right? And it says there in black and white. I'll add it again, just so you can see. 75%. Right? And I just said that they're making like 5.9 billion US a year. So 75% of that goes back to the provinces. Of course, there's 10 provinces, so they have to break it down. But they also are charging PST that goes directly back to the province, right? It's provincial sales tax. So then they're getting 75% of the federal income, and then they're getting another whatever the percentage from the provincial income. I just don't get it. I don't quite understand what in the actual fuck they think is going on. And I think that most of them really need to reevaluate what they're doing, because like I said, when you're looking at the revenue on it, 75% of that goes back to the provinces, right? So again, and then they're also collecting the PST on that, on $5.9 billion US. What? So as everybody's, and then in British Columbia, we also have a 20% vape tax on top of that. So again, you're looking at the facts that we're getting, 75%, 25% stays to on the federal level, okay? 25% of fly, but the rest is going back to the provinces. And they're asking for more money. And they're screaming about fucking overreach. Pardon? And this is one of the things, like when we legalized, and never mind that it had to do with everything to do with access. It had everything to do with revenue, tax money, so that would go back into education, healthcare, infrastructure, all the things that we were lacking in Canada at the time, right? Because in 2015 things kind of changed a little bit for us. But again, we were always, that was the message when we first started pushing this, was show them the money, right? We'd sit with Kelly and we go, show them the money, like the old whatever McGuire with old Tom Cruise there, show them the money. Hi folks. And that's exactly what we did. And again, now you see the revenues coming from 2024 to 2029 will be $6.8 billion US. Okay. And then a progressive growth of 3.17%. Now, all that revenue is going back into the general coffers, right? 25% for the feds, and then 75% to the province. Where the fuck's the money? And I've been asking that for months, right? I think I have a hashtag that says, where's the plant cash, right? Like, where are they putting this cash? And then you go and you Google more and you do a little more digging and investigating, and that's not going into their pockets, it's going into law enforcement. Treatment and recovery, okay. For cannabis, I don't know many people that need treatment and recovery for that. But where are all the treatment centers and all these things, and with addiction and safe injection sites? Where's the money for that then? Why is that not going there? And again, this isn't a misappropriation by the federal government. This is misappropriation by the provincial governments, right? Because they're the ones that are collecting not just PST, but 75% of the general and off of that plant money, right? Cannabis. Can't say I'm on TikTok. Plant money, right? So again, we're talking about the plant, right? And I'm on I do a podcast every Monday, and I'm actually on it live right now. And I just thought I'd let you join in for a few minutes, and I'm not sure how long they'll let me stay on here because of the fact that I'm talking about something that's legal in Canada, but not legal in some states in the US, but not legal all over the world. But it should be. But we're talking about the revenue that has been coming out of that for the Canadian government, right? And the Canadian government is making 75 the provinces are getting 75%, right? And the feds only keep 25%. So we're talking about where's the money? And I've been saying this also to you. You've seen probably on here as well that I've asked where's the plant money, right? Now, if you want to join me, I'm on Facebook. I'm on Pace Radio Network in my studio, or you can keep following here. But I'll be looking at the other screen because I'm actually doing a show. Anyways, back to what I was talking about. So again, we are talking about, the fact of the matter is, where are the treatment centers then? So if it's going into law enforcement and then it's going, supposed to going back into treatment recovery. So, the project would be like asking your MLAs and asking your provincial governments where the fuck the money is. I can't make it more clear than that in reality, because when they're taking that much out of billions and billions of dollars, and then you've got people screaming about inflation and this and that and everything else. I agree. It's been pretty tight, but the bank, rates have come down. But again, when you're making that much money off, so you think about that portion of it, okay? Never mind tobacco, alcohol, gambling, that little ministry, right? Liquor control, control, plant control, water control, blah, blah. And I deal with all of it now. Like I've got, except for the liquor portion, because we don't have that. But again, when you think about the revenue that's generated from that entity alone, okay? Never mind our income tax. That's just a drop in the bucket, right? Never mind the GST and the PST. We're talking revenue off sin taxes, okay? I think is what they call them, off the things that people, use. So if you added, the other illegal substances, full drug reform, I believe in full drug reform. I actually believe that we should be manufacturing and producing everything that we need, because the safe supply right now is hitting back to the streets, because the safe supply is not the drug of choice. And I've said that several times too. People are not going to the pharmacy and getting meth or getting whatever that they buy off the street, right? They're getting opioids. They're getting an 8 milligram hydromorphines, I think, so many a day is how the safe supply is working for opiate. Or you're taking Suboxone, methadone, trying to, wean yourself off. But those are still synthetic, right? Opioids, right? So again, doesn't matter how you look at it. And safe supply is something that they're getting in pill form. And if you're not an IV user, I don't think that that's very helpful. Like if you're somebody that's smoking meth or smoking fentanyl, or I've never seen fentanyl, to be honest. I have never even seen it, and I'm good with that. But I'm not sure how it's used. But again, that's why the safe supply is ending up in. I was watching something last week where in northern British Columbia, somebody had been charged with, when they raided her house, she had a large supply of safe supply, in with some of their illicit, street drugs. And if you're not supplying them with the drug of choice, like meth, right, crack, cocaine, whatever they're using, they are going to continue to make it so it's an illicit substance and going for the illicit substance. So, I know, like I said, nobody wants to hear this, right? Nobody wants to hear, but nobody wanted to hear it about cannabis either. But Stephen Harper started this shit show when he wanted to take away our rights to be able to grow our own medicine, right? So he started these huge manufacturing setups, these licensed production sites, right? Like taking from the model of Flin Flon. Right? Folks, you guys remember that? Because you do. I know, as anybody that has been along for the ride since, 2000s, they know how this whole shit show went. And then we took them to court, right? So we were able to get our licensing back. But by that time, we already had these huge producers like Tilray and Aurora and Tweed and all these big places going. There wasn't enough licensed patients to maintain them, right? So hence the other avenue, because these are big corporations. In fact, these are like on the stock market corporations that are now producing cannabis, right? Sorry, plant. I'm sure it's been, But again, if you start manufacturing, and like I said, I know nobody wants to hear this, start manufacturing the street drugs like meth, like cocaine, but making it so that they're tested. There's no poisons in them, that they're actually pure, but not pure enough that they're going to kill somebody. You understand what I'm saying, right? Because you can't be sticking any pure heroin in your arm either and not expecting to overdose, right? And then from there, you need safe injection housing or safe supply housing for these houseless people, like they have in downtown Vancouver with one of the hotels, that they can consume and have medical staff on site. And then they also have the ability to detox and recovery steps forward too, if that's a choice. But in reality, people are always going to use drugs. I'm sorry. Prostitution's the oldest in the book, right? Since the beginning of time. That's not going away either. You had to make that safe, right? Pass some laws, regulate it a little bit. So again, this is not going on. As much as I'd like to say, poof, everybody's trauma and everything's going to go away and nobody's ever going to want to use drugs again, or nobody's ever going to be in an accident and have to take opioids for pain and never get addicted to that, okay? That's not going to happen, folks. It's just not. So I think that our best bet to actually solve this problem is to make it safe and have places that are safe, and then use that $5.9 billion US for treatment and building these safe supply and safe housing, whether it's tiny homes, whether it's an apartment building, whether it's an old hotel. And again, I've said this before too, you're not going to get them all, right? There are going to be ones that either slip through the cracks or just don't want to be involved, okay? Any form of regulation, any form of, but if they can't get what they need off the street, they're going to have to go into that crack store, right? I don't know what you're going to call them, you call it what you want. And the regulations are going to have to be skin tight. And the people that run them are going to have to be, I would think, pharmacists maybe for this one, like, or people that have some sort of medical training, honestly, because you're dealing with, illicit drugs, right? You're dealing with heroin, you're dealing with opioids, you're dealing with cocaine, you're dealing with, I don't know all of them because, LSD, acid, there's, mushrooms too? Like, do you put them all, how you break that down, right? But again, these are things that we should be discussing with our MPs, with our MLAs, instead of spewing out misinformation about how the Liberal government wants to, legalize crack. Yes, actually, yes, we do. Because then it's safe and regulated and off the streets and away from the children. Yeah, okay. Whatever, restricted, I don't give a fuck. Because it's a fact. You don't like the facts about drug reform. That sucks. But it's fact. And I'm doing another show. You're just like hanging out. And I can say whatever I want on this other network. But again, facts are people are not going to stop doing drugs. It's just a fact. And it's an unfortunate fact. But the best thing that we can do for people is to help them, not discriminate against them, not stigmatize them, not make it so it's so unattainable to get treatment that it costs exuberant amounts of money to get the help that they need, because a lot of them need mental health help. And if you don't have any benefits, or if you can't get a spot at in your provincial for mental health services, because addiction's a mental health problem, it's a medical problem. We need our medical community to step up and start. And I know there are, like, I'm not knocking any of them, because we have some really good resources in our province, but not enough. Like, I'm not knocking the resources that we've got. We just need more. And we need more teachers, and we need more staffing and pre-K and educations that maybe find these children that fall through the cracks for trauma and stop it in its tracks, because there's so many things that lead up to addiction. Again, a bad car accident can lead somebody to addiction. And that's the unfortunate thing, like pain. It's not always trauma, right? It can be physical trauma. And then, your body, right? So again, there are so many arms and tentacles to drug reform and law reforms, and how we help people with trauma and mental health issues. And the revenues that we're making off one should be then filtered to the other. And like I said, when they say they're using that resource for treatment, where's the treatment, right? And that's my biggest thing is where are these treatment centers that they're setting up? In fact, we've got a fire burning where one of probably the best ones is in the province right now. And I don't know if it's gonna survive that fire. And it's one of the best ones in the province where I live. It's a really good treatment center. And they're in the middle of a forest fire. So again, where's the revenues? Where's the money? Where's the plant money? And like I said, I've been saying that for a long time. Anyways, it's that time where we thank our sponsors, because if we don't have any shows. And they're a terrific bunch. So we're going to take a quick commercial break, and I will be back in a flash. Gotta find them. This one.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, I'm back, and I paused because we run commercials, and I definitely would have got in trouble for this. They're just not, they're not TikTok friendly. Sorry. Anyways, so we're back, and I was doing some more crime rate looking at, because of the fact the matter of, Al and I did a whole show on the new Cannabis Act review that was just done recently. Sorry. And crime rates were down by 95% for possession, right? So I'm going to pull this up again. I think this is the right one. Oh, shit. Let me see. Yeah. So right in here, oh, these are all just crime rates. This is the one I wanted. Here. Because I'm going to have to go back here and grab this other page, sorry. Too many windows open, as usual. Yeah. Okay, so on this one here, we got a dog scratching. See, the bad part about these are 2020 stats, and I don't know why they're 2020 stats. Like, I'm not quite understanding why we don't have any newer stats in here. Let me see if I can bring up the year, and it'll give me some different information. This is Statistics Canada. Please reporting crime stats. Oh, okay, here we go. Okay, so nuts, we're talking like I don't want to see that. Violent crimes, no. This is actually a page from Stats Canada. This is actually Stats Canada's page here. This is the government of Canada. This is the government of Canada. Survey statistics. This is pretty interesting. I don't think I've ever seen this page before. Oh my God, that dog is going to drive me insane. because it gives you the stats on everything, like non-violent, violent, national child exploitation, like Jesus. Understanding. Okay, so it gives me a thing on how to understand this thing. Key trending. Crime severity. I don't want to see that either. Jesus Christ. Oh, rate of frauds and extortion to rise. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, we already knew that. That's all that fucking fuckface is talking about. Hate crimes are up. No shit. Looking for cannabis. I'm not looking for. There is so much information on here. Like, wow. They have an app. StatsCan has an app. Oh, that's funny. I want to see cannabis. I'm not seeing cannabis. It's not saying anything here about cannabis. It's like this is Stats Canada for crime, but I'm not seeing anywhere where like there's a lot of different. Maybe if I write, maybe I'll just go here and that and see if I can see what it comes up with. Contact us if you sales of cannabis by Liquor Cannabis Authority, National Cannabis Survey. Net income, cannabis consumption, the Daily National Survey, cannabis abuse, cannabis addiction counseling. That's 2023. Oh, shit. Hang on a second. I'm going to mute myself and yell at dogs. Sorry. Oh, you got the full. Sorry. Anyway, sorry. Yeah. I've got the shit show. Anyways, I'm still, like I said, I'm not really seeing a lot of abuse and counseling examples 2023. Classifying alcohol and cannabis sales. But I'm not seeing anywhere where it's like there's no stats for crime, cannabis crime. Here, I'll put that in. Crime and justice stats. Okay. This is 2024. Okay, let's look at this. Here, let me in. Thank you. Okay, so here we are. Crime. Oh my goodness. I don't know what's going on. Hang on a second. Wow, I'm sorry, folks. Sorry about that. I don't know what he's doing. Hang on. Again. Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what's going on with my dogs. Besides Stitches in the kitchen, and he's losing his mind, and that's probably causing everybody grief. But I might have to pause here and go and get him. Okay, so we're looking at this. I put crime and justice statistics in here, and I put in cannabis crimes, and I'm looking. Cannabis Stats Hub. Here we are. All right, Cannabis Stats. Oh, see, they have a Cannabis Stats Hub. This page has been archived. Why has it been archived? That's funny. So this is the Cannabis Stats Hub, but it was produced in 2018. And this is all they've got. You're kidding me, right? Archived content. Like, you're kidding me, right? Archived content? Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to take a quick minute here. I'm going to place, I don't know what. And I'm going to go and shut these dogs up. Give me a second here. I'm going to take this off. Sorry about this, folks, but yeah, I can't work like this. Okay.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
All right. Sorry about that, but I could not have all that. Yeah, going on. That's pretty rough. Sorry about that, folks. Anyways, so we were talking about the stats, and basically there aren't anything past 2018 for cannabis, except for this last report that me and Al had actually went over. But I wanted to see where it was on the Stats Canada, and I'm not finding anything. Like, I've looked for cannabis and cannabis crime, and there's just not a heck of a lot on here. And this is Stats Canada. I mean, there is. Authorities this is 2024, sales of cannabis by liquor and cannabis authorities, national survey, which is what we were talking about. So in this one here, I believe this is the one we were talking about. Published data, topics covered in the survey. Yeah. And then again, but it's like not all available here either, like list of surveys, collection period, what it was voluntarily. And it was totally like data sharing. But we all, this is all confidentiality questions, but in this report, it shows that cannabis crime rates were down by 95% for cannabis possession, which they are. And I can understand that because, I mean, it's legal, right? Like, it's not a thing. And police are like, got other things to be more worried about, and they always had. This just kind of freed them up to actually do what they wanted to do, right? And I'm glad that they did. Like, again, we said, show them the money. And again, if we show them the money on other, law reform with the other substances too, again, with, we're going from, mid, harmful, like, psilocybin, LSD, which can be considered also medicinal. Even cocaine can be considered medicinal because it can be used for stimulant, it can be used for pain, even opioids. Okay. What do you think that you take when you're taking, but again, like I said, addiction doesn't always become a choice after a bad accident. After laying in a hospital bed for, say, a year, hooked up to a fucking pump. You know what I mean? Like, come on, there are circumstances and all kinds of things and reasons why people become addicted, right? Stigmatization, discrimination, it's just always been there. And it's been that way even because of this, right? The discrimination, the stigma as to why people. For years, I was called a drug addict. Okay. My mother would run around telling everybody that her daughter was a drug addict because I smoked weed and I drank. I didn't use cocaine until I was way older, and I was a little 6-month hiccup. But the way it was portrayed, it sounded like I was some junkie on the street. Not that I should use that word, that's a horrible story. That I was severely substantially abusing on the streets. And I wasn't. I was using this. So back in the 90s and the early 2000s, if your parents thought that you were smoking cannabis, you were considered a drug addict. How's that fly for you? Because it doesn't fly for me. And for me to hear these stories and hear about what's been said, it makes me shake my head, because never in my life or anybody's life would this be something that should be considered making you a drug addict. Makes me mad. It still makes me mad thinking about that. Like, you're kidding me, right? Like, I gave up a really good job because some ass had to put a roach underneath the boss's door and we all had to do a drug test. And I gave up a really good job because I smoked cannabis. I mean, a really good job. In fact, it was my fucking dream job at the dream place that I always wanted to work. And it was okay for them to go to, the bar every night and get smashed drunk. But because I went home and they sent me to ADAC, I had 6 weeks to clean up. My ADAC worker said, it's going to take longer than that. She's got so much in her system because she's a daily user. It's going to take longer than 6 weeks for that to all just dissipate. And I tried giving it up. And I thought, you know what? It wasn't a matter of being physically sick or not, it was a little uncomfortable. I had a hard time sleeping for a couple days, whatever, right? It wasn't the hardness of giving it up physically, or it was the fact that somebody was telling me that I couldn't do something that I liked. So I quit. They didn't let me go. I quit. I outright just quit. Mind you, my life was in a fucking shambles back then. Anyway, I was having a hard time even maintaining that job. But it was my dream job, and I quit. Anyway, because of cannabis. And this was in the early 2000s, I could have found a doctor and got a medical exemption, I'm sure. But because I've had colitis since I was 16, so getting a medical exemption back then was probably an option, but I didn't know about it. But I'll tell you, if I knew now, then what I know now, I'd still have that job, and I'd probably have, maybe taken the whole place over. We're suing them for discrimination and wrongful making me go to ADAC. Because that was horrible. Horrible. Like, horrible. ADAC. you know what that, I don't even know if ADAC exists anymore. Does ADAC exist in Alberta anymore? Probably not, because you know the UCP's cut anything that had to do with mental health or drug addiction or anything like that. Let's check. Let's check and see if they've got rid of ADAC. ADAC, Alberta. Let's see. No, it seems like it's some network system. ADAC. What's Alberta Addiction Services? Let's see what Alberta Addiction Mental Health. Oh no, it's Alberta Addiction and Mental Health together. Oh, it's all under AHS. So it's not called ADAC anymore. They've changed it. It's now under Addiction and Mental Health. There's no, see, they used to have a place called, like, it was ADAC. And if you wanted help for addiction services or need to go see addiction counseling or anything, it was just in the mall. You could just walk in there. It was like BC Mental Health, I guess. Maybe it's set up the same. I'm not sure. But yeah, but they made me do that 6-week whatever with that to, you know, keep my job. And then I had to be drug tested again to see, and I said to my supervisor, well, you wouldn't have had to spend the money to drug test me. All you would have to do was ask. Wasn't hiding it from anybody. In fact, everybody knew I smoked weed. And I honestly believe that the guy that stuck the roach underneath the boss's desk was because he hated me and wanted me fired. I do. I think it was all like, you know, motivation behind that from some little creepy guy in the corner, some little creepy accountant in the corner that didn't like me. Honestly, because then I know it wasn't anything coming from me either, because I wasn't dumb enough to ever take any of that to work. Because back then it was still illegal, right? I don't know. People are dumb. But anyways, it is that time that I get to wrap up a little bit. And I think I've got some, not really shout outs, but I'd like to try and promote Harvest Fest again, because Harvest Fest is Maritimers United for Medical Marijuana out on the East Coast. And I believe it's over, but I would like to promote again for next year. Let me just double check. I think it was last weekend. I'm really not good with dates, especially when you work like I do, and every day just runs together, because yeah, you work 6 days a week. You don't even know what day it is. Honestly, I don't anyway. Maybe you do, but I have a hard time even knowing what day it is. And today is Monday, and it's a good thing that they, you know, that it reminded me that it was Monday, because if not, we wouldn't be here. Because Alexa, right? Oh my God, I am losing my mind. See, I told you I was losing my mind. And I love the fact that I can just kind of hang out here with you guys and nobody cares. So Harvest Fest was July 5th. Last one. So they did have a great time. I know I actually talked to them. But yeah. But again, I want to promote Harvest Fest because it's something that I'd like to get to someday. But it's out in Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia. With my friend Debbie does that one. And then I don't know what else. I don't know anything else that's really coming up, actually. Usually I do Kootenai Cannabis Cup August 25th, 26th. Maybe next year. This year I've just been too busy to like even think about it, and it's really hard. But maybe I need to do some exploring on how to go about doing it in a legal manner. I know I can't do it in like a setting where there's alcohol on premise, but there are people here that would help me. So maybe I'll think about doing a Kootenai Cannabis Club next August. Because like I said, this August too. In fact, the last 2 years that we actually did it, it was so bloody smoky, and here we are again. And it's so smoky. But yeah, that was usually August 25th, 26th was when I did that. And usually it coincided, I think, with Karma Cup. But Karma Cup was last month too, I think. So I don't know who I was, and then the Great Glass Gathering was done already too this year. But yeah, usually it would be Cannabis Cup on the 25th, 26th of August. And again this year, I didn't do anything. Like I said, maybe next year. We'll have to see. Have to see. We'll have to see. I'm pretty, yeah, I'm pretty open to that. So yeah, maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do Cannabis Cup next year. And so if you're out there and want to throw your hat in the ring, I don't know if we'll do like a cup. I don't know. Maybe we'll just have an event. But I think it's time. It's, COVID was a lot before COVID. 2019 was the last one because 2020 was COVID. And it's been 4 years. And legalization, like I said, it's really hard to get sponsorship. But I'll have to go do some digging around the area. Because I know some of the micros here, but I'm not sure how that works with the legalities for them too. I'll have to do some investigating. Do some checking and see what I can come up with. Because that would be a good time. Alrighty, folks. I'm going to cut this short today because I've got nothing left to say. And I've rambled for an hour again. And I don't know how I do that, but apparently I can. So you have a good week. I will be back on Wednesday night with Al on Pace Radio. I don't know what our topic is this week, and I'm not sure whether we have a guest. I probably don't have a guest. It's really tough. It's not tough. It's just, it's the summertime too, right? People are busy. But yeah, if you want to be a guest on any of our shows, reach out to me or Al. Al for Pace, me for this one. And I guess I'm going to do some homework on the Kootenai Cannabis Cup because I think that would be a really great idea. I think it's time to bring it back. Bring it back. Okay. So y'all have a good week. I'm going to go get ready for work. I have to do that today too. But actually, yeah, I've got a shift to do. So that'll be fun. Anyway, it's been a slice. Y'all have a great week. Thanks to all our sponsors, again, that keep us on the air. Legacy 420, Campbellford Lifestyle, and Limestone Hydroponics. We appreciate you. Y'all have a good week. Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
10 is pleasant to not pleasant.
Why don't you do one of the pre-rolls now?
Or sorry, not
Or
pleasant.
you'd have to register everybody.
Correct. Yeah. We're just staying in the one kit. It's easier this way.
11 is overall enjoyment.
No.
Whether you want to.
And then would you buy this product?
No,
we could do it afterwards.
Okay, what was number 10 there? Yeah.
Whether you want to have
Number
one
10?
broadcast
I
of the
missed
indica kit
Effects and
and
experience.
one broadcast
Pleasant
of
to not pleasant.
the
Or not pleasant
pre-roll
to pleasant.
kit. So you basically have to shut down and start right back up again. Or we just wait till afterwards and I'll just edit it and cut it in half. It's gonna be too long to play it as a replay anyway.
No, at
Puff,
the end
puff,
I
puff
wouldn't
there, buddy.
bother. Not a spoon.
Okay, so this is sample number
5.
5. It feels like we're over the hump. Okay, visual appeal. Okay.
Do all the things you gotta do. Answer.
Holy, on 5 already.
Okay, sound. Okay.
I don't know if I can.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know if I can smell that from here. If that's just the other weed still floating around.
That's what somebody's going to do with a pizza.
I'm still smoking number 3.
Got a lot of crystal.
Yeah.
But I find that smells pretty faint actually now.
Do you think there's any truth to the story that the stronger the smell, the stronger the pot?
No,
but the stronger the smell, the tastier the pot is typically my experience.
Well, I would think that whatever's creating that smell would be an increased effect for whatever that terpene does.
You would think.
Yeah.
All right. Number
But
5.
it might not. Other
Visual
effects
appeal.
might not be as good. So your overall.
I think they shortchanged stuff on the ground.
Do you guys like a terpy weed or a not terpy weed?
Terpy weed or non-terpy?
Number 2.
I don't.
Beans put into it. I don't like at all.
Yeah, like
Favorite crap of anything.
anything with added flavor agents.
No.
No. It's no. And I've seen that in vape pens where the flavor agents are added.
That's one of the things that upset me the most about vape pens is there's hardly any that taste like weed. They all is this weird flavored profile of fruits and candies, and I just want to smoke weed and I want to be able to smoke
They
the
have
vape.
botanical terpenes.
Yeah,
added to
all of them.
You
All
want
of them.
just straight up natural.
Yeah, and I can't find it.
No, eh?
Either I like it or I don't like it, and if I don't like it, I won't smoke it because it's doing something to me I don't like.
Grinding. All right, we're on to the grinding.
Grinding.
We
need grinding music.
We're gonna find out if it's fluffy. Any lumber? No, because lumber is weight. I've had to. I've had to.
Oh, you're working on that.
Cut the nugs to
And
put
then
into the
sticks as
packaging to
contaminants.
go out for a kit in the
What's
past.
that? None.
And the lumber that we would have sitting there at the end was unreal. The amount of lumber that was sitting there.
There's not a lot of lumber in these packages.
Yeah,
No.
you could take a pound and have an ounce or two of just lumber.
Yeah, I'm impressed with how nicely trimmed and manicured
Yeah.
these buds are.
Yeah.
Generally, as far as the LP weed goes, generally I'm finding my only true complaint is being too dry. They don't usually have a lot of stick. You don't get hair and gross stuff usually, but unless they're putting the little packets inside their packaging,
Yeah.
It's harder than a rock. I've had stuff that was so hard, and the minute you put it in your grinder, it just falls apart and it's dust.
All right.
You can't roll that.
Just got word. We got another judge coming. They'll
Cool.
be here in the next within the next half hour, 25 minutes.
Well, we should be all sitting here, unless of course we're napping. When he shows up, everybody
He'll be
put
watching us.
everybody do this when he comes.
I gotta say, for being 5 joints in, or actually 10 joints in already, I'm not feeling that high.
There's 5. Yeah, I guess it's double joints.
One
Right?
of these little
But it's still ounce
I'm okay.
or grams. Grams. 5.
I
5
can't
grams.
crisscross now.
Yeah. Okay. Next.
I actually did feel
Adam's grinding.
I've had no shortage of puff.
No.
I know. Oh, I know.
I've had 90 milligrams.
Yeah.
Okay. There's water there. Don't forget the water.
I've got some here.
I was gonna fire up the barbecue when we switch.
I didn't know that.
I got a feeling the pre-roll is going to go a lot
Nice
quicker.
to know that they're monitoring that stuff now in California. That's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, really? Hey, halfway done watering the plants. Oh, someone's still watering. Good, good. Good to know we're in someone's garden. Be nice to see the gardening, but I don't know how they do that. Oh, there you go. There, yeah. Anybody want any munchies? Just waiting.
Buddy, you want
I
to
could
get
help
me
you
a
roll the
glass
joint,
of water,
too.
then, please?
You want a bottle?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
No.
Thank you.
Anybody else want a water? Drink?
Water. Iced tea. Is that your water? Yeah, I'll take a water, Wayne.
Okay.
I don't know if this is mine or not. It's beside me though, and it's warm. So it's been there for a while. All right.
It's Bob.
Am I? Yeah, there's a recycle bin behind you. See the blue, the green.
Yeah, you got a green shirt on.
Donuts, I just dropped it.
What'd you just do?
Donut. Can she eat it?
No, if not, it's possible.
Lots of fur.
Yeah, but just yeah.
I'll just throw it over there.
Over the fence?
Yep. Someone will get it.
There you go, Al.
Oh, thank you.
There you go, Bob.
Thank you.
Where's mine?
Where's who?
Mine.
Where's yours?
No, the blue bin. The green one?
No. Yeah, the green bin. Can you throw some chips in a bowl? And then we'll
that hit the spot.
We won't fill up on chips, but it just help with if anybody's got a little gur on.
Did we lose Deb again?
Deb, she probably has
gone to the trailer for a nap.
No. It's that time. Come and go.
Yeah.
It's going. Okay, so we got one joint this time of number 5, correct. I was just testing everybody.
My number 5 here says it's a sweet smell, a hard bud, panicky, sleepy, moody, and a bit grumpy. Those are my notes for number 5.
Number 5, eh?
Yeah,
you're right.
So what was the final note?
I said a sweet smell, a hard bud, made me feel a little bit panicky, sleepy, moody, and a little grumpy.
Everything sounds good until you get into the
grumpy.
The grumpy, yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
I find with the ones that we know as sativa strains,
pretty
nice. I just they give me sometimes too much energy.
Yeah, it's just like
afterwards.
I'm like that normally.
For doing too much. Yeah. Yeah.
What number we on?
And then when you don't do stuff on a sativa like that, Al,
Okay, smoking.
you get really wound up. I find, anyways.
No, sorry.
Experience.
Harsh to smooth.
Oh,
Baby. That was my doggie. I don't know if you could see her come through.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yep, I see her. There she is.
8 so far.
Path, color, and structure.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I can do that there.
Number 7. I'll give it 6.
I can still taste it, which is
good.
You know?
Effects and
All right,
experience.
I need to put that one down.
All this. Okay, I'll give it that there.
By the time we're all done, all you're going to hear from any of us is
Wayne.
Come on, buddy, hurry up, man.
Hey, give them a number 3.
Give him a number 3.
Okay. Here we go. That's there.
Forget where I am here.
Save and finish later. Save and finish later for anybody who is looking at buying.
That's what I said though about the last one too.
Yeah.
Put it in the roach pile.
Okay. Did anybody want me to roll the other joint?
No.
Mix them all together at the end, one big salad.
Well, yeah, it'd just be a salad, correct?
Salad. You can put some of your apple hash in there.
Is one joint suffice, or do we want to carry on with
For the purposes of judging, I think
one is good. Okay, so it's my turn.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
So I'm talking to
Drew Emmer from Bovida.
From Bovida?
Yeah, we say Bovida. You can say Bovida. We don't care.
We don't care. However,
which it is.
Anything, however you call us.
Yeah, that's right, exactly, because it's such a universal name, just like everything else you got.
So it's a two-way humidity control pack for cannabis flower. We keep weed fresh. Bovida packs in different sizes for different amounts of weed. And then we also have the Sea Vault, which is it's basically a humidor for cannabis. And then the E-Vault is a storage container for extract.
For extracts.
So all you need is one glass jar to fall on the floor that's full of extract, and you'll be done using glass jars.
That holds a lot of extract.
That holds a hell of a lot of extract. They'll use this container as the shipping container. They'll put it in a box and ship it to whoever the customer is. It's pretty cool.
Okay, I see you got the different size.
Yeah, different sizes. We got a very small one that goes in 1/8 jars and pre-roll packs. Here, I can help you. Here, help me. My hands don't work. And then we've got larger ones for 5 or 6 pounds. This will take care of 5 or 6 pounds in a tote. This size for up to a half an ounce. There's the little guy right there. So that's a 1 gram slim. We've also got a 2 gram product that we did specifically for some of our Canadian friends who love the 2 gram, because so much of your bud in Canada stays in the supply chain for so long. It's exposed to extreme dehydration and temperature changes to get through the government store. So we're keeping it fresh. And we'd welcome any inquiries at bovedainc.com. You can contact Scott Swell or Drew Emmer. We'll take care of you. Hit us up, www.bovedainc.com. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment with myself and my awesome co-host Rev Cindy. Live today on Tuesday, August 6, 2024 on paceradio.net, and we stream everywhere.
Everywhere.
August 6th. It's August 6th. Is it going by fast enough for you?
Way too fast. In 1 month and 5 days, I'm preparing to leave for my practicum in Mexico. I don't think I'm ready yet.
Well, get on it. What the heck?
I got a month and 5 days.
You got over a whole month. Like, come on. What's the props?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It'll be good. It'll be great. It'll be wonderful. I can't wait to get there.
How's your day going so far?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, I had an appointment this morning with to do VAC paperwork, Veterans Affairs Canada paperwork. Woo! So I got all that done. Yeah, and then I have been doing some stuff around the house and doing some work, and then preparing with you. How's your day?
It's not too bad. I think that because it's sitting way in the background right there, I'll point right there behind you in the background. You should hold up that the other side. Can't you see where I'm pointing? The Cheech and Bong.
My Cheech and Chong Bong.
Yeah.
For the van. But I've been using it anyway.
Cheech and Bong. Because they got a new movie coming out. So this way we can publicize it a little bit with the Cheech and Bong.
Cheech and Chong.
Okay, enough of that crap. Put it back on the shelf.
Okay.
So what you been doing?
Well, we already talked about me. What about you?
Oh. Well, my incredibly beautiful puppy dog Mika passed away on the weekend. She decided to cross the Rainbow Bridge 10 days shy of her 19th birthday, which is an absolute miracle. And I'm thanking her for doing it at 10 because I'm bad with numbers, but I can remember 10. So then I'll remember it's always 10 days shy of her 19th birthday. But yeah, she taught me immense loads of how to love unconditionally and what love really is. For a being that spoke no words, she spoke to my heart in a way that words didn't even exist. And all there was just incredible love.
She definitely was one of the most beautiful souls that I have ever met. I have a lot of beautiful memories of hanging out with you and Mika, and that beach that you walked frequently with her.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go walk that. I'm gonna take her ashes there, and I'm gonna do some spreading of her ashes on that little beach. And, you know, she leaves a good legacy because of her. There's a lot of other dogs that are doing quite well, and you know that the product she inspired just make hearts open.
Yeah, she is a puppy hero, and she's got quite a story. And I know that you are trying to put that together, and I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, as my friend Lisa called it, a dogumentary. I am doing a documentary about Mika and the adventures that were shared and the lives that she changed, because she actually changed quite a few lives. It's an amazing thing, and been absolutely blessed to spend 19 years with what I call an earth angel. You know, there was nothing but love, and she's left my heart so full of love. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing on a road to healing when we're on healing journeys. Segue.
You know, Steve, now is a great time to talk about our guest.
We have a guest?
We do. Yeah.
Well, let's see. Could it be about healing?
On this show? I think.
Could we possibly have somebody on that's a sacred medicine facilitator, integration coach, a person that practices what he speaks, and runs healing retreats to help other people heal? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ivailo Gorodero. Did I get it right, or was I off again?
It's Ivailo Govedarov.
Gorodero. I got to roll the R a little bit too. Gorodero. Okay, awesome. Welcome to the show, my friend. How are you?
I'm very good. Very happy. I did some work in the garden this morning, and I've been looking forward to connecting and talking with you guys today. So very content and pleased to be here.
Oh, that's excellent. That's excellent. So my first question is always the same for everybody. What brought you to this field? What brought you to psychedelics?
Absolutely. So something that I've noticed on this path, just speaking to a lot of friends of mine who also share medicine, they accompany people through this process, is that usually there comes a moment where people who choose this path have some kind of a crisis in their life, which motivates them to, like start this journey toward themselves and, like start helping others. So for me, that moment of crisis was 11 years ago when my mother passed away. She was 51 at the time, and she had cancer. And after she passed away, I entered a moment of, like perhaps a couple of years where I just felt deeply depressed, would wake up daily with a ball of anxiety in my solar plexus. And the only thing that could bring me a short respite from the daily anxiety was just smoking lots of cannabis. But even if it helped in the moment, I was really using it as a crutch to numb down what I was feeling. And with time, I realized that it was not only my mother's passing that I had to deal with. There was many other things that I had to look into. So at some point, I had a very responsible. I had a job with a lot of responsibility back when I lived in the UK, related to international emergency response and dealing with crisis situations. So the responsibility that I felt kind of helped me to override my own personal situation. But the way that I did it was that I just swept everything under the rug. So even if it allowed me to be able to function on the day to day, go to work, be, a productive member of society, I had numbed myself so much that I wasn't feeling the anxiety, but I wasn't feeling anything at all. And right around this time, I was all throughout. I was I went to therapy. I was trying meditation, exercise, all kind of things to have some peace, but couldn't really, feel good about life. So right around this moment, my sister, who lived in Spain at the time, phoned me one weekend. It was like, hey, I did an ayahuasca ceremony last weekend, and there's another one in a couple of weeks. You should get a ticket and come. And in this moment, I was going about my life in such a way that it was scarier to keep going the way that I was going and I was very impressed by the name, because one of the translations of ayahuasca is the vine of death or the vine of spirits. So it was scary to keep going the way that I was going than to go and drink the brew from the vine of death. So that's how I went. I was very impressed by the people that I met. There was just something about their energy, the way that they were, the way they spoke to each other, just their being, there's something special about them. So I kept going and kept going and I kept going to these retreats for a couple of years in Europe, up until the point where I decided that I was 29 at the time, 6 years ago, and I decided, okay, I don't have a wife, I don't have kids, I don't have a mortgage. So now is the moment to, do something. And even if it's a complete failure, I still have time to start over. Came to Colombia, started, out of my, just the desire for my own process, my own healing, my own getting to know myself. Started going to ceremonies. With time, started helping different elders, ceremonies that they did, supporting people. And then just very naturally, started giving some advice when I go to a retreat and there's someone for the first time, until I was asked by a good friend of mine to organize a ceremony for a group he was hosting here in Colombia, give him a bit of a chat before the ceremony and help them with the ceremony after. And that's how it all began.
Wow.
So you literally grew into the position of facilitation and integration.
Well, there's this topic of the journey of the wounded healer. When something happens to you and then you just, figuring out your own process and figuring out yourself. Just very naturally, the desire to share that with others came along. And as I said, the first 3 years after my mother's passing, and between my mother's passing and between my first ceremony, I really felt like I was willing to do anything. I did the therapy, I was reading articles about what do the most successful people do, and then well, they wake up at 5 a.m., they meditate, they have a plan, they exercise. So I was doing all these things, and still it felt like it wasn't the thing that I was looking for. And like once I discovered sacred medicine, and like the most important thing that it gave me at first was this positive expectation of life. That life is not something that we should suffer through, but that life is something that is actually that can be very beautiful. And whatever might have happened to us, we still have the opportunity and the chance to reinvent ourselves, rediscover meaning, and enjoy like this gift that we've been given. Like in the whole history of the universe, imagine like this whole like millions and millions and millions of years, and all the things that had to happen for us to be here today, like just to be able to connect with that gratitude that we have the opportunity to experience life. And I was just very passionate about sharing with people these tools so that they don't have to experience the things that I experienced, and the things that this kind of like a knowing uncertainty, feeling stuck, like there's no way out. So that was a big, perhaps the biggest motivation to embark on this journey.
So between the medicine and your mother's passing, you actually were focused on doing the patterns of achievement.
Absolutely.
Right? That's what I was gathering there. But the patterns of achievement without connection didn't really get the end result that a lot of people promote, because a lot of people promote that pattern.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people that the pattern works for, but when you find those people that the pattern really works for, they have a connection. And that's never talked about in do these patterns. Because there's lots of seminars on do these patterns, be an overachiever, be a. But if you don't have connection, it doesn't matter, where that's going, you're missing a part of you. We talk about connection, and people picture connection with everything around you, but truly it's connection with yourself and understanding that you're a part of everything around you.
Absolutely. Something I like sharing with people as well is that on like my background, I was I had this syndrome. I later came to read a book about it. Actually, I was really Mr. Nice Guy, like doing the right thing, avoiding conflict, wanting to make my family proud. And something that I like sharing with people is that I had the great fortune to achieve that thing in the external world a few times, only to experience that I thought would bring me long-lasting fulfillment and peace, only to experience, like maybe like a month of like feeling really good, like that the sky's the limit, but then quickly, like that void would appear again. And after experiencing that for a few times, like first it was, like graduating from my undergrad with the top grade possible. I did that. Then I wanted to do a master's at a top university in the UK. I did that as well. Graduating, like I graduated, did that as well. I had a really, really amazing job, like, so every time I would push myself so much, like to the point where I would, like feel anxious, feel very worried, like stress out, to get to the achievement and then feel like amazing for a month. But then was the next thing and was the next thing. And this helped me realize, and that's why I say I had the great fortune to experience that. And what this gave me was it helped me realize that I was playing the wrong game, because when you play this game, there's always a bigger yacht, so there's no end to it. So this is right around the time when I thought, okay, now is the moment to do something. I had wanted all my life to learn Spanish. After 12 years in the UK, I wanted to live in a place where I see the sun every day, deepen my work with the medicine. and just start from zero in a place where I didn't know the language, didn't know anybody. So yeah, absolutely, achievement and kind of this way of trying to prove myself, to feel a more valuable person, to kind of feel loved and appreciated by my family is what led me to do the work I do today.
What is your master's in?
I did a master's in Russian and East European Studies, which is an area studies course.
Wow. So what would, if you went through all of your academic, just that end of the academic achievements, what would you say the high points of knowledge were for you?
Well, I feel like, well, in terms of like my where I focus in my academics, I focus mostly on the transition between communism and democracy for the post-socialist states. I'm originally from Bulgaria, so like I focus on learning more about my country and the history. And when I entered these studies, I had the idealistic endeavors to one day come back to my country, enter politics, and like influence change in a positive way. But as I went further along my studies, I just realized that okay, I need to pick another way other than politics that I can make a difference and make the world a better place. But I think that like the most important thing that I learned, I feel, in my master's degree was I was just so very happy to be surrounded by people who thought just on a very different scale. Like before I went to do my master's, like for me, my dream was that by the end of 30, I was going to be an investment banker, earning more than £100,000 per year. And that was like the top of the top for me. And all of a sudden I was, like surrounded by people who they want to found a school, or they want to, like found a foundation that helps people get educated so they can have a better life. They didn't want to be the investment banker, but maybe they wanted to own the company, so it was just this other scale of thinking, which was very, very motivational, and perhaps the biggest, most important learning for me from university.
Awesome. I find that growth that you were doing and where you were going and the background picture behind you of as you're speaking hold completely opposite dichotomy.
Yeah.
Wow. That's incredible, because that's a you're talking about, I was working towards a dream that is a program that our society is told everybody should dream this fucking dream. And yet in the end you're in a jungle, I'm assuming. Is that a jungle area that you're in?
Well, I'm in the forest. I'm in the Andes mountains, about an hour away from the city of Medellin in Colombia. And the little village that I'm in is called Santa Elena. So I'm in a tropical, humid forest.
At, you said 2,000 foot altitude, correct?
2,700 meters, which I think
700 meters. Oh,
about 9,200, something like that.
So the air's a little thin.
It's pretty good. Like, I have to say that it's challenging to go for a run here in the mountains, but whenever I go to play football or soccer, as you guys in the north call it, I feel a lot of energy. I have a lot of fuel in my tank.
Oh, that's awesome!
Wow,
that's awesome! Wow, that's a pretty cool story. That's
it
a
is
story. That's so you made the conscious choice. Now that was after the medicine. So were you still on that upwardly mobile path when you did the first medicine?
So after I graduated with my master's, I did a couple of internships with some NGOs. Again, like deepening my research in corruption, and I was projecting myself that I was either going to work for the European Union or the or NATO or United Nations, one of these like international organizations. And when I first drank medicine, it was maybe like a couple of months before I was promoted to operations manager in the company that I worked for. And I also received a few offers from the European Union to go and do an internship with them, which is really one of the main routes that you enter working for the organization. So things were going professionally very well. Like I really enjoyed my job. I felt very happy and proud of the work that I had, because I had a lot of responsibility, and I had the trust and respect of people that I admired and I trusted in my work. So, and also like because of the nature of the job that I did, we dealt with all kinds of, like emergency situations. Most of my colleagues were ex-military from the British and the American and the US Army. So it was very high pace, you had to really think on your feet, supporting people through crises. Something that they would tell us at work is when things go horribly wrong, our clients call us then. And when you answer the phone, they need to feel like their prayers have been answered. So I really enjoyed what I did, but then, being very honest with myself and being able to, get out of my head and connect more with the heart and change the way of making decisions, like from weighing all the pros and cons and what logically makes sense to what feels right, like where do I want to be? And this change of making decisions really helped me to decide to leave my work, go spend a few months in my native Bulgaria with my grandmother, who was very old at the time, and then and come to Colombia.
Wow.
And of course, now in Colombia, as you get there, you continue your education with sacred medicine. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it I want to get into other questions, but it's actually a perfect time before we jump into another question to do a commercial break.
Commercial break, because man, there's no having a short one right at this moment. So at this point, it's break time. Time to check out our sponsors, pay some bills. You're here with us live on the Mushy Moment on paceradio.net, and we'll be right back.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And welcome back to the Mushy Moment, streaming live to you here at paceradio.net and everywhere. We're here with our awesome guest, Ivilo Goroderov. I'm going to get it rolling, man. I'll get it rolling. I love the flow, like on European and Spanish names that make you roll the R's. And my original one was, I was originally wondering if we even enunciated the V, because in some you don't enunciate the V, right? I love it. It's a cool, unique name. So now you find yourself, you've hopped on a plane, and you.
But before we hop on the plane, so far have you only partaken in ayahuasca at this point in time?
That was the first medicine that I got to ever know in my life was cannabis, not in a ceremonial context, but that was the first medicine. And I think for many people who come to this world, is the first medicine they connect with. But in a ceremonial setting, ayahuasca was the first one. So at this moment, I have worked with San Pedro or Huachuma, which is the ancestral name, with peyote, with mushrooms, cambo, sweat lodge, and other medicines such as Vision Quest, which where you don't actually take any sacrament, but for me is really, if not the most powerful medicine that I've experienced, one of the most powerful medicines. So yeah, and some of these I participate, and others I facilitate, where I either organize groups and support them with the preparation and bring them to medicine families that I study with, or I share myself. But these are the medicines that I have come to know.
Okay. So before you hit Colombia, you had only worked with ayahuasca.
I had before I came to Colombia, I had worked with ayahuasca, with temazcal or sweat lodge, and cambo, which is medicine that comes from a secretion of a frog.
Yes, the frog. Yeah. I have a few scars. Yeah. So then you come to Colombia, and
okay, hold on, because before you get on the plane, have you communicated with a bunch of people, or have you just gone, I gotta go, and you booked a ticket and you're heading off?
Well, I mean, I told my friends and my family that I'm going to Colombia, and then I found an internship as a teacher, teaching English here. But other than the school that I contacted, I didn't really know anybody.
You're freaking awesome.
I have so much admiration for that. That's just absolutely wonderful. Yeah, very, very cool. So now you've taken off for Colombia. You do have a job, which is amazing, right? Teaching English, and that's a form of like an amazing form of helping people is teaching another language and helping them learn. So you come to Colombia, you've done a few medicines, and then you just start the search for, yeah. Yeah, and that was 6 years ago now?
That was 6 years ago. Yeah, in December 2018,
Wow.
I came to Colombia.
Okay,
Wow.
so you landed, you got all your stuff. You're. What are you doing?
Well, when I first came before this internship with the school where I went to teach English, I wanted to spend some time on the coast. So I found another volunteering position for 5 or 6 weeks on the Caribbean coast by one of the national parks. It's called Parque Tayrona, and I just spent some time there. It was really magical for me. It was the second time ever in my life that in December, January, I'm in a place where the weather is hot. I'm at the beach. That was quite something for me, surrounded by hummingbirds, monkeys, and all the lush vegetation in the Caribbean coast of Colombia. So I spent some time there, and then came to Medellin and started. I completely agree. I love teaching. I feel like a big, even if I'm not I feel like a big teaching element in the work that I do. Teaching people about like how to process emotion, navigate challenging moment in the ceremony, and also something I really love telling people, sharing with people is that like there are these powerful medicines, ayahuasca, San Pedro, Sweat Lodge, Cambo, all of them, and the many others that I didn't mention right now, and they're powerful. They're very powerful in themselves, but they come within a context of a culture. They come within a context of these communities and traditions. They have used these medicines to learn to live life in a good way, to be useful for life. So I really love also sharing about that wisdom with the people that come to the retreats and ceremonies that we organize.
Wow. Wow. So when you show up in Colombia and you start teaching, did you know you were heading to learn medicine, or were you just heading to find medicine?
I since the first time I connected with the medicine in a ceremony in Europe, I just had this burning desire. Oh, I gotta share this with everyone. Has to drink ayahuasca, which I'm sure many people experience that. But when I came, it was just for my own personal process, my own personal journey. And for a very long time, I felt that I'm not ready to have this position of leadership. Like, who am I to lead people into these experiences when I have so many things I need to work on myself, when I haven't dealt with this and this and that. So first it was this desire to just like go inside myself, get to know myself better, and I knew there was something more. I knew that this wasn't the limits, like of life, like having a job and like traveling in rush hour every day, and what's the word? Just tolerating management and a boss that I didn't quite agree with or like. So yeah, I thought there was something more, and I just wanted to come here and jump into the unknown, see what happens, test myself. I felt very inspired by my colleagues. Like they were telling me about, like maybe once you've been in the army and like 10 years have passed, 15 years have passed, once you've been on a tour, or once you've been through this grueling training, you look at it with fondness and happiness. I'm sure that right in the moment it's something very, very challenging, but I felt very inspired by my colleagues as well, who had put themselves in many situations of great risk. They had to exhibit lots of courage. So I thought I wanted to do something like that myself.
Wow. Okay, so you get there. You've done the one coast. You're in Medellin. You're teaching. You find your first medicine ceremony there. How?
I remember when I came, but there were different events that like people advertise on social media or mouth to mouth, and it was I feel like there's something magical about the medicine that it kind of like connects you with people that maybe they have similar interests. So I think the first ever ceremony I went to was Sweat Lodge in San Pedro ceremony with a local elder. Her name is Abuela Gloria, or Grandmother Gloria. I ended up going to several vision quests with her and doing many sweat lodges after that. But it was I can't exactly remember how I would have found about the first ceremony. I think I probably saw some kind of an advert, maybe on Facebook, one of the groups for expats here in Medellin, and then after that, like once you're there, you meet all the people, and then people are connected. So that's
The universe will throw lots of pathways, but the one, there'll be one that you go, oh, this one's talking to me. So I find it interesting that it's just kind of like, no, this one talked to me and I went along with it.
Yeah.
Wow. And from there it's blossomed into.
Well, as I said, like the first couple of years, I was just going to ceremonies and retreats, and there's also something that here the context with medicine is very different from. I haven't been to Canada or to the States myself, but in Europe, like it's very like it's from mouth to mouth. Someone has to invite you or like be on a mailing list. It's not openly advertised, and here is just part of culture. Like there are I think in Colombia there are either 28 or 38 indigenous groups. Apologies for not knowing the exact number, but medicine and ceremony is part of their life. Like so. Even if people don't participate in this world or they don't agree with it, they know of its existence. So it's a very different, very different environment. And the first couple of years, I was just like experiencing different medicines on my own personal journey, going to like sit with elders and these oral traditions, passing information from mouth to mouth, from an elder to the youngsters. Like it's very present here. So I went to a lot of spaces like that. And then we had the COVID pandemic. Like we had the lockdown, and after the lockdown had just opened, I went to a ceremony, and then I had this dream for some time at the time that I want to like earn money, buy land, create my medicine center, and invite people. But I didn't have the money at the time to do that, and I was putting it off. So when I do this, I'm gonna do the next thing. When I earn the money and buy the land, then I'm gonna do the thing that I really want to do. But in one of the ceremonies, I connected with this realization that the medicine center starts now. With all the resources, the contacts with the elders, with the shamans, I feel like I had already been supporting people with the preparation and then the integration following such experiences. And that's how I began first to organize ayahuasca ceremonies, retreats, then meeting another medicine family that shares Sweat Lodge and San Pedro with us. I was organizing ceremonies with them. And sometime on this process, a lady that I met at a ceremony where I helped a Mexican elder with Sweat Lodge and mushroom ceremony, she asked me, "Hey, like, do you do mushroom journeys yourself? Because I want to work with the medicine, but I wouldn't want to do it in a place with 15 other people. Is that something you can accompany me with?" So that's how 3 years ago I started also doing one-on-one mushroom journeys. These last year I've been sharing Cambo, and also this year in January I received the blessing from this very same elder, Abuela Gloria, to run my own Sweat Lodge after completing my fourth vision quest. So little by little.
Congratulations.
It's amazing.
Growing. Thank you.
Wow.
So we've got some banners that go with some of this stuff. So your medicine center is called
Colibri Garden, correct?
Colibri Garden.
Colibri Garden, yes.
If I'm not mistaken, that would be Hummingbird Garden.
Hummingbird Garden, yes.
Beautiful.
I can tell you how that name came about if you want. I think it's a good.
Yes.
So when I came to Colombia, I was in a moment where like two of the biggest topics that I wanted to work on was my relationship with women and my relationship with money. And I noticed that there was some kind of a connection in one of the journaling sessions that I had, and I had connected with a coach that I met at one of the ayahuasca retreats in Europe that I attended. And we had a great connection. David, God bless him. And he gave me this exercise once. And it was, imagine money is an animal. What kind of an animal is it and what's your relationship with it? And then in the first part of the exercise, obviously, I had to work on my relationship with money a lot in this moment. So I imagined myself that I am in the middle of a river and with the water up to my knees. And money was a fish, and then it was swimming between my legs, and I was trying to catch it. But because the fish is greasy, like and slippery, it was challenging to do that. So what did I do? I tried to catch it harder, and after some point of being harassed, the fish would join the current and swim away. And then the second part of the exercise was, now imagine money is some kind of an animal that makes you feel very happy and content, like a group of puppies or something, whatever works for you. And then I imagined, because I had just come out of the time on the Caribbean coast with all the lush vegetation, the animals, I imagined that I'm in this beautiful tropical garden with beautiful flowers, and that money was a hummingbird. And however hard you may try, it's impossible to catch a hummingbird. But what you can do if you want to attract it is plant the flowers that they feed off and put those feeding stations so that they can come, see how good it is, then go tell the other hummingbirds, then come have eggs and all that. And it was a very useful metaphor for me, and for a very long time, it helped me making decisions. Asking myself, what energy am I in? Am I in fish grabbing mode, or am I in colibri garden mode? Am I pursuing things, or am I attracting things? And I think that this metaphor, in the moment, it worked. I did it because of an exercise about money, but I think that it applies directly to relationships. Are we trying to entrap our partner with conditions and limits and don't do this, don't do that, so that you don't make me feel uncomfortable? Or are we creating such a beautiful life that when they come, they don't even think about going? And with time, this exercise evolved into the metaphor for Colibri Garden, which is the hummingbird garden. So the hummingbird garden is the metaphor for our inner world. We all want to attract the hummingbirds of love, success, abundance, beautiful home. But before we do that, we need to tend to our own garden. We need to weed out the doubt, the past hurts, the blocked emotions that we didn't process very well. And as we open space in our inner world, plant the seeds of faith, trust, water with consistency, discipline, some more faith, until these seeds grow into the beautiful flowers in our life that attract all the hummingbirds that we want. And the beautiful thing about this process is that once you learn to be a good gardener, you're always going to have a beautiful garden. And even if one of your hummingbirds decides to fly away, like one of my hummingbirds flew away a few months ago when I separated with my lady, you're still surrounded by flowers. And what I like when I explain to people that don't know the medicine world very intimately, I tell them this metaphor, and I share with them that I help people and I teach people how to be good gardeners of their.
And that's fucking beautiful, man.
I love that. Yeah.
That was beautiful. The Colibri Garden is a beautiful place to be for anybody. Wow. And I love that. Am I trying to catch it, or am I floundering in the water trying to catch a fish, or am I building my beautiful garden and attracting the hummingbirds? And that's beautiful, man. You rock.
Yeah.
Wow. So with Colibri Garden, give us a rundown of what it is. If somebody wants to get a hold of you and visit, one of the gardens with you, give us a rundown. What goes on? What's the process?
Absolutely. So we have our website, which I see is appearing on the screen right now. It's colibrigarden.com. We organize ayahuasca retreats. We also organize individual ceremonies with ayahuasca, with San Pedro, with Sweat Lodge. We work with Cambo. I myself share mushrooms in Cambo, and soon to organize Sweat Lodge. But also something that we like doing is connect people with good medicine elders and practitioners that walk with integrity, that honor the traditions, that really put the well-being of people in as a priority. And also something that I really like about like the others that we connect with, and probably one of the biggest reasons why we connect with them, is that they always remind us that the medicine helps us halfway. The medicine doesn't come and solve our life problems, and it's up to us to do the other half, to do the other 50%. And the most important ceremony starts after the ayahuasca ceremony, after the mushroom ceremony, and it is the ceremony of everyday life. So for anyone who wants to connect with medicine in an authentic space, would be very happy to connect, and at the very least point you in the right direction. If not, have you join one of the ceremonies and retreats that we run.
So if anybody wanted to get a hold of you and learn about this, they just go to colibrigarden.com. They hit an email in there. I'm assuming you have an email that they just click on and they can send off and give you an inquiry.
Absolutely. They can go to the website, and they can either contact us over WhatsApp or send us an email, and then we can take it from there.
Exciting.
Wow.
So, Medicine Music School. Why don't we talk about that for a minute?
Absolutely. So Medicine Music School is a project that I'm very passionate about. That is also around the medicine world. So when I went to my first ever ceremony, as you know, like music plays a very important part in ceremony. I was left just so awestruck with the musicians and the music that was played there. And it gave me the desire to sing myself. Almost as a joke, after that first ceremony that my sister invited me to, she sent me a song like 2 days later that was sung during the ceremony. It's a very famous song in this world. It's called Águila Águile. So it goes Águila Águila Águile. It's about a song about the spirit of the eagle. And it's very simple. And in this moment, it almost seemed funny, like, oh, this song is a little bit weird, it's a little bit funny, singing about the ego, like, what's that all about? But then I just started listening to it again, because it would bring me back to the ceremony and the insights that I received at the ceremony and what it meant for me. So I started listening on YouTube, and then the algorithm started sending me other medicine songs. So I ended up finding the lyrics of Águila Águile. I learned the songs and I started singing it. And after learning maybe, I don't know, 4 or 5 songs just a cappella to sing without an instrument, I got the desire to accompany myself with the guitar. So I went to a few guitar teachers, both in London and in Bulgaria, and told them, hey, I want to learn this song. And even if they were amazing guitarists, they didn't get the medicine world, so they couldn't quite teach me it. So when I came to Colombia, I entered a completely different world where there's like such a wealth of musicians that teach this kind of music. Colombia on its own has a very beautiful folklore with many, many different rhythms, different traditions. And then imagine, like this super rich folkloric tradition marrying with the medicine world. Medicine music is absolutely beautiful. So I just medicine music and singing helped me a lot in my life, with not only just singing a song and sharing a good moment with friends, but also opening the throat chakra, like speaking my truth, expressing what I have felt on my heart rather than swallowing it in, like sweeping it under the rug. So just singing helped me express myself, live a more authentic life, and just feel more peace in that way. So I wanted to, again, like make this available for other people who wanted to experience this medicine of music. So Medicine Music School is a project where we connect with local artists who teach their songs online. It's all pre-recorded, so like you can learn in your own time. But not only how to play the songs with the chords, but what is the story of the song? What is the inspiration of the song? What does this song want to transmit? In what moment of ceremony can you play it? Like it's recommended to play it. And again, like sharing more about, as I said, this way of life around the medicine, not only just the music, but the wisdom and the way of life that people connect with and live. So this is Medicine Music School. For anyone who wants to, like learn more about the medicine world and music, I think it's a fantastic project and would be very happy to have you join.
That's pretty cool. So people can
is.
get a hold of you on either one of those, medicinemusicschool.com or colibrigarden.com.
Yes.
If they're looking more for the healing, they're better off to come to colibrigarden.com would be my personal thought. Wow, that's pretty freaking awesome, man. Wow.
Yep. Yeah. We're at that time. Sadly, I'm going to ask you if you have
I got to ask you first. Wait, hang on. Did you sing before you learned those chants?
So I used to sing when I was a little kid, like maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. But then I started playing soccer. So soccer and singing didn't fit quite well. So I had stopped singing for quite a while. But then, like I remembered.
And you felt it. Okay, go ahead. Get mad at us. Tell us.
I'm gonna ask you now, like, is there anything else that you wanted to add and make sure that you had a chance to say?
Well, just wanted to say thank you for the invitation. Very happy to connect with you. Thank you for creating this project where you can talk about these important topics. I want to also say a prayer of gratitude for the life of Mika and for all the love that you have shared. May her spirit feel very peaceful and happy. And I just want to, like tell people that sometimes, when life goes very in a very bad direction, we might feel stuck. Like I want to send a prayer for people to keep the faith, to remember that life is a beautiful gift that we have, that people care about them, and there are things that can be done. There's always tomorrow. Life is a beautiful thing, and I just want to encourage everyone to look for help, to not try to not suffer in silence. And there are many people like us who are very happy and take it as an honor and privilege to support people through that.
Just reach out. Don't suffer. Just reach out.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You're freaking awesome, brother.
It's very kind. Thank you.
Wow. So is it that time again? Am I supposed to
It
read
is.
my line?
It is that time again. Yes.
Okay. Well, we definitely have to have you on again because there's lots more to talk about. There's
Yes.
lots more. This has been absolutely awesome. But it is that time again. So thank you for joining us here on the Mushy Moment with my co-host Rev Cindy, myself, and our awesome guest Avilo. Sorry. See, I wanted to go with that A. Avilo from colibregarden.com, the garden of the hummingbird. We'll see you next week with more exciting guests and healing information here on paceradio.net, the Mushy Moment, and we stream everywhere.
Everywhere. Bye, folks.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You want to start? Yes, of course. All right. Number two.
I thought we already started.
Huh? What's that?
I thought we'd already started.
No.
Yeah, we smoked one before. We just
Yeah, we did. We smoked one. This is round two.
The same one?
Yeah, same category.
No, the same joint.
No.
Yeah, they both got lit.
Oh, did they?
Is that the joint? Yeah.
Oh, there's one of those.
It's got the fiber filter on it.
Oh, so it looks more like a cigarette.
It does.
I don't know why they'd want to imitate that.
Yeah.
Reminds me of Ricky's half cigarettes and the Trailer Park Boys. He's always got those half size.
Oh, Shallon's coming.
Shall?
Oh,
You want what?
It's coming. Looking at for visual appeal. Oh, Al's gone. Visual appeal, quality roll, selection of rolling paper, selection of the filter. Those are the main things we need to concentrate on now. Visual appeal, quality of the roll, selection of rolling paper, selection of the filter. Is it all bent up and out of shape?
Here's a little land. I wonder what they want to be when they grow up.
At least there's a hole all the way through.
They do look short, don't they?
A lot of pre-roll,
The last
a lot
ones-
of pre-roll joints in the market are like that.
Yeah, they are.
And not
The
so much
last
with this
ones-
filter, but that length. Yeah.
The last one wasn't like that. They didn't. I think
No.
The last one was longer.
It surprised me.
Yeah.
More like a cigarette.
Yeah, it is. It is more like a cigarette. Yeah, I'll try to put it on the screen here for everybody. And it's more of a size of a cigarette. It's got a filter on it with a white filter in there. It's got a hole in the center. And you can see through the papers. Okay.
I couldn't see through the paper. Oh, the hole in the end.
Yeah, hole in the end.
All righty.
Well, it looks like a road.
Yeah, I think you are the next to like.
You ready for that, Bob?
Oh, we're gonna do the dry.
Yeah, we gotta do dry inhale before we light
We
it.
already do this?
You ready to do the visual on these joints we just looked at? These short, stubby buggers?
Is that number 2?
Yeah.
On number 1, eh?
Yeah. Overall visual appeal.
Number, yeah.
Did you want to try the
Quality of roll.
Yeah.
dry?
Quality of roll. 7.
Selection.
Hang on.
So you couldn't haul on it. Would you?
It wasn't
You didn't even light it.
No, we don't want you to light it.
Not yet.
Why?
Yeah, we just
You gotta do the dry.
I'm sorry.
dry inhale.
So,
man. Dry
so
inhale.
selection of rolling paper.
Yeah, is it? But
3?
Yeah. Selection of rolling paper.
and it
Oops.
kind of.
I think it
really
was-
Yes, that
You
is,
can
I
see
guess,
right through the
because we're
filter.
doing it, I guess.
I think if it's opened up a little bit on the end of the joint, it's
And then selection of filter.
a couple pinholes in it.
Right, this filter here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be.
Now, other than that, the draw.
There
that
used
you
to be an
did
old
get-
cigarette made filter like that.
Yeah.
I thought it was
Right.
Black Cat when I first looked at
Yeah.
it.
This goes back to the
What did what?
the bubble.
That's the
Kush
filter one.
flavors.
What number are you on? 4?
4.
That's the filter.
But
Hey.
yeah, it
I
is.
know you guys saw
8.
sucked on it.
And then the
yeah,
inhale
go
that you
back
just
to-
did, the taste with the dry,
Yeah, that's
unlit
it.
inhale.
I think
That's
if the taste transfers over to the
That's it?
smoke,
For now, till we light it.
then
Hey,
that's
you
gonna
gotta be
nice.
sorry.
What happened to
Got
Al?
a pen in my hand.
Okay. Now is that draw because of the filter?
I just opened up the end on this and it's drawing fine.
So and did you open all the paper end?
Yeah, just a little bit of the paper end, just
Oh,
enough
yeah.
that the air would flow.
Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Debbie will get a better. Yeah, give that to Debbie. That helped as far as knowing that because there is the choice of filter. I was thinking it was the filter that was making it hard to draw.
Not if you got a hole through your cradles.
Yeah, it's got a hole through. Exactly.
Yeah, okay, I got a little that time.
Got a little that time. Okay.
It reminds me of something.
Yeah.
Almost like it reminds me of cleaner. Fine, maybe.
That was what
Pine
I
Sol?
in the last one was cleaner.
Pine Sol?
Something like that, yeah. It's 35 degrees Celsius in Illinois right now.
Might be wide.
Okay.
All right, who's lighting her up?
All right, who's got it?
Roll it
You opened it.
Oh, I did.
Okay, you get to light it up.
Oh, okay.
And then this is your joint to take home. And you got your container there. There you go. So if you're shitty weed, I'm sorry. But if it's really good, you go, all right, I can hardly wait. Yeah.
Yeah, Eric delivers me on camera because I'm too lazy to walk over the bridge. But I have been walking over the bridge. I don't know. It makes me more fit. Quit sitting around out the 50K getting high out there.
Yeah, just walk around and get high all day.
Same thing. I walk over the bridge to get high. Okay. Nothing. No.
Okay.
I can't believe how
Now that
everything
it's opened up because it's burning, it's obviously going to be easier to draw. Is it going to be? It's going to be big enough to get around everybody.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I'll get the heater chair
It does,
red.
it does feel like a cigarette.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
There was some thought put into this
It
joint.
looks like a cigarette. So you could stand places that wouldn't people assume that you were smoking a cigarette. And then those people come up, some of them come up to you.
Yeah.
We tried that. It didn't work.
It's easy to smoke at, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Airflow.
I probably make
Seems to be burning pretty evenly.
It is pretty dark though,
Yeah, yeah.
but that could be the paper.
I find
Yeah,
it's a lot milder than the first one we tried.
Oh no, I'll try
Yeah,
to
I can taste it.
Yeah, that's dark.
Yeah, I'm really interested in them to put it in my slushies. Go to Max and get a slushie.
Oh
Go
well.
home and drip some strips in it.
Oh, it's happened again.
You got logged out?
Remember, just stir
No, LinkedIn.
because I think
LinkedIn
that's what
doesn't
happened
like
when
me.
Oh.
they without.
You got hit again?
I
Yeah,
didn't stir
yeah,
it,
they
and I
shut
think
it
he
down.
stuck the whole thing up, and I got like the $20 slushie.
Okay.
Which was
How's that doobie going?
Good.
Many
All right, you ready for these
Okay,
questions?
Try.
Where are we at? 6?
6.
6. Aroma translate to taste.
What?
You taste that. Yeah.
What do you want?
No, LinkedIn shut me down.
Oh no, I saw that earlier. I didn't say anything.
Smoking experience,
Yeah.
harsh to smooth.
Smoking what?
Experience, harsh to smooth.
I think it's because of the length that we've done now.
Yeah.
I think that's all it is.
Okay. Ash.
Ash color and
Ash
structure.
Color.
Ash color.
Effects. Was it not pleasant? Pleasant. Very pleasant. Overall enjoyment. Yes or no? I don't. You know, there's probably people out
Pleasant
there
or
that might be able to
not
guess
pleasant?
what these strains are. If they're, you know, like, is this, is this
Okay.
product in the stores now,
Right.
or is
If
this a
you,
product?
yeah, if you've had
Overall
those
enjoyment.
products and you're used to those products, of course you're going to be able to identify them.
And would you buy
Well,
it?
that's like
I'd know what a Molson
I think
tasted
so.
like if you handed me a
Yeah.
beer. You know what I mean?
And
Yeah,
within
like
2
I can,
minutes,
like, you know,
I
let
don't
that
know
Chris
what
taste
you
it. I
said.
like to taste it.
Yeah, I think so.
Alrighty.
Holy fuck, we're not done yet.
No, it's still going around.
I said it was northern.
We're done that one.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're done the answers for that one.
Did I say northern lights?
I'll be back in a minute.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net. Good evening, Tamara. What are you doing? I see you're rolling a doobie.
Oh, yes. Well, you know, I usually have one sparked up. I had one all rolled up before the show.
Yeah.
And then I already smoked it. So
so tonight I got four things on my list that I'd like to discuss during the broadcast at some point throughout the show, and that's BC, what's going on over there, the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club. Get a little bit of information on what's going on in the U.S. as far as the Democratic Party's marijuana policy, not policy, but where the people stand on the cannabis end of things.
well, they hang a little bit more left, I think, and I think they're seeing it more as a commodity.
We're going to be talking about a cannabis recall, as well as teen cannabis use is down. Jeez, something doesn't seem right there. They always told us that when you legalize, cannabis use would go through the roof.
Oh, well, you know, when you put an age limit on it, they can't walk into the store or go in as a minor. That kind of kiboshes it. When the legal system makes it so that even the illegal market is pretty much dust, there's no access for them to get it. I think that was the goal for, and children that are accessing cannabis are getting it via their parents and getting it from a safe, tested, you know what I mean? Like it's not coming from the streets. And I hate to say that, but that was like for years I didn't realize, but we were smoking mold spores and all kinds of things because it wasn't being grown properly.
Well, yeah, and for years. I'm sure people, and I'm sure I know of people who have consumed some mold spores over the years. The good thing is, over those years, nobody died from smoking any cannabis that was
That
grown
would
that
be the
was
only way you
tested.
would die from cannabis, is if you got something that wasn't good for you.
Yeah, or it falls on you, suffocates you.
Right? But
Yeah.
again, I've been at parties when I was younger, and somebody slipped something else into that joint, and you're smoking that joint, and it's not just weed, too, right? So again, that can still happen at a party. Now that it's legal, that makes no difference whether
Oh
somebody
yeah, exactly.
slip
Yeah,
something into it while they're rolling it, but nothing is laced. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? There's
yeah,
no
yeah.
lacing ability.
So what have you been up to lately? We'll get into some cannabis talk here in a second, but so anything exciting you want to mention?
I don't know. What
I don't know. I'm just asking you. You've always got some adventurous story before we get into things.
Oh,
And
actually,
today I just jumped right into our topics.
yeah, no. Well, no, not anything that I really want to discuss because it has to do with my son. Other than that,
okay.
Not really
Well,
anything.
okay. Well, what I'm gonna do is
Zombies.
tonight we're broadcasting on to the
Treating yourself.
Treating Yourself's Facebook page. So I thought I'd bring down the sign. This is the actual sign from the 2010 Treating Yourself Expo. Let me just get.
You know what? I found one of my little jars. It's sitting out on my kitchen.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're just popping up all over the place because I used to store keef in them, and I'd have keef and oil and stuff, and I'd use them for when I was making candy, right? So I was for the cupboards because I got some new ADHD medication, so everything's being organized. So I'm finding these things that I forgot that I even had.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So no snow this week or anything?
No,
did you get hail? That's
Yeah.
something about some golf ball size hail. I didn't mean to make snow, but yeah.
Yeah, we did get a dumping, and yeah, we did get some good hail. We had one good storm for sure. We're still sitting under a watch right now again because it's like hot, and then it cools off quick, and then it just hail and all these it happens, right?
Yeah.
Calgary hail's really good. I have friends that had pictures of like golf ball size hail in Calgary for sure.
I saw that in the news.
But yeah, we did have some good storms, and it's been hot. Like today, it was kind of crappy when I got up this morning, but then it's been hot and humid all day. Like it's just kind of like lingering. But yeah, we've had some pretty good storms. Nothing like I said. It's been 2 days of that, and I don't even know what it's Wednesday, right? So Wednesday, I'm always so tired because I had to close the store last night.
Sure, and then you got up early today and worked, and
I'm like 4 hours sleep usually. I'm like, I get home from do everything not to lay down, just go to sleep.
Get the toothpicks out.
Yeah, exactly. Because I'm tired. So my brain doesn't always feel quite functioning when I'm thinking, what did I do this week? What day is it today?
Yeah.
Right. I know it's Wednesday because Alexa's telling me at 5:30 it's show day. That's how I remember. Because like last Monday, I got because my Alexa, the power had gone down. My Alexa wasn't working.
Oh, okay.
Monday came and went, and I went, oh fuck, it's 2:00. I forgot to do my show.
I know that's.
I reset Alexa. So Alexa went off at 11:30 on Monday to remind me that I had to do my shows. I was like, oh yeah. And she goes off at 5:30 tonight, so I can set the computer up. I'm serious, Al. But again with this new, they upped my medication again, so I'm finding a little more clarity this week. So I actually didn't have to remember. I told Taven that we had to eat early because I had my show, so I remembered.
Right, good. All right, so as I mentioned, we had some things that I wanted to discuss, and one of them is the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club article that came out yesterday in StratCan mentions that they have received a $3.2 million fine from the BC government.
I can't imagine what that would be for and why it's so excessive. Like they're like, do they actually
It's
think
based
they're
on the it's based on the product that is returned. It's based on the amount equal to twice the retail value of the cannabis that was sold or possessed by the business for the
okay?
purpose of sales.
Yeah, I get that. So basically they're saying,
Yeah,
and then they'll hold it for proceeds of crime because
yeah,
it's still, whether it's been criminally charged or not, it's still an illegal act. So it's still proceeds of crime, no matter how they word it. It's like they don't have to technically even be charged. That's
yeah.
how that other court case went in Saskatchewan. Remember how he said that he forfeited all his stuff, and then basically they said that that too bad, you can't have it, even though you weren't convicted. It was still proceeds of an illegal transaction. So they can word it in 10 different ways and make it so that you never see your stuff.
We were talking about this before the show, and I was thinking it was on top of the existing $6.5 million that's sitting there now. But when I read this article, it says that those were previously proposed fines.
Yeah, I think this is like they went to court, and this is what the actual.
This is what they ended up with. Was
Yeah.
the is
I think they were
is
fighting that. They were
3.2.
fighting tickets, right? And that's why they had Kirk and Jack
Yeah.
in this litigation to try and fight these bylaw tickets, right? Kind of like if I
Mhm.
got a ticket for the chickens, right? It's the same thing. It's a bylaw, or within the BC, it's a BC stuff. Kind of, it's not the same as criminal law. It's different, right? It's a different litigation because it's not
Yeah.
it's not a criminal offense anymore. They've taken
Now,
the criminal offenses out of cannabis, even for that kind of.
now they say here that the deputy director of the CSU says that she did not find that Ted Smith was not personally selling cannabis. She did fact, so he wasn't. She's not accusing him of selling. She's saying that he wasn't selling cannabis contrary to the provincial regulations, but notes that she has not made a determination as to whether Smith or any of the VCBC directors, officers, or agents may be liable for a monetary penalty imposed on the VCBC.
That was what the judge said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because this is a complicated. This is like there's no precedence for this, right? There's no prior cases that any judge can go back to litigate with, because this is like the first time this ever happened, right? So there's no precedent setting cases prior to that she can go back, and she's basically having to make a ruling on her own knowledge of the law and what refinements she has within the law, right? And this is like something that's never happened before. So she's being thrown like this case with all this stuff, and then they're fighting about the fact that patients have rights and they should be in business because of the fact,
And they got the
things, right?
higher doses for patients,
right? But she can't rule on any of that. And that's the thing. This is not something she can rule on because this is legislation. Legislation cannot be changed in court, right? Something
this is
yeah.
That they're like in BC. That is, oh no, I guess it's still the federal.
BC has a different cannabis act too. BC wrote their cannabis act completely different than any other province. Again, why the First Nations can't have stores on their
because the provincial end is written different crap.
Cannabis act too that has. I was reading something about it today. I just have to
There's
remember.
some agreement or something
different, yeah, but it's different than where I can't remember what the hell it was. I'll have to think on that for a minute because I read it earlier. But there's something else in our Cannabis Act too that I read that is totally completely different, that puts restrictions on certain things out of the province. Kind of like that, where they can't grow their own and they can't smoke it anywhere and they can't have a pot leaf on their shirt. They wrote their own laws, right?
But yet it's federally legal to wear that shirt, grow that cannabis, and the federal court didn't help any. So
no, because this has been put into legislations.
Like it makes you wonder, like if Quebec can ban it, what prevents any other province or a federal government
from
Well,
doing
the
it?
federal government could pull the whole program,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
and then the provinces would have to shut their programs down because then it would be federally not legal anymore.
Right.
It was never given jurisdiction earlier to the provinces. Well, that might that might not work because they did kick jurisdiction to the provinces. They would have to keep it the way it is because the provinces could reign their own. So I don't think it would change. I don't think cannabis is a legislation that anybody would change. It's too much of a cash cow. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, I think there's some things that could be changed.
Yeah, we're not. They just have.
I don't know if my concern is the right to grow your 4 plants.
Oh, the
Being
4
that,
plants.
being the Quebec government can do it, why can't the federal government do it, right?
Well, they could, but I doubt they would.
And that doesn't touch the medical program, so patients still have access to growing their cannabis.
If they can get their doctor to sign the paperwork.
Yeah, if they get the doctors to sign the paperwork, exactly. So,
And that's the thing but that's always been the main hurdle. We always said the doctors were the gateway to our program, and it was because of
well,
college.
they are. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. Now, for anybody who doesn't know about the VCBC, they're the oldest cannabis
Compassion Club.
Compassion Club in the country. 1996. They've been up and running. So we'll have to get Ted on the broadcast and talk to him, see what's going on. So, all right. Let's see. Outside on that, just so you know, I probably could be covering this story tomorrow on the news for a little more detail on that. Yeah, always because we run a promo here for the VCBC on one of our commercial sets, talking about the fines.
Yeah,
the big fines that have been levied against them.
So they're not 6 though. They've levied them at 3 point whatever.
Correct. Yeah.
They've taken it down by half, so they don't need. But I mean, and of course, their legal fees too, right? So
and the article said that Kirk and Jack were still fighting it. We're still.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's not over yet. Still lots more to go.
Because you've got to be, like I said, patients have already been given that. We've already been given that privilege, right, or that right, or
that was section 4 and 5.
And that's the thing in Canada. It's not like a right. We have no rights in Canada. What we have is privileges, right? And it's a different setup with our rule of law. And our, like I said, our constitution and the charter are different from what the Americans have. So we do not have actual rights in Canada. We have privileges for things, and we have rights, but it's different, right? Like there's not an actual right to. It's wording.
Well, yeah, I think it was the Matt Murnoff trial, his court case.
I was a witness, yeah, and it was.
Yeah, in that ruling, that's what the judge said, is that there was no right to the cannabis. Yeah.
No. Because it's a privilege, like a driver's license. Like nobody has a right to drive a car. That's a privilege that you're given in Canada, right? You have no right.
Once you've proven you can do
it. You don't
it.
have rights. You have privileges, and they can pull those privileges at any time, like using the notwithstanding clause, right?
Oh yeah. Let's not even go there.
Right. So, and if that's the case, and every program that we've got that we are privileged to by our charter will be gone, including. So we'll just put that.
Yeah. No, the cannabis, it'll always stay. I see that. I don't see it leaving, but I could see there being changes, no matter which way it goes. So,
well,
but
like I mean, I hopefully for the better. I hope at some point in the future that we get enough research that shows that cannabis is absolutely got the medical qualities that we claim that it does, and have the medical research to throw right in Health Canada's face, and then they actually deem it a medicine, and then we can actually have a leg to stand on, and then we will have.
Do you see them as far as deeming whole plant cannabis as a medicine, or would it be more along the line of the pharmaceutical grade? Yeah, which they've already done, with a couple
They've
of different
already done
pills
that.
out there, right?
They've already done the pharmaceutical synthetic, right?
Yeah.
And look where that got them. People still saying that it was ineffective and not working the way it should, and it wasn't the same as the compound of the full spectrum of that full plant. And it was whether it was smoking it or whether it was a certain way that a person used it for whatever ailment that they had. That's how it works for them, right? And it's an individual based, just like any other pharmaceutical or any other medicine. It works differently for everybody because our body chemistries are all different. We're individual, and it doesn't matter what
Our
age you're
friend, our
right?
friend Allison, our friend Allison tried it in the past, and
Yeah.
you don't hear her talking about it, so it's not being used anymore.
No, exactly. And you don't hear people raving about Marinol or Sativix
No.
or whatever the hell oh yeah, I took this stuff and I'm brand new and I take it on a daily. I don't have to smoke anymore. No, people are talking like that
No.
about gummies
And
and
yeah.
that kind of thing. And I smoked this great strain, or I ate these great gummies, or I had a brownie and I feel like a new person. You don't hear people saying, yeah, I ate this Marinol.
No, exactly. There's nobody that I'm aware of that says that they prefer the prescription cannabis over the whole plant cannabis.
I can't say as I know anybody that's ever. Well, I know somebody that used it once, and that's only because he was traveling to the States and used it for back pain, right? And
Right.
crap.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only person I've ever known that's ever used it. And he was actually a medical cannabis, patient as well, but
Right.
couldn't take his medicine with him to the States. Right?
No. And so the doctor prescribed
We
him.
just take that because it was a pharmaceutical. It came in a pill bottle. It had his name and the prescription. And they didn't bat an eye if you were bringing prescriptions over. If you're bringing,
Yeah, really, eh? And well, they would.
No, if you're traveling anywhere and you have prescription, it doesn't matter what the prescription is, as long as it's in a pill bottle with your name and it all matches
Yeah.
up. You can go anywhere.
Correct. Yeah. But you try that with your prescription cannabis, with it in the bottle, with the label on it and everything. It's not going to work.
Well, now, not internationally. Then within Canada, you could always travel.
Yeah.
Like if I flew from Calgary to Toronto and had
Sure.
to bring medicine with me or bring medicine
Mhm.
home, as a patient, I could. I just had to carry my paperwork with me.
Right.
And before that, before we had the 150-gram travel BS that happened on the last ruling, when we didn't matter how much we carried. I came back from Toronto one time with a pound in my carry-on. Anything.
It still has to go through it. It still has to be. It's still checked, like whether it's still X-rayed.
They didn't even check. They didn't ask. The bag went through the went through the X-ray, and I picked my carry-on up, put my shoes on, and kept on going right onto the plane. Nobody said a damn word.
No word, eh?
Nope.
They would just see something of mass.
Well, I had pipe, my little, my little key.
Well, that would
box,
show up separately. That's for sure.
I had my license sitting right on top of the pound of pot. Like I had the pink paperwork, elastic band around the weed, right?
Yeah. In case they found it.
In case they opened the bag and went, "Oh, what's this?" Well, that's what that is. I mean, I quite expected. That's why there was an elastic band with my pink paperwork wrapped around.
Yeah, exactly. Just in
So, yeah,
case.
I've traveled with it. I've traveled with it several times, but not out of the country. I've never left the country. I don't even have a passport.
Flying right here
Yeah,
within Canada. Yeah, you're not leaving the country, so.
Yeah, and I mean, we've all had licensing. Well, I have since 2012, so it's since then, long before legalization. We had that freedom long before everybody else got it.
Well, yeah. Well, I'll tell you, it was a great thing to have, to be able to, get out there and do what we were doing all those years before legalization. Being able to talk to people about cannabis, go to those treating yourself booths that Marco was putting the magazine in at the different home shows and trade shows where you didn't expect to see a cannabis booth, and then people would walk by and they would look at us and they would put a big grin, smile on their face, and I would say, "See that? It works, and you don't even need to consume it."
Right?
Right?
It'd be just people asking questions. Actually, I was going through pictures
Yep.
today. I actually found a picture of the car all done up in the green poofs for the parade that we were in out here.
Oh yes.
In therapeutic cannabis partners, all everybody in their white lab coats, and I'm wearing my 420 pace show t-shirt.
Hmm.
That was fun though, but I mean, again, that's historic stuff that we could do long before
Yeah.
legalization, because we had our licensing and we were involved in, trying to get the word out about cannabis and
Yeah.
how it's medicine and how it should be regulated. And I mean, there were so many reasons for for a lot of us, right? It wasn't like
Yeah.
there's so many tentacles to the plant.
Oh, for sure. And like things that we were doing in the expo days, like back then, um, as the sign says, world's largest vapor lounge.
I know, right?
Yeah, and like this was indoor. It was 4,600 square feet.
Yeah.
You couldn't do that before. You couldn't do that after legalization.
No. No. And I mean, really, all it was the back end of the convention center with some walls wrapped around it, and a guy standing there with show you license, and you walked in the door, right?
Yeah, there was a sign there.
Yeah, there's a sign. Come this way.
But
Come
yeah, and we had plants on
Yeah.
folded, like real plants that were in real dirt pots, and there was plants that were little plants, big plants, and plants that were in full bloom.
Well, you know,
Can't do that now. Can't do that
all
now.
the lighting companies and all the dirt and soils and the seeds.
Oh yeah.
You had access to be able to buy seeds at these shows, right?
Yeah.
Good ideas and see what were the best lights, and all the booths with all the glass and all the new vaporizers, because that's when vaporizers were first coming out too,
Mhm.
right? Especially the
Yeah.
smaller ones, like the Zeppelin. I got because Julie Chorero, who's owner of Skunk Magazine now,
Yeah.
we used to be a co-host on the network here.
Here on the network.
Was that then, right?
She had the Magic Flight.
Right, and
She was
gave us
telling
something
it.
that was in with the Normal Women's Alliance, right? So Debbie and I both got one of those. I still have it. Like I've got this
Oh, yeah.
suitcase that's full of all kinds of papers and stuff that I picked up from those shows and stuff. I've never used any of them, but I've got a
Oh,
suitcase full of all that stuff.
And that Magic Flight, you had to stick a battery in it.
Yeah.
A double A battery in it, and it connected to make the wire heat up.
And then you had to put the pod in this little thing and close the window and then puff on it. Yeah.
Yeah. It looked like a matchbox.
During the first break, I'll see if I can find it. I'm
Okay.
sure I know exactly where it is. But yeah, like I said, I'm kind of a pack rat and don't get rid of anything. The only things I regret is I had all the Treating Yourself magazines, every volume. And I had every volume of Skunk, and I had every volume of Cannabis Culture that I had collected over the years. And when my basement flooded,
Oh.
all the stuff and all the memorabilia from the Kootenai Cannabis Club,
Oh, gone.
because the basement flooded and it was all downstairs.
Yeah.
Totes, they were sitting in cardboard boxes.
Oh, yeah.
So I lost.
I got everything in plastic tubs.
Oh, I do now.
Yeah.
I do now. There's nothing down there that that anything could wreck anymore. But the only thing that didn't get wrecked was the tent, because it was in a suitcase.
Oh, okay.
Like my growing tent, right? But all my ballasts, like all the ballasts, all the shades, everything.
Got ruined in the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had some stuff that was ruined a couple years ago in a flooded basement.
Yeah, I remember that too. Yeah,
Yeah,
we all had our floods, right? We all had our losses. But yeah,
Cross your fingers, it doesn't happen again. But
the way it was raining the other night, did you see those pictures on my Facebook? Holy moly! I said
no, I just saw the ones with the hail.
out in front of the store because I was working, right? But I actually texted him. He says, "Go check the basement because we're low. Like my house is sunk, like down from the top." Yeah, and I told him to check the kitchen too because it runs into the carport. Oh yeah, Maybe the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't, but yeah, we have to
Yeah.
watch rains.
Yeah, water running into the house where it's not supposed to be is never a good thing.
I was up there a couple of years ago with the snow shovel, having to like squash it all out.
Oh yeah. I've lived in places like that where you got to move the snow once it hits the ground.
Oh, it was horrible. But yeah, like I said, it's been so dry. I am not complaining.
Yeah.
I'm not complaining about it.
Now we're gonna go to break here in the next minute or two.
Also,
So I'm not gonna start a new topic, obviously. But when we come back from the break, we're gonna be talking about. We're gonna look forward. You know, I'm always complaining about the U.S. government's stance on cannabis, and descheduling is better than rescheduling from 1 to 3, and their banking act, how it always gets so far, and it's like pulling teeth. It's just freaking crazy.
Well, I just don't understand why they keep it so complicated. Like, it's not that complicated. Like, why do they always want a bit more red tape and more bureaucracy and something that's not that complicated?
Yeah, and with so many states that have it legal, medically as well as recreationally. I believe the recreational is over half now.
You can only get it in tincture form, no flower. Like, what is that?
Yeah, there are states that are like that. Yeah.
They're like that you cannot actually access what you want to access. They're basically telling you, well, here you
Can't
go.
have smokables.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. You can have topicals.
Drops or topicals, right? Like, how are you gonna, and what are you gonna do? Rub what to get what? Topicals? Like, come on, really? That's not.
All right. Well, we're gonna discuss what at least one party is looking at, possibly what their position could be. Hopefully, their leaders who they've chosen will do the right thing, but we'll learn more about that when we get back from the break.
And I can come back with Project 2025's page 451 about how the GOP want to make sure that they can maintain stable marriages in the U.S.
No, we're not. All right, when we get back, we're going to be talking cannabis. Project 25.
There's probably something about cannabis in there.
There probably is. And if you find it, let us know.
Well, I will.
Yeah. Okay. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, welcome back to Pace Radio Show. We are live right here at paceradio.net. All right. Now we're going to discuss what's going on down in the U.S. as far as where the parties, some information on where the party stands, especially now that the Democratic Party has picked their nominee and their vice president, and the Republicans have got theirs picked as well. But it's an important, it'll be in November. It's important. It's, it's cannabis. It doesn't make sense, as we said before the break, for it to be legal down there federally when there's so many places have it legal, whether it's medical or recreational use, right?
Right.
It's just silly. So I've got a couple articles here as far as some information. I get some information on it. Now, what they're calling Harris and Waltz, they said this is the most pro-cannabis ticket of all time, which is very good, I would say. And that is also from U.S. Cannabis Council, a guy from there. And now, if Waltz gets, if Democrats win, Waltz would become the first vice president to have signed an adult use cannabis legalization bill into law. So what's that time? He's already signed a bill. So why wouldn't he do it again?
Yeah, he's very progressive. And I think that they would, again, make it federally legal so that it would be kind of like ours and kick it back to the states. You know what I'm saying? So that each state would have ultimate say whether they would be, what they would do with those laws, right? But federally, that means that they would be able to be I can go to my mom's in Lethbridge and buy cannabis in Lethbridge and come back to British Columbia and not worry about it being a thing, right?
Yeah.
But in the states, you can't bring it across state lines, right?
No, I know. Well, I would hope that with federal legalization,
right?
that would be eliminated,
right?
And they could, even if they set it up so the states have their independence, still have it federally legal.
But if they federally legalize,
and there'll be, I'm sure there'll be some states that will opt out.
Right. But how many people are sitting in their federal prisons for small?
Oh yeah.
Would eliminate maybe letting some of those people go.
Yeah. Well, for simple possession, they have done that.
To a point, but there are still some people in some states still.
Yeah. Well, those are state laws, correct?
I think that there's
the state end of it.
Yeah, I guess, right. But again, I think that it would free up a lot of. There's so much it would do, but for them, again, the banking system, we talked about that too, right?
Yeah. That all has to be dealt with. There's no doubt about that. The banking system. Let's see. And now as far as Harris, she has held some round tables and discussions with people over the cannabis, and she has come out and said that no one should be incarcerated for cannabis.
I know as a prosecutor, she did prosecute people for cannabis. Um,
But again, those are laws that were written up by her. She had to follow the law as a
she's
prosecutor.
following the law.
That's who's just doing her job, and that's how I look at that one. Is that there are things that sometimes you have to do because it's your job, whether you agree with it or not.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, this I'm looking at a different article, and they are praising this the Waltz guy on this.
His motto is like, mind your fucking business. And I've been saying that
Yeah,
for 10 years.
yeah.
Mind
Now,
your business.
there is some information here on the Republicans, just so that people know this isn't just on the Democratic end of things, but it is good to know that both of them on that ticket are pro cannabis, and that could hopefully only bode well for cannabis in the country, right? So, and like I said, she's Harris has prosecuted people, and you mentioned following laws, but for her to recognize cannabis that should be legalized, and people shouldn't be jailed for that. Some people say, well, she could right her wrongs, make it legal.
Well, that's why there's a group called Law Enforcement Against Prohibition, because there are police, and we've had them on our show, that do not agree with the laws anymore.
Yeah, well, yeah, Allison was a member there.
Right.
Now, as far as the Republican end, it says here that Trump, while he was in the White House, is relatively benign. Now, Jeff Sessions, who was his first attorney general, rescinded the Cole memo. And the Cole memo, what it did is it allowed the states to determine their own cannabis laws. So why would you rescind a memo that allows the states to have their own cannabis laws
Because they didn't want them to have
cannabis legalization? Huh?
Because they didn't want them to have cannabis laws. They just wanted them to be illegal.
Now, as far as Trump's running mate, this is Vance's stance on it. He's opposed to cannabis banking reform and declined to take a position on adult use legalization in his home state just last year. So he is, he's from there. He's at his home state. He was a senator from there, and he wouldn't even speak about his position on cannabis. But yet, when you're voting against things cannabis related, then that doesn't make you very pro cannabis, does it?
Well, no, and that's the thing, not taking a stance either way on it. It shows how wishy-washy you are.
Yeah, exactly. It's one way or the other, buddy.
Well, I mean, if you're going to stand up and be, and stand up and either be for or against it, and then stand firm on that belief. I mean, that's a thing. Like, you can't be wishy-washy. For so many years, we've all stood by our beliefs about cannabis being medicine and how beneficial it is. I die on that sword on that hill, right? And that's the difference between just people that have a full belief in what they're doing.
Yeah. Well, look what's on our belief in cannabis as the medicine. 20 years, right? Been doing this, right? So
right, and again, there's no disputing the fact that it does help in some ways. Like I said, it might not be what we were prescribed for. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe it's not. You have to have that little prescription to help, like I do, because it's maybe not helpful for that, but it's helpful in so many other things.
Well, I'm sort of looking at it this way: is that people, they always said that carrots were good for your eyes.
Yeah.
But there's lots of different carrots. What kind of carrots are good for your eyes?
Right. And
there's so many different.
Right? Because I used to eat lots of carrots, and I still have to wear glasses.
Yeah, I've had them for 30 years. I got hiccups now.
I remember my grandma told me that if you eat your carrots, you won't have to wear glasses.
Oh, yeah. I was allergic to them. I was allergic to carrots. That's not why I wear glasses, though.
But again, like the old wives' tales that we believed.
Yeah.
And people still believe.
Oh yeah. Maybe there's something good in them that helps. I don't know. But if you're using carrots as medicine because of the good nutrients within carrots, you don't see the benefit like you do when you smoke cannabis or when you eat cannabis.
No, there's no comparison.
Yeah, there's no
I
comparison.
don't like the fact that too. We've talked about this before. How they put alcohol and cannabis in the same, because they're not the same.
No.
You know, because well, I don't know. I've never heard alcohol being medicinal. Maybe it is.
Oh well, what it was during Prohibition. In the early days of Prohibition, it was medicinal, and doctors were writing out prescriptions
Oh
so
yeah,
patients
right.
could
Yeah,
access. Yeah.
that's right. But there was also people going blind and dying from it too.
Oh yeah. That's
Right.
the bathtub stuff.
Right. So there were so many, and again, I'm not saying anybody's died from cannabis, but you can sure guarantee that you got some crappy moldy seedy something in the 30 or whatever years that you smoked cannabis. Or there was a time where all you could get was oil, and then you have to wonder if it was molasses or not. So there's some pretty shady, seedy, you know along the way in the 30 years too. I'm kind of happy that I can walk into a store and know that I'm not going to have to deal with some shady guy in an alley.
Right. You just walk into a store. But like you can go to the store and still buy something and still run into problems. I saw someone post some nasty pictures there recently about some moldy buds. But even on even something as simple as the vape cartridges, I've got it around here somewhere. The vape cartridge that leaked. It wasn't. It's not a recall. And we'll get into that because there is a recall on the cannabis end, and that's not just here in Canada.
No,
Is it?
not every they're not all ethical.
Yeah. Right here, good old here in Canada, Health Canada's made a recall for cannabis due to incorrect THC and CBD labels. Values. Only 23 units were sold. I'm just seeing how it says what was wrong with it. That's it. According to the Health Canada product, the Tangerine Dream Dry Cannabis has a total cannabinoid value lower than the actual THC and CBD values in the product. That was it. That's what the problem was, yeah. And they haven't received any adverse complaints about it. So. But there's one here in the US that's going on that I've seen. And it was something like 2,600 products.
Wow.
In the one recall. And I'm thinking, holy crap. Now, unfortunately,
You have to remember too, in the States, if they're regulated by a state, and they don't have the regulations we do.
yeah. It's the state end of things.
Yeah, but again, like the U.S. doesn't have the same. Like, we get a lot of red tape and bureaucracy up here. They don't seem to have all that regulatory interference, is what they call it, right? And that's why they can. That's why they're. Why we don't want their milk. Why do we don't?
Yeah,
want,
like they've.
Geez, like your FDA.
Okay, I found it. I found it here. I didn't find what I thought I found, but I found some information. If I can get this other screen here to close out of the way.
Hurricane Debbie rolled.
It was in Missouri. Yeah, it says Missouri regulators recalled a staggering 2,600 cannabis products.
Was that the new? Where is he from? Isn't he from Wisconsin?
Yeah, it said it was necessary. It was necessary due to a significant lapse in the state mandated lab testing protocols. Okay. They say that the product wasn't subject to appropriate lab tests. 2,600 products. It came a products such as buds, edibles, concentrates, and more.
Eesh, that sounds like a whole run.
Yeah. Well, I read something earlier on it that the product, it was tested, but it wasn't tested properly. It was tested before it was put together.
put together.
It wasn't the finished product wasn't tested.
The
Yeah.
flower's not finished. What does that mean?
Yeah. Just seeing what else it says here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, they don't get into too much more other than things got to be tested, and this would be forcing people to get things tested more down the road and stuff like that. But yeah, 2,600 product.
Well, my friend that works in a production site here in town says that they're all exporting theirs to Germany.
Oh yeah.
My other friend that works in the one in Montreal says that they're like scrutinized for security and testing all the time. Like it's like there's always somebody looking over their shoulder. So some of them are pretty tight, I think, and I'm not, even out here, I think it's pretty well, but they're not even in the Canadian market anymore. They're
right, just selling over to Europe or something.
Just edibles. They're just doing edibles now.
And that's it, eh?
Yep, because they had that virus go through the system with the plants, and they could never recruit from that.
Oh, did they have that virus?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nasty.
Right.
Yeah, you gotta
vesicle or something like that. Anyway, it's a pretty nasty.
Yeah, it gets into the rooting system, and especially if you're growing hydroponic, it'll just overtake. Yeah, it'll just overtake everything.
It did. So, and once it's in the system too, like you can't get it out.
Yeah, because it was widespread in the U.S.
Yeah, I don't know how they got it, but we're pretty close to the U.S. border too, right? So I don't know.
Yeah, something.
That's what I was
got
told.
in there.
But they have to be doing some sort. I don't know where. I don't know where. I don't know. I don't ask. It's. I guess it's,
No.
I just know that that's what I was told. They're exporting to Germany.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they're not. Hopefully they're not exporting nasty stuff that was grown with that.
I wasn't a fan of any of their stuff, to be fair. But a friend in Australia said that Tweed's got and Tilray as a Tilray as actually like a site under their branding in Canada and going in Australia for medical down there, and the price is about the same. Like they're paying they were paying a little more. They were paying for like our black market prices like 3 years ago, 200 an ounce. I think it might have come down now like ours have, but you walk into the store, I can still buy ounces for like cheap. And then there's also like $150.99, bougie.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I know I haven't done this, but compared the price between like a product that is available to a medical patient who orders online and the LP sends it to them versus the price of that same product in the store.
I don't know how many people are actually doing that anymore. I guess if you're rural and don't have access to a store that's close to you, you would be. But I'm in a town that is a small town. We've got, like I said, 10 stores. Like there's more.
Oh yeah, but there's got to be somebody that's out there. I was.
Yeah, but I mean, we've got more cannabis stores and we have liquor stores now. To be honest, like we do.
Well, there is.
Right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, our province just opened up to all the convenience.
Yeah, like I mean, I don't know anywhere that, like I said, unless you're living on a farm out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, even when Alvin goes to, back to work in Alberta, they're like right along the highway, like in every little rural community that he drives through. There's a cannabis store, like Vermilion, and like like stupid little towns like Claresholm and Manton and Vulcan. They've got like 3 and 4 of them, and then you go Vermilion, Edson, all of them. All
more
those little
cannabis stores and gas stations.
There's like Alberta's public or private, right? Their liquor went private years ago, so it's easier for just anybody to add it to the menu. So easy out there. They had 229 stores before we even opened up.
Right. Oh, I know Alberta when legalization started, They just flew ahead of everybody when it comes to the stores. And I think, yeah, they're number 2 now. I know we're number 1 here in Ontario.
I said we've had 2, or was it 2 shut down here? I think, or one for sure. Cabin shut down. I don't know what happened. But I only go to the one. But I think everybody, and the one has changed hands. It was Johnny's Joints, and now it's Cabana something, Canna Cabana or something.
Canna Cabana.
Yeah. So it changed from being one to another. Like they've changed hands, but it's still there.
Right. Yeah, ours are all still operating. And
We can't sustain a Cobb's Bakery, but we can sustain 10 pot stores. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, I don't know. The I seen in the news, you know how Calgary has the Stampede, and during the Stampede they have a cannabis area. The out there in Prince George, I see that a place has is going to hold some type of cannabis event where people will be consuming and stuff like that out in the public at some event. Now, unfortunately, I don't have it on the top of my head, so to think what they're doing exactly. But it's interesting to see some places are, you know, maybe challenging some of those laws, or maybe those laws are just opening up.
Maybe it's Sarah.
What's that?
Said
Sarah.
maybe behind it. She's living up that way.
It was a cannabis, some type of cannabis event of, you know, I feel sorry for people with big thumbs because I have small thumbs and I still can't hit the friggin' keys on my phone.
Right?
Yeah.
Problem.
Yeah. Okay. Cannabis. I think I got it now. Oh, there it is. No. Street party. It's a cannabis street festival. Returns to Prince George. And that's what it is. It's a dancing street festival for 19 plus for safe consumption site, live music, dancers, food trucks, local businesses, and more, bringing with it a good time for many.
Right on.
It's something to do with the BC Craft Farmers Co-op. So, but yeah, you know, if places are starting to do that at festivals or whatever, like, you know, it's got to be opened up more. It can't just be limited little few here and there.
Well, that's what I was saying on my last show, that maybe it's time to do another cannabis cup.
Another cannabis what?
Another cannabis cup here.
Oh yeah. Now this street festival, it's not just cannabis. There's other things that are involved in it. But yeah, 19 plus consumption zone for adults. But also many things but other things for families to do. Press on pause. It's a nail business. So you can go get your nails done while you're there smoking some cannabis.
Let's have 3 nights of live music, craft beer, delicious food, and fun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So that's what I
sounds
mean. Like these we're seeing little bits, little dribs and drabs going on across the country, and
well, like I said, we got to take the stigma out of it, right? And
yeah,
we
yeah.
engage with our own communities, and that's what we've said for years. Like we're dribs and drabs, like all the way across the country. There might only be 3 or 4 of us, but the more we challenge and stand up in our community and make change because of cannabis, and show people that people that consume cannabis are just like everybody else.
Everybody else, just regular old people,
right? Like
we sneeze and fart.
And we have to remove the stigma, right? So
Yeah.
if you don't, you stay, home
Well,
and you don't go and.
yeah.
But a lot of people aren't comfortable with that.
Yeah,
So.
well, when I see people pulling into a cannabis place, whether it's down on the one of the reserves when I'm driving through or visiting, or we've one of the stores or whatever locally, it's those people wouldn't have done that years ago.
Nope.
They would have either gone to the dealer, or who knows, maybe they weren't even cannabis consumers, but with legalization.
Well, that's the thing. Like, how many people that were kind of like curious, knew that you smoke but would never smoke it because it was illegal, are now consuming it because it's legal, right?
This is legal. Yeah.
What held them back was the fact that it was illegal because of their jobs, because of stigma, because
The
of
stigma. Yeah.
whatever, the illegality of it. Because a lot of people don't ever want to get caught, so they can't travel. A lot of people in Canada, like that I know, love to go to Mexico and love to go, to Europe and do things, right? And with a criminal record of any kind, you can't. So you just stay away from anything that's going to ever cause you, which is, back then I've got a friend, picked up for a few joints, still, can't.
Oh, yeah. I know somebody got picked up for. Well, actually, I know a couple of people that were picked up for a few joints, and the one doesn't travel to the U.S. anymore.
I can't travel.
Yeah, and the other one travels to the U.S. all the time. But they travel to the U.S. so often that it's been dealt with, right? So.
Well, you can pay for a waiver. I mean,
Yeah.
I could go to the U.S. All I have to do is pay for a waiver. I don't even have to get a
Well,
Canadian
let's
recognize that anyway. All I
let's
gotta
hope
do is
we get hopefully cannabis-friendly government in the U.S. will eliminate those necessities. But then I guess I don't know. I guess it depends on what somebody who was busted in the past and they have expunged the criminal records. Those shouldn't be issues. Those people shouldn't have issues crossing the borders. And the same here in Canada. It's been expunged that they could get their program operating a lot better.
Well, I think that anybody who hasn't committed horrific fraud or murdered somebody or raped somebody should be able to travel freely, right? If you're a murderer, you'll probably be still sitting in jail, so you wouldn't have to worry about traveling.
Well, some people do their 25 years and then.
Right, but again, then
Yeah.
then actually, you've done your time, Adam. I think that your criminal record shouldn't follow you for your whole fucking.
Yeah.
I think once you've done your time, did your crime, whatever, there should be a certain amount of like statutory limitations, because there's statutory limitations on being charged with the crime. So why shouldn't there be a statutory limitations after you've been charged, did the time, and then it's over with? You know what I'm saying?
So that would be eliminated from your criminal record. Would you want somebody
You
who
wouldn't have a
murdered
criminal
somebody?
record. Yeah, like say for example, you were charged 20 years ago, and you haven't had another charge or anything in 20 years of any kind, but you still have to get a criminal record check, and it still just brings you back from. A lot of people aren't the same person they were 20 years ago. Most people aren't.
Well,
right?
I just happen to know somebody who was convicted of murder, and they got a second-degree murder, but they got out on their parole.
Yeah.
But the good news is they're back. So.
Right, but again, then that person shouldn't be able to travel. Like I said, there would be exceptions. But again, if you're like sold a bit of weed or
Oh, yeah, and that's where I was sort of going to. Where you get there are lines that should be drawn.
Oh, absolutely, for sure, right? Yeah, because the thing is, the habitual criminal that did that will continue to do it. They would never not have a criminal record for 20 years. You know what I mean? Like people that don't have haven't rehabilitated, reoffended and haven't been recharged again, and say 20-25 years, probably aren't the same people. The people that were charged 25 years ago will still be being charged every. They would never get that milestone where they would be able to travel.
All right, time for us to go to break.
past or top of the hour. We're on the closing end of things. But we're gonna go pay some bills. We'll be right back. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net, and I gotta move that out of the way so I can hit the right button. Bye bye.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and in the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching the Pace Radio Show. All right, tomorrow, last half hour, last 25 minutes now. Teen cannabis use. One of the things that was feared about when it came to cannabis use was, what about the children? And with cannabis being legal, it's going to be more accessible for minors to get at. We hear the story about the kids, but it's teen cannabis use up over these last few years with legalization?
I think they said at the very beginning that there had been an increase in the first few surveys in the first few years, but there had been an increase in teen use.
Yeah, this report here, it's from the States. It's from the Center of Disease Control and Prevention.
Right.
They said that in 2013, there were 17% of the high school students reported using cannabis within the last month. That is down from 23% in 2013. So it's come down 6% with it being legalized for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
So much for legal cannabis leading to more youth using it.
Right. Well, there was a lot of fear mongering and misinformation, just like there
Yeah.
was a lot of things. But again, like I said, with the fear mongering and the devil's lettuce and all these things that started back in the 20s, like reefer madness, right?
Mm.
Prohibition and yeah, you know,
They say that male students have showed a marked drop in cannabis use over the past decade, with rates falling from 25% in 2013 to 15% in 2023.
I think
And
they actually do it when they're younger, and I think by the time they're
yeah,
they're outgrown it. And they're like, I don't know.
yeah, female rates have dropped as well when it comes to teenagers consuming cannabis.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
it's not the flaw they think it is. I think they figure they're going to be like, yeah, that's just like the greatest stuff, and all I do is eat and fall asleep.
Yeah. And, maybe with the fact that cannabis is legal in so many states,
And the
that
taboos.
is, yeah, that has changed things instead of being something that is, it's let's get cannabis, let's get some marijuana because it's illegal, and we can prove that we can do stuff illegal.
I think they're staying away from the harder drugs because they know the harms in it.
Yeah, yeah,
Being taught that there are and they're seeing older siblings or a family member or
mm,
friend's family member or the people on the street, pushing shopping carts.
yeah. The people are seeing, it hasn't ended the world or anything like that,
No,
and
I think it's
yeah,
saving people in downtown Vancouver. And Chris Backer out in Halifax with his substitution program. I think it's actually, coming full circle and actually saving lives more than anything, right?
yeah, yeah. A lot of people have benefited from those programs, and it's unfortunate that I can never see a legal program that would do that.
Well, like I was explaining to my friend, even with the safe supply that we have in British Columbia,
Mm,
it's distributed in pill form, and it's not the drug of choice. And there was a girl or a woman busted and arrested up in northern British Columbia because she was supplying the addicts with their drug of choice and taking their pills in trade. Right, and that's where the
um,
safe supply was ending up, was in other people's hands in the
yeah,
black market rather than where it should be being used. And then the ones that are using it properly really need that safe access to continue because they're functioning, they have their kids back, they have jobs, they're doing really well. And then
mm.
you have those few bad apples that
Well,
totally
yeah.
fuck the system for everybody, right?
It's too bad that they wouldn't look at, and I think I have read some stuff in the past where they've done studies on the cannabis and helping people along that line as a harm reduction. And I think mixed results on it.
Well, it helps with the nausea from the methadone and from the Suboxone for sure.
Mm,
That's one thing that my daughter said because my daughter was taking
yeah.
Suboxone, and the
We-
cannabis it wasn't enough for her not to crave those. She needed the
yeah.
Suboxone.
And you got to look at, there's so many states that have implemented a cannabis program and the opiate prescriptions have gone down.
Oh, yeah.
Which, yeah.
Because people should be able to place themselves and they know their own bodies, right?
Yeah.
Like,
So,
we don't need the government in our bedrooms and we don't need the government in our health, right? They should be able to
yeah.
supply the health money that, continues to keep us all healthy, but none of their business what we use to keep ourselves healthy.
Yeah. Here's some other stuff that's in this thing. It says that a survey done last year found that a lot of people in the U.S. consider cannabis to be less harmful than alcohol, cigarette, vapes, and other tobacco products. Completely agree with that. And a study in Canada found that legalization was associated with a decline in beer sales. And they also found that the use of cannabis alone was not associated with higher risks of car crash.
No, see, again, penny, the sky didn't fall. But yeah, exactly. I bet you that makes Dougie Ford all, maybe that's why he wants to put it in every corner store because the sales have gone down. Next thing you know, they'll be, packaging cannabis with unicorns, so it's appealing to children. Like, fuck, they can sell it, right? Like, unreal. That's funny. I didn't realize that about beer sales. I didn't know that stat. That's a good one. I like it.
Yeah, reduced beer sales.
I love that. I love the fact that beer sales, because let's face it. I'm not a huge consumer of alcohol.
No, neither am I.
Right.
Yeah, a JAMA report said that neither legalization nor the opening of retail stores led to increases in youth consumption rate.
No.
Yeah.
No, and like I said, I think that a lot of parents, because we're like myself personally, so with our children about cannabis use, and my kids have always come to me and I've always said I prefer you using cannabis or alcohol. I've always said that. I prefer you do nothing, but let's be real here. Kids are going to do something, cigarettes, something. None of my kids smoke cigarettes. Well, Rihanna does, but Taven doesn't smoke cigarettes, Tyrus or Talia. And anything that I've ever gotten for my kids, I knew that it was safe.
Yeah, my kids don't smoke cigarettes.
And I would always make sure that if they're gonna use it, please come to me and I'll get it for you.
But now here's a study that was done in Canada. High school students reported that it was more difficult to access cannabis since the government legalized it.
Yep, totally is. Because, like I said, nobody's growing it, nobody's selling it because they can't compete. You can't have one growing one strain and he's taking it around with his 10 little pounds and trying to charge you $5,000 for it. Nobody's buying it. nobody's biting anymore there, dude.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunate. Why do you think I work at a grocery store? My Compassion Club was shut right down. Completely. I was helping patients for a really long time before legalization, and all kinds of different things, making candy, getting stuff from the coast with Icy Pot, and bringing all those different products in so that there was access for patients here in my town. Right, since legalization,
nothing. Just dried up,
Nobody even wants the Icy Pot. I don't hear nobody calls rates for dollars.
No, yeah. Is they just find it easier to just go to the store?
Or they're just not using topicals, or I don't know.
Damn, I don't know. There's topicals they have their market. There's people that like topicals.
Well, we've got we've got a couple girls that got their cannabis topicals in the farmers market here. So.
Yeah, well, I know.
CBD bombs and
Yeah, I see a guy that goes into a market about an hour and a half from me. He goes into their local market and he's selling, like you say, CBD products.
Yep. And it's just all like bath and body stuff. It's nothing smokable, nothing edible. It's all body stuff. Like beauty. Yeah. Considered beauty.
Yeah, things that
mixed with goat's milk, soaps, and you name it.
Even though they are available in the store, I don't consider them recreational items.
I don't understand that. Like I said, how are you going to run? What are you going to have a party? Run around and leave with what? Here, you want to share some hand cream? What?
Well, I had a gathering. I had the gathering a week or two ago with I didn't have anybody ask me if I had any topical cannabis in order to pass around to everybody.
What about suppositories, Al?
I've never
No, I don't. I've never had anybody ask me about passing them
You can
around.
get them at the fucking store. Like that's the thing.
Oh, I
And
know.
and it's like, when did that? So like, I guess maybe that's the whole kicker on why they don't need medicinal stores, because you
Well,
can access it at a recreational store.
well,
And
yeah. Facial scrubs. Who uses facial scrubs recreationally? Come on.
me, I share it
Huh.
with my dogs. We have a big
Do
party.
you sit around? Do you sit around the fire?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, you know.
Some more spread out. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Are we gonna smoke that scrub? Like,
This just doesn't.
I know, it just
Yeah.
seems so ridiculous. But
Well,
like,
and I haven't been to back to the store in a long time, but one store that I was in, they actually had a section, a wellness section,
there's one at the store I go to too. It's in
which I found. I looked at wellness would be considered, medicinal of some sort.
Well,
Like you're putting your hand lotion on your skin or lotion on your skin for a reason. Your skin is dry or you got.
oh yeah, it's the biggest organism that we've got, right? It's the
Yeah.
biggest organ
It's
in our
still,
body.
even if you're just using it for dry skin, it's still medicinal use.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Like who passes around a tube of lotion sitting around the fire or around the table? Like, it's just.
I don't know.
I don't know. It doesn't
I
make sense to me.
maybe it's just, yeah, make it make sense, right? No, I get that.
That's why that's why youth consumption rates are down. It's because they're not into rubbing topical creams on. I don't know.
they're not into lotion parties.
Lotion parties. Oh, but yeah, but even still, it's good that the products are there, but they are actually there was an article that was out recently that there's supposed to be something coming out this fall. I believe it's this fall. To deal with the CHPs, which is the cannabis health products, and allowing CBD products to be available without a prescription or a doctor's paperwork type thing. You could just go into the pharmacy and buy it off the shelf.
Why do you need a prescription? You just buy it off the shelf.
Well, that's the thing. That's what's gonna, like, you just go to your health food store or your pharmacy and just
All that kind of, it's
yeah.
funny because there's stuff called dreams and all these little like sleeping aids you can get at the health food store. The second ingredient is usually sativa. And it says it right on the bottle.
Really?
Yeah, they're called calms. And the second ingredient was sativa. And I bought those a long time ago from the health food store.
Oh, really? I just can't see sativa and calm going together.
Right? So I don't know if they're using sativa.
Not in my world. I know maybe in other people's world, but not
Maybe
in my world.
that's their like word for hemp or CBD, sativa.
It could be. Yeah.
Because sativa usually has more CBD in it than, I don't know.
Like I've seen CBD lotions in a health food store, and when you flipped over, the ingredients was hemp seed oil.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. I don't think I've got a bottle of those around anymore. But we used to get
Yeah,
them.
no, yeah. I never had one. I just
Sativa though. There was no like numbers or equivalency or percentage. It would say like what was the first lavender and sativa and blah 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 and all these other stupid.
Sativa L, maybe
That could have been it too.
Sativa L, because that's cannabis sativa L. That was what our strain was called when we got it from the government.
It could be, like I said, they were called calms, and we would get them at the health food store. Nutters, actually, the Nutters food store downtown. Yeah, at first, when they told me to get him magnesium and stuff when he was having problems sleeping, it had melatonin in it, and yeah, other stuff too. Like it was just a
Right.
mix.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't.
chemical concoction.
They didn't do shit for him, that's for sure.
Didn't help, eh?
They
Yeah,
didn't,
and you know, like
they're not helpful.
it
No,
can say it's on the label, but the amount that's in there.
there was, like I said, there was no amounts or anything of any ingredients, a percentage of, or milliliters or milligrams or anything. It was just a listing of what was in it, right? I don't know.
Not enough to list.
Kind of like the tincture for magnesium that the health food, or the
Yeah.
natural path gave him for his, for his tonsils.
Mm-hmm. Right. Let's see what else I want to talk about. I guess we got 5 minutes or so here left. What I want to mention offhand, because went through the topics I wanted to talk about. Basically, what I find a lot of times you get podcasts and stuff. What we do on Saturdays here, we run it on the Pace Radio Network as well as other locations. Is that we run a program called Re-Rolled Saturdays, and what that is all of our past shows over the last week that are broadcasted on not only the Pace Radio Network but also on 420 Radio. We put it all together on Saturdays to run, and you can sit there for like hours on end. You don't have to, you don't have to refresh your browser, anything like that. It just runs continuously, and in between different broadcasts are promos or interviews with people. Well, right now we're running some of the Karma Cup judging things. I've broken down each of the samples into little different segments and run them in between our regular shows. So this past Saturday, you could sit there and watch it from 8 o'clock in the morning till, when was it? 10:30, 11 o'clock.
That's
Saturday night, continuous cannabis and psychedelic stuff, and it'd just be like sitting there watching regular television where things just come and go, programming all day long.
All day long, yeah.
Yeah,
That's the best part about having, the different content that can be this round consecutive.
yeah, exactly. Like there's the Veteran Action Council that's in there. They always have interesting interviews with other veterans. There's new stuff that's coming down the pipe that I've been working on with another content provider, and that's Casper there for Time for Hemp. Right. He's doing recordings. He's getting up, building up a bit of a supply, and then we'll be running some of the stuff here on the network.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Go and look for that Zeppelin. I couldn't find it, but I did find something that we probably all had. Those fix it, deficit, legalize it.
Oh, herb, yeah, herb for herb.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I found a bunch of, but it's around here somewhere. I know it is, but yeah, I did find that. But
I still got the shirt.
Still
got the shirt. Yeah.
I still have lots of shirts. I haven't gotten anywhere. Yeah. I still have the shirt that I had Tommy Chong sign years ago, like the first time I ever met him. Yeah. But I mean, yeah, like and it's still got a signature.
Boxes.
Well, I never washed the shirt. It's still in, yeah. And
yeah.
Yeah, like I got boxes of them too.
Yeah, I got boxes that are labeled Canna Teas.
Oh, right on. Yeah.
Yeah. When Gail and I were talking one day about saving things or whatever, and I said I don't save medallions or coins or collect things. That's what I'm looking for. And she said to me, well, what about all those t-shirts you got?
It was funny because when we moved here, I had to take Taven to school, and I went to go take him to school and realized that I didn't have a t-shirt that didn't have a pot leaf or a fucking pot.
Yeah, I know how that feels.
I wrap myself up in a sweater and take him to school because I had to go to the thrift store and try and find just something to take him to school that didn't have pot leaves on it. Like,
I haven't got a white t-shirt. Where that's not cannabis related.
right? I don't
Yeah.
think I. Well, I guess since I started working in the in the real world, I've
Mhm.
had to change my attire. But I got like ones like leggings with pot leaves all over them and all kinds of. They're in a drawer because I just can't wear that stuff to work.
Right. Yeah. Yeah,
Plus, we're
some of them they'll have the cannabis leaves on them, and then I got one there. It's got in writing WII, in gray. It's just in gray, WII, and then it has apostrophe D in green. What's WII say?
well,
Well,
weed.
we video games, right? So they put in like a crayon marker. D, it's silk screened on there, but it looks like a crayon marker, apostrophe D, so it says weed.
Yeah, I get that too. That's
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, I guess
Little,
it might.
little things like that, eh? I always
Maybe
felt a t-shirt. I always felt a t-shirt was like a walking billboard, a sidewalk sign, something along that line.
Well, I always thought it was like a statement. Like when
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like I'm wearing this, and I know you're seeing it, and it's like fuck you.
yeah. Just
Wearing
go
this
to a
t-shirt.
grocery store,
Yeah,
you're at the mall, wherever.
well, when we were in school, I think I remember. You couldn't wear this to school, and you couldn't wear that to school. So you got to school,
Yeah.
and you could wear whatever you wanted. It was a statement to say "fuck you," I'm wearing this whether you like it or not, right?
We had one that was school is a ball and chain, and it had a guy with a prisoner outfit with a ball and chain around his ankle. Yeah.
Right.
You want to go home and change that, please?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wore that
Alrighty.
Harper t-shirt underneath my shirt the day that I was, sitting at the election desk with the registry because I couldn't be political, but nobody could see my t-shirt.
Oh well, I actually worked at an office for a candidate, an NDP candidate once, and he was all for cannabis, big time. So he allowed me to put literature, cannabis literature, in the office, so that people could take it. So this would be back in like, I don't know, 2015, 2014, somewhere around there. Yeah, he was all for cannabis. And he said Jack, because Jack, he knew Jack Layton. He was friends with Jack and everything, eh? So Jack was as well, eh? So
I'm so happy to see Olivia Chow as the mayor of Toronto.
mayor of Toronto. Alrighty. I know we've been gabbing for an hour and a half, but there's always something that could be missed. Anything else you want to bring up before I hit the?
I don't think so. I think
so.
we covered a lot today, but just Monday cannabis and coffee with marijuana.
All right, sounds good. Don't forget you can find us paceradio.net. You can find us on Facebook. I was gonna say we're on X, but now X requires payment in order to broadcast live.
Yeah, I said that. I made a little, promo before that, mentioned that we're not on TikTok either because we're not allowed to save cannabis on that.
Yeah. So yeah, you'll find us. We're around on the socials. Other than that, thanks to our sponsors, legacy420.com, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and Addies.ca. And thanks to everybody for tuning in to the broadcast. We'll be back next week, same time, same place. And goodbye. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Okay. Who wants to do number 7? Just alright, it's been a while since you did. Okay, on to number 7. And then I'll get up and I will get the barbecue started.
That is smush.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
That
Look at that.
is completely flat.
It is flat. Oh, damn.
You got footprints on it.
Yeah, this is 7 coming around right now.
I think number 5 is
All right.
the one you missed.
Visual appeal.
Oh, I just okay. That was okay. That's all right.
Well,
It's hard to
yeah.
accurately judge a bud that's smushed like that.
Yeah, I'll go there.
On to
All right.
7.
I think they stole. I think they stole the rosin out of it before they shipped it.
I don't know.
So what was your number 7 like, Al? Where'd you go? Al!
Oh, I just seen one.
Oh, what are you on? 2 or 3? Where?
Probably
Yeah.
dog.
3?
Oh, the dog is
Okay,
good.
Roma's
It's
trying.
hard to say.
Okay.
Number 3, yeah.
Roma's trying.
I heard it's back. There he is.
I lost my mic. I had to
what was
reboot
your-
everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
How
I
was
thought it had been tested
your number
there at
7?
first, but that's not.
I still
Was it-
have number
was it
7
smoke?
here sitting in front of me. I'm taking a break.
No.
And your
just
what?
the smell. The
I'm
pleasant.
taking a break.
No, okay.
Right, because they do aroma strength. Is it a strong smell, and then is it an enjoyable smell?
It didn't
But yeah,
look like
that's
that.
blonde.
Something happened.
No, I haven't seen it
Not
yet.
a-
Number 5.
Huh?
There's a
Stickiness.
hair.
There's
that
a hair.
was.
Stickiness.
I wasn't sure if it was Tessa's hair.
Stickiness.
No, it hasn't been out of the package. That's why everything was
Yeah.
open in front of everybody.
Yeah.
I just wanted
That-
to make sure everybody saw it.
Oh, I can
It's
see it in
not-
the sun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not
Yeah.
Tessa.
I can see it.
Does anybody want
Contaminants.
Dude, hang on.
What
hang
is
on,
it?
hang on.
What did you find?
a hair?
Oh yeah.
I just wanted to
You
see it.
found a hair. Is it a dog hair, human hair, or
no,
cat
the
hair?
package was opened right here.
It's not purple.
No, it's crimpy and it's like blonde.
blonde hair? Package your hair.
Right there, look at that. See it? Yep. Yeah. There you
So
go.
there was
There you
hair. You gotta change that
Okay,
to
here's
hair.
this. I don't know if you can see, Al.
Cross out the no and put hair.
No, not really.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay, that's too bad.
Visual appeal.
No moisture.
Hard to tell. It's been squished out.
Have number 7.
Like I said,
We have to smoke it for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Aroma strength.
And once you're done number 7, we move on to the pre-rolls.
Pre-rolls, yeah. I'm gonna get up and fire up the barbecue at that time too.
I like the smell.
I'll have to try to jump back and
Papers.
forth.
The gazette.
Gazees, papers. Adam is dissecting it here.
Oh, this still has some of number 1 in it.
You can smell it, eh?
Oh, yeah.
Smells familiar.
I like the smell of it though.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Really? I know. And nothing has been sitting. They were in the box until I brought them up and brought them here.
Have you found any really dry buds yet?
No,
No,
not
I
really.
wouldn't say so. No.
And they were all pretty
Yeah.
manicured, eh? They're pretty manicured well.
Oh, my.
So really, the only thing that because I haven't found any contaminants at all, and you've just found a hair, so that's
Yeah.
really the only contaminants that we've found.
It would.
Right.
Well, yeah. Was it laying right on top of the bud, or was it inside? the bud?
Well, I just have to. We know it wasn't Sarah's because Sarah's not a blonde.
Right.
When I took it, it was a little bit like stuck,
Yeah, stuck
but
on.
not
there.
Like that
in
look-
it.
That
Right.
bud looks
Stuck.
like somebody
Yeah.
stepped
I'm
on
just.
it.
I'm just trying to make sure it wasn't something that floated.
Yeah.
You know,
No.
That's
between
why
it
I
was
That's why I asked if it was purple.
Oh, okay.
I don't think we have.
I
don't think we have a blonde hair here.
Yeah, I thought it was.
My hair's brown and gray.
Because you are like you're the third person.
Yep. I think everybody's gonna have to stand up and prove if you're a blonde or not.
Was there any aroma to it?
Yeah.
Oh, there is. But
Al's having a moment.
I have a distinct smell that I smell from it.
Poop?
No.
Never mind. I put my shoes back on then.
This strain has the distinct odor of poop.
Pleasantness.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're not done with it yet.
No.
Lemon from yours? Yep.
Squishy. Squish. We
this
usually squish for a
sticky
reason. They're
was-
trying to hide
I
things.
forgot to get that.
Okay. Now I didn't see any physical contaminants, but I saw it come off of there, so I saw hairs.
Hair.
Correct. Yeah, it's hair bracket.
Hair.
Hair. Okay.
Great play
Okay.
and movie. Hair. Just saying.
Okay, does anybody want hot dogs or just burgers?
Yes, please.
I'm just gonna have whatever everybody else is gonna have.
I'm happy with whatever's cooked.
Yeah.
All right.
Just be thankful we don't have to cook ourselves.
Okay, so now you're rolling up a joint, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, look at my paper.
You might have to drop the umbrella soon, Al, because it's getting dark in there. Or is the sun foggy? Or
It's just behind a cloud.
cloudy? Okay.
Cloud. That's all. While Wayne's grinding that, I'm gonna fire up the barbecue.
The big chunks are getting stuck in the grinder. There's the scissors.
Usually
Gone.
after every joint, I have that one.
What's
Pretty
that?
good. The cigarette.
Oh,
It didn't grind very well. I had to break out the scissors to grind it good.
oh, no, really? Oh, that's not good. Oh.
You're doing a good job.
Put you in the corner.
I'm all seasoned. Rolling for a long time.
Hey, barbecue is started.
There you go.
So there's no seeds or anything in there.
No seeds?
No.
Any lumber?
A little bit, yeah.
Little lumber.
There's two nice sized pieces there.
Oh.
Can you even hear the music, Al?
I can just barely hear it.
Better?
Yeah, it's better. You can hear me over the music? Sounds good. When it's ground up. They ground it up fast.
That's probably the way to do it. look at it all as a bud, grind it up, roll a joint, and then pass the leftovers back around. So second viewing. No, I didn't find any more hairs. Didn't find any seeds. Or...
Right. So what am I doing?
Now.
This is coming this way. That's what I was doing.
I like that.
You like that, eh?
I like that.
I like that.
Got that Northern Lights taste to it.
I've got some Northern Lights down in the basement, Wayne.
Oh yeah.
I'm sexing and I'm waiting. Still haven't found any balls yet.
Did that?
Awesome.
Wayne did.
Yeah.
I'm smelling
It's too bad. I just threw it in.
Sorry.
Yeah, I like that smell.
Yeah, it had a pleasant smell.
Drinks going? Yeah.
Mine smells nicer than yours.
Yeah, I'm definitely putting a guess in on the strain for this one too. So 2 out of 7, I'm guessing the strain.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I know your first guess was a Black Domino.
Black Domino, yeah.
But would a licensed producer be?
I don't know, but the original, whatever they say it is, I'm going to be looking in to see what the original genetics are of it.
You've been naming them, have you been, Wayne?
Just 2 of them.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a question.
Yeah.
I saw that, but I just bypassed those two.
You did
The last 2 questions. Yeah. No, I have no way of knowing what they are at all. I'm not that good at it.
Well, there's just
I know what I like.
There's certain strains I've always sought after, or that are
Yep,
really memorable
yep.
from a friend, and yeah.
If
you gave me a White Widow, I'd know it for sure.
Yeah.
I'm tasting some in 1 or 2 of them, like some Bubble Kush.
Yeah.
Yeah. And especially that, I think it was the second sample that was purpley. It was really purple.
Yeah.
I think it was like one of the only ones that was purple.
Well, the first one was purple, and then the third one was purple.
The third one, there we go. Yeah. It was almost black.
We're still talking about strains here, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, we're talking about which one out of these samples, which one was purple looking.
I gotta go. Run for their money.
Right.
And 11 is overall enjoyment.
My dog.
Give them a run for them.
My dog is doing laps. She's walking around the hallway. She's bored.
Yeah. On payday.
Okay.
There you go. I win. What do you win?
Well, you post it on your social media, you could win prizes. Pictures, if people were here taking pictures and posting it on their Instagram or on their Facebook and tagging the Karma Cup, they could possibly win prizes. Yeah.
Nice ash.
Yeah. Okay, what do we got here? Here we go.
So you're on number 7, yes?
Yeah, this is the last one. We're just finishing up. We're doing the smoking test, right?
Don't go that way.
I'm just looking at the ash. I don't remember what I was thinking.
This here is echidna. Echidna. I knew I messed up the name, but this is the testing place. So we were talking to earlier. Oh, that and what they do is you bring your cannabis in, whether it's dry or whether it's fresh, still wet, and they will test your cannabis. I believe they're doing a test right now. I'm just going to try to squeeze through here. Yeah, he's doing a test right now. What are you testing?
We're testing THC and THCA potency in fresh bud and cured bud.
Nice. Fresh bud too, eh? You got that on the screen so people can see?
Yeah.
So you got moisture results in there too?
Yes. So we did a collaboration with Bovida packets over here. So you can see that if you maintain your moisture in cannabis, so we kept cannabis with and without Bovida packets. And if you have the Bovida packet, you maintain moisture, and that also tracks onto potency. So if you maintain that high moisture, we know that you protect. We get this protective water layer around the trichome, and that protects potency over time. So you can see that maintaining moisture tracks to a higher potency at the end of the day.
Nice. I see you got some people up on the leaderboard. Yep. I see I got bumped. But I'm still on the board.
You're there. You're there.
All right. Well, I see you're doing a test. Okay. At some point today, I'll try to come back and get you to do another test for me, and we can go through the whole process. All right, and go from there. So where can people find you? I'll get you.
You can find us at Echidna Sensing on LinkedIn. That's the best way to contact us. And you can also contact Nick at echidnasensing.com. That's our marketing.
All right, super. Thank you very much.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's August the 8th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning.
I have never said good morning, Steve, to you since you've been here with the network, and that's because you're all the way out west, out in BC, and it is friggin' early there, right?
Yeah, I'm usually but hey, it's news day.
It's news day, yes. Glenn and Rev Cindy, they're not available today to do the news, so I asked Steve late last night if he'd be interested in joining me this morning to do the news broadcast. This is Steve's first time doing it. He's never done it. We never even practiced or anything. We've never done anything together this way, have we?
Nope, this is going to be awesome. Flying by.
All he has is a few little instructions for what to do, and I'm sure you'll do just fine.
We're making news as we speak.
Yes, exactly. Now, I don't know about you. Like you, as I mentioned, you're out west. I can tell you right here, we're nice and sunny. We got some blue sky. Is the sun up over there yet?
It's coming up right now. I can see it just kind of at about that level. Not quite up in the sky yet. It's trying to break through the trees, but it's there, and I can see a little bit of blue sky, a little bit of gray over there, but lots of blue over there.
Good.
So, yeah, I think we're in for a nice blue day as well. It could be a beach day.
Could be. Hey, yes, exactly. Hey, maybe after the show, you could head down to the beach and check out what's going on down there. Now, what do you say? You ready to bring everybody the news?
Sure. Let's
All right. I'll get things started, and you know what to do after I'm done. All right, here we go. First story of the day. Headline says, Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club receives $3.2 million fine from the BC government, and this comes to us from StratCan.
The Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club, an unlicensed medical cannabis dispensary that has been operating in Victoria since the 1990s, has been issued a $3.2 million fine from the province. The fine was issued in July following a hearing in the appeal. The total fine is $3,235,465.74, which is based on an amount equal to twice the retail value of the cannabis that was sold or possessed by the business for the purpose of sales. $3,235,465.74.
Exactly. Yeah, they're just gonna pull that out of their back pocket, right? Yeah. The provincial government's deputy director calculated that the retail value of the cannabis that VCBC sold and possessed for the purposes of sale was $1,617,732, falling rates in 2019 and 2020. VCBC has until September the 6th of this year to pay the fine and can apply to appeal the ruling until that date. BC Safety Unit, the CSU, can undertake a range of enforcement activities against unlicensed cannabis retailers, including inspections, issuing tickets, obtaining warrants, conducting seizures, and more. The CSU can also recommend the prosecution of offenses under the Cannabis Control and Licensing Act. They don't usually, they usually just issue a fine these days.
Yeah. Wow. The
Yeah.
province had previously proposed to the VCBC and Smith combined $6.5 million for selling cannabis without a license, including $3,235,465.74 to Smith personally. However, in the most recent compliance order issued by the CSU, Megan Oberg, deputy director of the CSU, says that she did find that Ted Smith was not personally selling cannabis contrary to provincial regulations. She notes, however, that she has not yet made a determination as to whether Smith or any of VCBC's officers, directors, or agents may be liable for the monetary penalty imposed upon VCBC. This would be determined in a separate hearing.
Interesting. The CSU is expected to hold another written hearing to determine if the directors of the VCBC will be held personally accountable for the $3.2 million, as has been in the case with other unlicensed store operators. A press release from the VCBC says that lawyer Trussaw and Jack Lloyd will be challenging the compliance order issued by the property.
VCBC founder Ted Smith stated in a recent online post that stores like his have never been allowed to have storefront access under Canada's cannabis laws. Quote, patients continue to rely on the VCBC because limits on THC and edible products, restrictions on smoking lounges, high prices, and the lack of information regarding the potential medical uses of cannabis products in recreational stores are unacceptable.
Mm-hmm.
For these reasons, the 28-year-old VCBC has defied the CSU and reopened after every raid, including a third raid in March of 2023, for which a fine has not been issued yet. Soon after that raid, Tucson and Lloyd filed lawsuits and injunctions against both the provincial and federal governments, though no date for that hearing has been set.
Now, in January, the government issued a $156,125 fine against Kit Warren, the operator of another Victoria cannabis store, who faced enforcement actions from the BCU in 2019 and 2020. Two people connected to another unlicensed cannabis store who faced more than $1 million in fines rejected an appeal at a recent hearing in January. As of June the 3rd, 2024, the BC CSU has conducted 342 education visits to unlicensed cannabis stores, taken 111 enforcement actions, conducted 1,635 investigations of online cases, closed 233 unlicensed cannabis stores, and seized $38 million in cannabis. The BCU reports that 1.49 million in penalties has been paid so far. Now, that total dollar that they give in the cannabis, Steve, now, do you think that that is what the business is actually charging the product, or is that the money that they believe that the product is worth. Sort of like how they say every plant is worth $1,000 or $2,000, no matter the size of it.
In any of my dealings and research on any of it, they always go for whatever will bring them the highest dollar value in the news.
Yeah. Okay. Finish up the story.
The Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club is one of the oldest and longest continually operating cannabis dispensaries, compassion clubs in all of Canada. It was started in 1996 by owner Ted Smith. While many medical cannabis dispensaries prior to legalization said they sought to fight for medical cannabis access, the VCBC is one of the few who have stuck to their guns on the issue of fighting for access. The club was also at the core of a court case many years ago that made non-flower products like edibles and ingestible oils legal for medical use.
That's right. Not only for medical use in the end. That's why we got them in the stores, as far as I'm concerned.
Wow.
Because at one time, under the medical program, smoking was the only method that was allowed legally until that case.
They've seized over $38 million in cannabis. Do they utilize that in the legal market once they've got it, or does that just go?
They destroy it. They just destroy it, burn it.
Wow.
Take it to the dump and burn it. They do around here. I know that.
they take it to the parties and burn it one little bit at a time.
Yeah, well, that's what I've offered, and others have offered. Willing to help them burn it one joint at a time. Exactly.
We'll burn it for you, no problem.
All right, on to the next story. This one comes to us from CBC. Headline there says, "New Psychedelics Medical Research Center opening in Kingston, Ontario." This is good news.
A Kingston, Ontario hospital network and university are opening a new medical psychedelics research center. The Centre for Psychedelics Health and Research launched Wednesday at the Eastern Ontario City's Providence Care Hospital.
Psychedelics are drugs that cause psychological effects in the person who consumes them, such as hallucinations. Indigenous people have been using psychedelics as healing tools for millennia, it says.
Canadian researchers have been studying the effects of drugs such as psilocybin, the psychoactive compound in magic mushrooms, LSD, and ketamine on mental health conditions. While those three are controlled substances, Health Canada can allow their use in medical trials.
Queen's Dean of Health Sciences, Jane Philpott, said in a news release, the center will be an important step towards building a knowledge base to support patients struggling with mental health and substance use. The news release said that the center plans to train healthcare professionals to use psychedelics as a therapeutic tool, host community workshops to share knowledge, and fight the stigma associated with psychedelics.
It also mentioned chronic pain and palliative care as areas it's interested in. The center's new director, Dr. Claudio Soares, the chair of Psychedelic Science Committee at the school, wrote he believes the new center will help Canada make informed choices about the efficacy and safety of psychedelics in the future.
The center also has support from the Ontario Brain Institute and the Canadian Biomarker Integration Network in Depression, where Soares is a founder and executive. Though the center opened Wednesday, it's in its early days. It still needs to be outfitted to conduct the trials and other works it hopes to host. So the ground is just starting, and there are always
that story makes me really happy as a person that has used the psychedelics and mainly the magic mushrooms to get my way out of my own complex PTSD, depression, and trauma stuff. Man. It's life-changing, and it's life-changing for the better. And it's nice to see this happening all over, actually. These stories are coming up.
The cannabis end of things, we're always hearing, we need more research. We need more research. We need more research. And, sure shit, we're going to hear the same thing on the psychedelics ends. And it's good to see that right here in good old Canada and here in the province of Ontario at Kingston, that they're going to open this research center.
That's good. It's good. That stuff is going to do so much for mental health for people. It's so needed.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. All right, on to our next story. This headline comes to us from Fox, and it says Missouri Cannabis Division recalls over 2,000 marijuana products. Like, holy fuck, Steve.
Wow.
2,000. Like,
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, the Missouri Division of Cannabis Regulation, DCR, announced a recall on over 2,000 marijuana products on Tuesday after inadequate testing was conducted. Marijuana products from NGWMO LLC sold to dispensaries are being recalled after they weren't compliantly tested before being sold to patients and consumers, according to the DCR.
Official says the products were tested at the unprocessed bud flower stage rather than at the final cannabis product stage required by the 19 CSR. The list of recalled cannabis products spans over 2,600 products. The DCR says any patients or consumers who have purchased the recalled products should stop using them immediately.
All unused products should be discarded or returned to unused products should be returned to the dispensary. Don't throw it away and get them off the hook. Sorry, but the story says all unused products should be discarded or returned to the dispensary facility where they were purchased. All returned products won't count towards a patient's purchase limit, the DCR says. Anyone who may be experiencing adverse reactions from using the products should seek immediate medical attention and should report them by emailing cannabiscompliance@health.mo.gov.
That's a lot of products.
2,000. It's funny that it doesn't say actually over 2,600 products there, eh?
Correct.
It doesn't say what they are in any way.
I think if you click on that link, there's a link right there where you mentioned the 2,600 products. There's a link there. I've closed the story at this end, but there's a link right there.
I'm opening it up right now, looking at it.
Yeah, I think if you clicked on that, you would see what the products were.
No, it just says all products, but it doesn't actually say what the products are. Oh, there we go. Product notice of product.
Yeah, I had read a story that it listed edibles. It even listed flour.
Yeah, I can't find it on here, but
yeah.
Holy cow, that's a lot of products, man.
It is, yeah, exactly, and that's not just 2,600 items. Those are different
products. So one product could have, they might be 1,000 of that products.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow,
that's a lot of stuff.
Testing. Do the damn testing.
Yeah, exactly. Isn't that what they say? That's why we have to legalize cannabis so we can get all the testing done.
Yeah, but how much in Canada? How many of the licensed producers in Canada all got their hands slapped already too?
Oh yeah.
Every one of them has been caught doing something they're not supposed to.
Yeah, and there's recalls happen in our products quite often, and usually they're related to labeling issues. A lot of them do. We had one there this week actually, one that came up. So
wow.
Alrighty. On to our last story before we get to break, and this one comes to us from the Green State. Headline says Harris Waltz makes history as the first 420 friendly presidential ticket. Steve, if we get a presidential ticket that's positive for cannabis, let's hope they change something down there in the U.S. because it doesn't make any sense whatsoever for it to be illegal federally when it's legal in all those states medically and recreationally.
Yeah, it's a weird dichotomy, eh?
Yeah, it is. Exactly.
Let's see where we at. Vice President Kamala Harris has selected Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate, according to the Associated Press. The former teacher and Army National Guard veteran is considered a Midwestern liberal darling and has become increasingly visible to the media since Harris became the presumptive Democratic nominee for president. While the choice will likely appease many demographics, it also marks the first time a major party presidential ticket has been glaringly pro-pot. Despite concerns over Harris's past prosecutorial work, the VP has said numerous times over the last several years that no one should be incarcerated for cannabis. She held a celebrity-filled roundtable on marijuana reform earlier this year and has advocated for loosening restrictions on the plant.
Meanwhile, Governor Walz helped champion adult use cannabis in his home state, making it a top priority for Democrats prior to legislation passing in 2023. Governor Walz has been an outspoken advocate for cannabis legalization in Minnesota, and with Vice President Harris, they are the first explicitly pro-legalization major party presidential ticket, says Brian Barash. He's the VP of External Affairs and Deputy General Counsel for Dutchie in a statement sent to Green State. Keep going, it's below the ad.
Oh, I was just reading that part. And Deputy General Counsel for Dutchie. I got to look that up and see what the heck that is.
Oh, okay.
Up here at Dutchie, it's a donut.
I think it's a company.
Pot industry players like Barash have praised Harris's choice, believing it emboldens the possibility for future reform. We are encouraged by this pick and hope that if elected, Harris and Walz will continue the progress already made towards ending federal prohibition and supporting a safe and regulated legal market. Barash added, cannabis reform is on voters' minds this election cycle, and we look forward to hearing more from Harris and Walz about what they will do to advance cannabis reform if elected.
Yes. The Harris-Walz campaign is likely to lean into the pro-cannabis conversation, much like President Biden had prior to exiting the presidential race. The former president and Republican nominee Donald Trump has stayed relatively silent on the cannabis issue, but has publicly attacked Harris and saying she put thousands and thousands of black people in jail for pot.
The next few months will be a political whirlwind as the November election looms, but cannabis advocates are hopeful a Harris-Walz win could free the plant.
Yeah, I read another story on this, and they did a comparison, like basically how they talked here about the pro-cannabis ticket on the Democrat side. On the Republican side, what they made mention of was the fact that under the Trump government, Jeff Sessions, who was his top guy there for the Attorney General, he actually canceled the Cole memo. The Cole memo was a memo that was released by the Obama government that said that to leave the states alone who legalized cannabis, not to bother them. So why would you cancel something like that if you're pro-cannabis? It just doesn't make sense to me. So.
Huh.
Yeah. All righty.
Just got a little bit of lying to try and get me in. Come on. I'm a politician.
So yeah, it'll be interesting as this moves ahead in the next 90 days if cannabis does become an issue in the election, being that one side is pro and the other side is sort of wishy-washy. So see what happens. Fingers crossed. It just doesn't make sense.
Hopefully it becomes an issue and whoever gets in just legalizes it.
Correct. Yes, exactly.
Let's quit pissing around with this stuff. It's
That's
serious.
right.
Seriously.
Exactly.
We spent enough years throwing people in jail and wrecking lives over cannabis. Let's just fix this.
Let's just fix it. Exactly. All right. It's break time. Time to us to medicate. We'll be right back after a medical session. We're live here at paceradio.net. We'll see you in about 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tynaniga.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. And we're back for our medication session, and we're having an awesome day.
I love that song.
Oh, I want to do a shout out to Limestone City Hydroponics, our sponsor. I recently placed an order with them, and I received it in the mail. It came quickly. Everything was there. And I look forward to it's the first time actually I've done it through the mail with them, and normally I've driven to Kingston, so it was nice to be able to do that, and thanks to them. Alrighty, Steve, we've got 4 more stories to go, and here's the first one. Headline says, cannabis, hash, suspected psilocybin among items seized at Collins Bay Institution. And this comes to us from the Kingstonist.
The Correctional Service of Canada, CSC, is crediting staff at Collins Bay Institution after a package containing contraband and unauthorized items was seized at the federal property. In a press release on Friday, August 2nd, 2024, the CSC detailed that the package, believed to have entered the institutional property by way of a drone drop, was seized at the multi-level security prison on Thursday, July 25th, 2024.
Items seized by the institutional staff included tobacco, cannabis, hash, and a quantity of capsules suspected to be psilocybin. The CSC said, noting that the institutional value of the items seized is approximately $84,575. Now it says here that in brackets, institutional value refers to what the items are worth if sold within the federal prison system. That's basically
yeah, which is what, about maybe $2,000 worth of stuff on the streets, because if you dropped it with a drone, an $84,000 package. That's got to be a pretty damn big drone, because that package would be huge.
Yeah. Well, as one fella from an organization down in the States, I just can't remember exactly what his name was, but his line was, if they can't keep cannabis and other drugs out of a locked society, how do they expect to keep them out of a society that's not locked?
No kidding, eh?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow,
So-
I'm interested in finding out like what the dollar value aspects of thing is, because 84 grand, tobacco, cannabis, hash. How do you drone in like what 40 kilos of hash? Like,
yeah, you
it's
don't. So, all right. Now, the story finishes off by saying the Correctional Service of Canada has heightened measures to prevent contraband and unauthorized items from entering its institutions in order to help ensure a safe and secure environment for everyone. CSC also works in partnership with the police to take action against those who attempted to introduce contraband or unauthorized items into the Correctional Institute.
I'm lost as to where you were there.
Oh, okay. What happened? Okay, after that, you'll see an ad there. It says good home line of credit. Do you see the ad? Green home line of credit.
I don't have that on mine.
Oh.
Okay, because on the next thing there should have been correctional service heightened measures to prevent contraband. Yeah, okay. Now
Okay, then there's an ad, and then after that it says, if you keep scrolling down, it says this.
Oh
is
yeah,
the-
okay. This is the 12th time in 2024 that the CSC has reported the seizure of contraband and unauthorized items at Collins Bay Institution, with the previous seizure occurring in May. In mid-June, Kingston police reported intercepting 2 individuals who had been attempting to throw packages over the wall at the prison. Since the beginning of 2024, federal prisons in the Kingston area have seen a notable uptick in reported seizures of contraband on prison property, many as a result of suspect drone drops. Kingston has spoke with CSC about this increased activity in March. There have been 20 such seizures at Joyceville institutions so far this year, and 2 at Millhaven institutions.
Yeah, which are all sort of they're all in the Kingston area.
Wow.
Yeah. So
Somebody figured out how to do it, and they're just doing it.
They're just doing it. People, as I said, people are just throwing it up over the fence, or dropping it in with the drones.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
As that person said, if you can't keep them out of a locked society, how are you gonna keep them out
How are you
of
going to keep it out? Yeah. And man, if tobacco and cannabis is such a big underground thing in the prison, maybe the prison should look at taking care of the cannabis and the tobacco.
Well, I believe jails are no smoking zones.
Oh, come on. Even my high school had a smoking section.
I know ours did. we had a smoking zone when I was going to high school.
Yeah, so did we. It's kind of funny because, see if you can do that now.
Yeah, good luck there. Exactly. All righty, we're gonna move on to the next story, and this one comes to us from Canada Tech Today. Headline says cannabis-infused tea mitigates fibromyalgia. There you go. Pain in Italian patients.
Actually, you know what? It probably mitigates fibromyalgia in all patients. But for some reason, we just picked no, I'm just kidding.
Well, it's probably because the study was done in Italy.
The cannabis plant is arguably the most dynamic plant on earth, possessing tremendous wellness benefits for suffering patients. Researchers are slowly but surely unlocking the cannabis plant's full potential, including which delivery methods are best for certain conditions. One form of cannabis consumption involves drinking it via cannabis-infused tea preparations. Many patients prefer cannabis-infused tea when available because it is a smokeless cannabis delivery method.
Researchers in Italy recently conducted a clinical trial involving cannabis in fibro patients, and patients reported decreases in pain after consuming cannabis-infused tea. Now, the Italian scientists, they assessed the efficacy of cannabis flower, which was at 22% THC and 1% CBD. They steeped in tea in a cohort of 30 patients with refractory FM, fibro. Patients consume the infused tea daily for 6 months.
Patients' median pain ratings fell from 8 on a numerical scale of 1 to 10 to 4 during the trial. Study participants also reported improvements in physical and mental health. None of the patients who completed the trial reported any adverse side effects from the cannabis. The study's authors concluded cannabinoids may represent an effective alternative to conventional pharmacological therapy for reducing pain and mind disorders in FM subjects. Further investigations like randomized placebo-controlled clinical trials are needed to corroborate these findings.
We need more research. That's why I said earlier than that story about
There's lots of money in that research.
There sure is. Fibro patients frequently self-report using cannabis to successfully manage symptoms of the disorder. Observational data published last year reported that fibro patients who consume medical cannabis preparation reduced their need for prescription opioids. Hey.
And I know that within my circle and the people I know and a lot of the people I know that had fibromyalgia, using cannabis changed their life, taking it as a tincture, using it as a tea. Yeah, it's changed their life.
Yeah. Oh yeah, big time. I don't drink cannabis teas, but because of my cannabis use, I've never had an opiate prescription while not hospitalized.
Yeah, and I actually use the teas. I'll throw a little bit of fresh ginger in there and just drop some cannabis in there, and the ginger covers up that fine taste that cannabis can give you in the tea, and away you go.
They mentioned that patients were at an 8, and while doing the study, their pain levels were half at 4 versus the 8, which comes back to the fact that quite often people have said, maybe cannabis doesn't remove the pain completely, but it dulls it so it could be tolerable.
Yeah.
So you're not having to take an opiate pill.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All righty. On to our next story. This one comes to us from Forbes, and it says, psilocybin retreat in Jamaica turns focus to relief work after Hurricane Beryl devastation.
Just over a month ago, Hurricane Beryl carved a destructive path through the Caribbean and broke numerous meteorological records along the way, primarily for early season formation and intensity, and wreaked havoc across Jamaica and beyond. The earliest forming Category 5 hurricane on record, Beryl remained steady on July 3rd as it made a direct hit on the southern coast of Jamaica, making land as a Category 4 hurricane. Homes were demolished and livelihoods were destroyed as tourism locals and fisheries were pummeled. News flashes of the devastation came and went during the United States 4th of July holiday celebrations, but the aftermath of the hurricane's impact has persisted still for many Jamaicans. Over the past month, citizens in the area of Great Bay, who were severely affected by the hurricane, have been without water, cell service, sanitation, and electricity, and many have had their rooftops ripped from their homes. As with many such relief efforts, help for the community came partly from within the community, as psilocybin retreat center Myco Meditations offered a helping hand to members of the struggling area.
A local business deeply rooted in the community of Great Bay, Myco Meditation psilocybin assisted retreats, took a lead in the relief and rebuilding efforts with local leaders. Justin Townsend, CEO and head facilitator of Myco Medications, says it became instantly apparent that a GoFundMe was going to be helpful to assist in the immediate crisis for the first 2 to 3 weeks, as well as to begin rebuilding efforts, Townsend describes. On day 2 or 3 after Beryl, I sent out members who know the community very well to map every woman, man, and child along Great Bay, including the side roads and the side streets. We assessed ages, numbers, and ages of children, medical issues, to assess what needed to be done. We looked at how badly damaged the roofs were, if they lost bedding and mattresses, if they lost home appliances like ovens, fridges, and that kind of thing.
The Myco Medications crew then set about prioritizing according to need. Surveying the community of Great Bay, approximately 100 homes and 400 people, it was determined that a full 75% required either a partial or total roof repair. The majority of donation funds have gone towards purchasing the materials needed to fix those roofs and to contract multiple construction crews to complete the repairs at Townsend. Repairs are being done in order of priority with the elderly and families with children in our community. Great Bay local Frida Gordon, 87, says initially she wasn't so worried about the hurricane because she didn't think it would be so extreme. She soon realized she had misjudged the situation. I was really took back. I wasn't afraid because I've been through 2 hurricanes already, but I sat on me own in a corner of the house and watched everything went, says Gordon. Me roof and the water coming in, and I sat there in the water until I got up and I saw what had happened to my whole house. The whole roof had gone. And I wasn't frightened. I sat there and I prayed and I asked the Lord, taking everything but leave me with my life.
Micro Medications has pledged that 75% of the donations funding will focus on roofs, and the other 25% will focus on fisheries and agricultural and general humanitarian needs. Says our company's office building was even emptied to act as a safe storage for other building materials. The remainder of our donations has gone towards other essential services, in particular in the first few weeks that followed the hurricane.
The period prior to the fundraiser, Micro Meditations took in donations of food and bottled water, diapers, wet wipes from friends all over Jamaica, from Kingston and the surrounding area. And frankly, says Townsend, without that coming in, we would have been experiencing even more despair down here. The local supermarket is still without a roof. Townsend says they're working on getting that repaired ASAP. And electric poles strewn about like matchsticks are being repaired and replaced by Jamaica Public Service. We see the lines being put out and about in the Treasure Beach area generally. They began in Great Bay a few days ago, says Townsend. So it's our hope that, I've been told, by the 10th of August, we will have electricity back.
Yeah. Now they say that they've canceled their retreats in July and throughout the rest of August, making the decision to reschedule until the area is ready for visitors, hopefully sooner than later. As the community turns to rebuilding, the GoFundMe will provide immediate relief, distributing essential supplies such as food, water, and medical aid to families in urgent need. Funds will help rebuild homes and revitalize local businesses, churches, and restore community infrastructure such as schools, healthcare facilities, and roads, and so on and so forth. So it's good to see, the company themselves get involved in order to help the people of the community where they're at. People quite often, it's a stigma. People didn't like cannabis coming into their community, some of them, but yet they get involved in the community and help out the community and say, hey, we're not the bad as the stigma tells everybody we are.
Yeah. It's nice that they're actually getting some news about it. That's kind of neat too.
Yeah, exactly. And
we don't want to advertise that they're helping.
Yeah. And the article didn't touch on anything that they do as far as really as the retreat, as what's people coming in afterwards to deal with the hurricane. It was about them assisting and helping people, which is good stuff. So
yeah, that was pretty awesome.
All righty, Steve. Anything off topic? I think we actually got one more story. We do. I just looked up there. Oh no! All right, this I think has to spread more across not only the U.S. but North America wide, especially here in Canada. And the headline from CBS News says, you may soon be able to smoke marijuana at public events in Long Beach.
In Long Beach, smoking marijuana at public events has been common, even though it's illegal. However, the city may soon change that after reviving an old ordinance. Cannabis has come a long way. People's viewpoints have changed, so now it's the opportunity to do that, Long Beach lobbyist Mike Murchison said.
It says, there we go. Murchison added he is already helping plan what could be the first cannabis event in the city, which involves Long Beach's own Snoop Dogg. We're trying to do a birthday event to celebrate Snoop's birthday here in 2025 in the fall. To do that, we need to change the current statutes here in Long Beach, according to Murchison.
On Tuesday, Long Beach City Council discussed the first steps to move forward on allowing temporary permits for businesses to sell and people to consume marijuana at city events. So as we explore the feasibility of the proposal, we have to ensure a sound safety plan, Councilman Al Austin said.
Currently, state law allows temporary permits for the on-site sale and use of cannabis at certain events, but only with approval from the local city. Last month, the state fair in Sacramento made history, becoming the first fair in the country to allow cannabis to be sold and consumed on-site. West Hollywood has also allowed some permits. Long Beach could become the second city in Southern California to do it. Murchison claims it could bring a lot of revenue to the city.
With the loss of oil revenue, we're all trying to come up with creative ideas to bring in revenue to the city, Murchison said. The measure seemed to get support from at least some Long Beach residents. I don't smoke it, but I don't mind if others do, one resident said. The city council unanimously voted to move forward to study the idea for the next 60 days before putting together an ordinance.
There we go. All done. That, and what I talking about before we went into that has to be spread around North America more, because especially like here in Canada, for example, we have the Calgary Stampede for the last 3 years that's had a cannabis consumption area. A location in Prince George, BC, which would probably be near you somewhere, I'm assuming, is looking at. They had a 420 event. They said was successful. Now they want to have. Now they're having a street festival. We don't have that here in Ontario.
And then down here in Vancouver, they opened up like 13 beaches that you're allowed to go drink alcohol at, but didn't say anything about cannabis.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's. I just sit there and kind of go, man, some of this stuff just doesn't make sense.
Well,
the other things that don't make sense. You can go into a liquor store and walk out with 4 shopping carts full of booze.
I know, right?
But you can't take more than an ounce out of that cannabis, sir.
Oh, I know. Yeah. It's there's some things that obviously that has to be changed, and that's why I say to people, when they ask me why do you still go to the global marijuana marches or anything like that, why are you still getting involved in protesting against cannabis laws when cannabis is legal? There you go. You just come up with a perfect example.
Oh yeah, and then that was something Cindy and I spoke about on our podcast after the Cannabis Day event. Was I noticed that here in BC, the Cannabis Day event, the way it's kind of put on is more like when cannabis was completely illegal. And if you're trying to get people to follow the cause, then you have to let the cause be known. And it's about a lack of medical cannabis. They're still presenting as if the government is suppressing cannabis. It's not. And you need to educate people in the fact that, because people go, well, what are you bitching about? You can just go right there and buy some. But if you're a person that needs, certain level of oils or consumables for an actual disorder medical problem, you can't get those at those stores.
Well, so what are you going to? Are you going to go into a store and say, hey, I need some medicine. I need some oil for my 4-year-old who's having epileptic seizures?
Yeah, you can't even do that.
No, exactly. And that's why you need like the medical program, as far as I'm concerned, and I understand from the courts, the medical program will always be here. But they can never eliminate it. But if they did, what would you do with those situations? Like you've got a young child, even 3 months old, that's having seizures. The parents can't have the parents just go into a store and say, hey, give me some oil for my kid.
Yeah.
So the medical program is, as far as I'm concerned, it's a much needed thing, and it's just a matter of hopefully that we can get medical stores.
Yes, but we need to start when we do the protests, we need to protest properly in a way that advocates just for the medical aspect and have people telling the stories of how it's changed their life, because we need to get more people on board. And what I noticed at the last one is people were just walking by. There was more cops there than there was people.
Hey, yeah, you're sounding similar to the one we had.
Yeah, and it's like, well, we're not getting the people because they're not getting the proper message. They're going, why are you protesting? Cannabis is legal.
Exactly, and because of it being legal, the access issue that has been around for many years, people are saying that, well, access isn't an issue anymore because now you can just go to the store to get it.
Yeah, but if you're a cancer patient and you need that Rick Simpson oil or the RSO or whatever, Phoenix Tears, whatever you want to call it, FICO, if you need that particular oil, one, at any of the legacy stores that have it, it's priced in a point where if you've got to take high amounts of that every day, you can't afford to even buy it at the price.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
and you can't even get it at a legal store. They don't even have the proper product. It's come a long ways, but there's still a long way.
Oh yeah, and that's why we say we gotta keep it up. Got to keep going at them. Just don't drop it. Oh, it's legal. Okay, done. Yeah. No, it's not done. We need more. All of those aspects, all of those plant medicines, the mushroom stuff, what it's doing for that whole avenue of different psychedelics, what that's doing for PTSD, complex PTSD, treatment resistant depression, like so many disorders that the only other option is you get medicated basically to the point of being a drooler. And these plant medicines actually make it so you're accomplishing shit. You're getting stuff done. You're living life. Your quality of life goes.
Yeah.
Up. All righty. Well, anything else you want to mention before I sign us off?
Nope. It's an awesome day. And
it's an awesome day.
Awesome doing the news.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for filling in for Glenn. And now that you've done it once and we did a real good job, I'm sure you won't mind getting up early again.
I won't mind at all. This was awesome.
All right. From the Legacy420.com news desk, that's our Pace News Report for today. Thanks to our buds at the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics, Legacy420.com, and at ease.ca. In closing, we'd like to say thank you for watching. Please don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Oh,
like,
kill it.
Pulled it in there somewhere.
Okay,
So
Shallon.
next day I saw him. I'm like, hey. He's like,
When you're done there,
it ain't more
putting
than
your
lights,
entries
it's
in.
juicy fruit. I
We
said,
got
I don't
number
know how
3
high
for
I
you.
went.
Here we go.
Thank you.
It's in a
Skipping
case.
me?
All right.
That yours or hers?
We skipped you and Shallon because you guys were eating, so we went to Kent. Now we're going back to Shallon. We go to
Oh,
you.
okay. I was like, what they do now?
You were having that sugar donut.
Yeah. Oh.
The twisted sugar donut.
Yeah, I ate them all.
It looked good.
That's what we're doing here. Yeah, I got to
Oh,
go to
yeah?
the restaurant. I
Yes.
still my heart just going.
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
don't think you
I don't even know
should
how
do
many
sugar.
there was.
No, they're delicious. Cooked perfectly.
Yeah.
Nice and tender inside.
Oh.
Sirloin makes a difference.
Yeah.
As opposed
Yeah,
to
it's
regular
like
burger.
That wasn't
was,
burger.
yeah.
She got
Do
the
we have
good
the
one.
plates?
So yeah, we'll have to do a
Hey,
grow.
Kyle.
We'll have to do a grow up game tournament. Sit around the table like this. Have the thing on.
Yeah,
People
today would have been a perfect day for it.
exactly because people just only heard me talk about it or read about it,
Yeah.
including yourself,
Take your money.
or even
Oops.
Throwing them away.
on one of the memories
Hmm?
that I run
Just
out
throwing them away.
Yeah.
Just in case the dog was at my
Exactly.
feet.
Perfect.
Okay.
If you're a good drummer.
All right, so how's that look? We got 2 dubs again. Everything seems to be 2 dubs. Peel. How's it rolled? Paper. Filter.
No, she's cheating.
No, I'm going to
She's
answer
gonna
the
do dry. You're
questions.
gonna do the dry as well. And
Yeah.
probably it's a good idea. Maybe we should.
And then
consider
it'll
doing
go
that.
fast.
All right. Good job.
By the time it gets back to me, it should
Yeah.
be
It's
It's not going to get back to you. We're going to
Yeah,
smoke
you
it
can
right
see-
here
you
between
see
us.
It's got the long tapered filter on it with just the fold in the middle. So it's not fiber or whatever that other filter stuff is. You can definitely tell it's a giant.
Is it like a
close to the
like
last
that
one.
last one seemed to me like
It'll
a
be something if you swallow
cigarette
it.
I
filter,
put that in the
whole-
comments. I put it as an ex-smoker. I'm not comfortable with the feel of smoking.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Oh, I'm not comfortable neither. I get out of my car and smoke it from the back.
Yeah.
All my stuff's in the back of my knapsack.
Right.
What little I've got in there.
Yeah.
Here we are in number 3.
Yeah. Oh, I see. We're cutting off the end in order to make it easier to draw on to do the dry haul.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that made a difference. Yeah, that's 2 now. 2 now.
They just do that so it doesn't fall out at the end in packaging and shipping and transportation.
Yeah, well, yeah, yeah. And normally,
So like a cigar where you cut off the tip, these you got to cut off the.
Yeah, it's too much work. You know, you think with the pre-roll everything be there ready for you to go, but it's too much work. You have to augment it. Sometimes you have to re-roll it.
you're hitting it with the lighter, right? So you're burning that paper right away.
Yeah.
So it would open it up.
It would.
Yep.
And like as you mentioned, it closes it off to keep
it fresh and in there.
It fresh and in there. Okay.
That'll work. That works.
So far, they've been in tubes with no moisture.
That works
control.
for me. Works for you too, doesn't it?
Are you finding?
Steal it from you?
How are you finding the doobies? Are
Watch
they
now
hard?
over there suck on the thing. And when are you going to pass that fucking
What's
thing?
Al saying?
Well, you wait
How-
a minute. You didn't even light it.
No, you
How
got
are you finding the doobies? Are they dry? Are they moist? Are they rubbery?
They're probably not.
There's a leak. There it
Yeah.
is. There's a leak.
They'd be
yeah.
probably
40, maybe 30.
Pre-roll.
yeah, a little
all
drier than
Looks okay
Than
to
usual.
me.
yeah.
Number
You know, they
three.
gotta get
No,
them
yeah.
dried. Okay. So Shallon, you're lighting that?
Yeah.
Here is your
Okay.
return doobie. You pass that along.
Quality of roll.
Yeah. Put that
Where's
back
the
in
back?
the tube.
Yep.
So you don't, or put
Thank
the
you.
filter in.
Hey.
In your tube. Keep it up. It'll just all
Okay.
fall out of there.
Selection of rolling paper.
Hmm?
Selection of rolling
Rolling
paper.
paper. Yeah.
That smells really familiar from here.
Make sure we
It is.
Yeah, it's the stuff that Al had, isn't it?
Yeah, but the smell, as soon as she lit that, I'm like, that's familiar.
So we'll have to.
Which number are you on now? 3. Selection of rolling paper.
quality of roll.
Low quality, high quality.
I'll go
Yeah, I'm
7
not
on that.
seeing any abuse.
Selection of
Bent
filter.
over.
I'll care for. I mean,
Yeah.
they're going to
Selection
probably
of filter.
package them extra careful too. You know, because
Right.
I know this whole presentation thing is part of it.
That's okay.
Yeah, and it's a paper filter. There's
Taste before it was
zigzags in
lit.
there.
The cardboard
The
paper.
taste before it was lit.
It's not the foam
What
style, it's glass
What are
fiber.
you guys feeling about the papers that they're using?
The
And have you
papers that
smoked
they're
it yet?
using.
You haven't smoked it yet, have you?
Overall,
Have I got any smoke?
I'm not.
Did you smoke it yet?
I'm not super.
He won't give it to
disappointed
me.
Oh, I
like
see.
that.
Okay. It'll
To
come.
me, when I smoke a raw paper, it just seems to turn black.
He didn't want to smile, but he
Raw
did.
paper for me.
I don't particularly like rye.
So I don't like where that happens.
You can tell a raw paper, be it a
Yeah,
pre-roll or a roll. You can tell a raw paper.
First one.
Very distinct smell and taste to them.
Yeah,
Right.
this is burning. This is burning really
Thank
good.
you.
There's no runs or anything. I can see a bit of resin on
You're
the
adding to
paper.
your plate.
Now, probably the disappointing thing is yet again, it's another one that's got black ash to it. Right?
So this is number what, Al?
Yeah. What's that?
What number is this?
3.
3.
We're on 3 hours and 35 minutes.
All right. Well, I'll be.
There's 4
We
more.
could have done a telethon, dude.
Yeah. I'll be doing some editing and releasing it in smaller. stuff.
Buddy has a question for you.
Number 7. Buddy Weed smoking a 7 doobie. Way to go, buddy.
I'm 7.
Yeah.
And then this one 8, and then another 9. Yeah, I'm up there.
Okay, so how's that joint going?
None of your business.
Smoking pretty good.
Smoking, still smoking, still burning, hasn't gone out. Nobody has said no thanks.
Has nobody's had enough yet?
Hell no, you're tired.
Obviously, Deb has because she's gone inside.
Okay.
She's helping Gail with the food.
Does it taste like it smells?
Kind of, yeah.
Get some
Harsh
get some
to
bites.
smooth.
I was just reading the next question. Does the aroma translate to
Not bad at
There
all.
it comes.
Ash color.
ash? Is
That was
very-
good, except no, I've had enough. Thank you.
No, I'm showing you the ash. Bob.
Oh,
Ding, 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 ding.
Give me a joint back.
Over that way.
Rob's got
Right.
a perma
Couple tokes still there.
all right. What's that again?
8 is ash color.
He usually has a beard like you.
Ash color. That was it was
Yeah.
4.
Like Buddy says, I thought I was catching up.
Effects pleasant or not pleasant or pleasant.
Oh,
No, we're good,
5
man.
on that one, I guess.
So I just want to thank Sarah Sunday for sending us these kits for us to do this.
Yes.
This is my absolute favorite time of the year, the Karma Cup. I miss the festival, but as I said at the beginning, I'm sure she's going to figure out a way to do something at some point.
Yeah. I do have concern about the research end of things where the lounges are that are operating off right now, lit research.
Yep.
Their ability to do so might change. And that's something I'm only basing on stuff that I've read in the news.
So explain what you're talking about. They've found a loophole that allows a complex to be used as a research facility to test cannabis. And so when you go in there, I believe you sign a waiver, you go in, you use your cannabis, whatever, and it's open and you have to actually do some paperwork. Is that correct, Al?
Yes. Yeah, it was like that at a time.
I've not been to one of those.
Actually, I was to Vapor Central when it had its.
I've been to Vapor Central, but I stopped going to things because I was having a hard time walking. So I kind of missed out those kind of events, right?
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and in the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Stay tuned.